and like look like you know look a video up.
Monster. There's probably 50 people streaming Terraria, this old ass game, and I'm at the
Yeah,
bottom of a list of people who've never existed if I come onto this game.
normally streaming this game. Okay, cool.
It's 100% the way to do it if I'm going through Twitch alone.
Yeah,
With like
yeah,
without a doubt, it is the way to do it.
yeah,
But then again, the problem still kind of recedes back on itself until I have. There's been holdbacks that I just can't contend with right now. You know, like Restream.io is what I'm actually using to go through TikTok, and I could even minus YouTube and or Kick using a web browser to save some bandwidth and multi-stream out to there. But through Restream, I can only get two places to send my cloned encoder settings, which is where the lag comes in, right? I can only get two places to send it to from there without paying. And then on top of that, like if I'm going to pay for internet that's my own and good internet that I'm already living at the cheapest level possible with the roommates I got. I've got internet that they provide with the amount I'm paying a month, you know? So I at the same time don't have internet that I own personally either. And that's in itself a complication, right? So like I don't know, bro. There's a lot of things that really come with money that made these guys have everything they really need to have the bare minimum of what you would
yeah.
want.
Like the setup for it seems like pretty like I considered getting into like some streaming debate stuff like a long time ago when I got the computer that I currently had, but that was like 6 years ago, almost. Well, it was pre-COVID, so yeah, basically 6 years ago.
Yeah, my computer is
And these days, I would just yeah, I wouldn't do it.
like $600 and I got it on a markdown from a $1,200.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of brutal. There's a lot. Everybody dipped.
I
Good
don't know why.
stuff.
I guess because we stopped like talking about Christianity.
Yeah, everyone of them are pretty heavy on that talk. I would agree. I wasn't against it though. I was trying to
Shit.
say I was open to it. Fucking it's whatever though.
I just got jump scared so bad
What? Why?
because I was playing a game
Oh, they get
and something just deleted me from the side.
that's unfortunate.
I was playing the I went back. I'm like I'm gonna mess around on the R for a bit,
Uh-huh.
and I was like like I was like a baby dinosaur and like just something just like like I only caught it in like my peripheral vision, right?
It's brutal.
Does that
Yep.
make sense?
Yep.
And then just death. Then just like the death screen pops up. I just hear like the scream of an attack, and then I just got one shot.
It's unfortunate, bro. It'd be like that. The game
I
is
think it's kind of fun.
yeah, it
What's
looks
that?
good. It looks good. I wasn't mad at any of the
Like
stuff
I think
I've
it's
seen.
that's like so like I like PvP games as well, but as I've aged, like look, I'm probably not as good at games as you. Like I'm reasonably good, but I'm probably never good enough to play like a like I played it like a couple of very small games. I played at like a minor competitive level, right? Where
Hmm.
like I just played in, like little community tournaments and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um, but I was never like winning them or anything.
Word. I didn't really
I
ever
think
define my skill as like the tournaments because there was a lot of those opportunities too. And I'd been through a few of them and I always kind of like if I didn't place like high, I placed like semi-high. But then it really started to feel like even in those, dude, there was people who were because I didn't play
mm,
like land-based tournaments. I played tournaments that would be set up by like again the community, but they would be within brackets. And if you paid attention, I don't know how yours went or how much time you put into them. To me and what I experienced, a lot of people were winning consistently, and that felt kind of weird, right? But I don't know how much of it was set up or how much of it was authentic. These guys could have been not cheating in any way,
yeah, I don't know.
and you just never really know, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I played like in like it's a bunch of different games I played. Like it was mostly MOBAs and like a little bit of RTS games.
Oh yeah, okay.
But yeah,
No, that's cool though. I mean, I
like I
used to love Age of Empires 2 and 3 as well. I thought 2 was really, really good. But MOBAs, I played the original one, Dota, when it first dropped from Warcraft 3. And that was the only one that's still to this day kind of got a special place. All the other ones just feel too much with how much they've given as like options. Feels too much. Ah, nice. Okay. This damn game, bro. I haven't played this in forever. It's ridiculous. Love this game. Oh my god. Probably put up the capture. Where'd it go, dude? What? What is happening? Hello.
Hey, my PC blew up.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, it's fine. It just decided to turn itself off for some reason.
Feel that happens.
I needed a lot of maintenance on it, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
6 years old at this point. It's
Chugging
still
along.
runs. Yeah. What's that?
So just chugging along.
Every now and then it will just do this, where it just gets mad if it's been on for too long and turns itself off.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
I can't remember what I was saying. PvP tournaments, like, I don't know. Like, I'm like you, where I enjoy single player, but I mostly play PvP orientated games as well, because I feel like it gives the game, there's an edge to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's an edge to it in a way that you don't get in like most single player games.
Right.
But obviously, like I think it's easier when you're really good. But when you're not so good, I think that it hits a point where you just kind of realize that, especially when you're older, right? Because you're a bit older, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm close to your age. Very close.
Where you just can't play at that level, you know. Like I know that there was a period where I was really quite good at certain games, but I was never going to be the best. And now I'm not even as good as I used to be. Like I couldn't even get back to that skill level now.
Yeah.
Like, not even close, I think. So I try and find more games that are PvP that are a bit more like weird about their PvP, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, yeah, definitely. It's more strategic in its own way kind of thing. And it's
Yeah.
different. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's like some kind of like, well, yeah, as you said, it's like more. Yeah, I I really like games like this, or like the other game I was playing that was sort of, like I still like faster games and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I've never been an FPS player, I guess. Not that FPS is bad. It's just yeah.
No, they're their own things for sure, bro. They're difficult. I agree.
I think yeah, they're definitely difficult. I think part of the problem I have though is that like I think one of the FPSs that I kind of learned a bit about, even though I never played it, was like Rainbow Six Siege, because that actually seemed like quite interesting for a FPS game.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Or I can see why like something like Tarkov's really interesting as well because it adds in these other elements. Like I remember playing like Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2 and like stuff back in the day quite a bit, but or the original Battlefields. But I feel like these days I'm like, okay, like what's the point of playing like the latest like Call of Duty or something like that? It,
Yeah,
it just doesn't feel like it's got a unique selling point anymore
right.
compared to like those other games. Like I don't know what FPS did you enjoy the most?
Definitely Counter Strike.
Okay.
I liked.
Just because it's like the classic one.
Well, it was the first for me. Yeah. It was also the first game that, unlike Call of Duty, took a lot longer. And once Counter Strike happened, Counter Strike broke me into the competitive scene correctly through good community. Yeah, like the people there weren't opposed to playing with a noob more frequently than the people in Call of Duty were. It was almost like the Call of Duty community was much more savage in the teaching, right? And they wanted a very good player off rip, and they expected that. And if it wasn't that, then they would just boot you, essentially, in most situations. They didn't have the patience to teach you what calling out correctly meant, you know? And in Counter Strike, I actually got so obsessed with learning that so that I could play Call of Duty or Counter Strike or whatever at a competitive level. Started watching the players and seeing what they did. And I ended up being, do you remember the term mastermind? Do you know what that is? There's like a fifth guy in most FPS games, or at least Counter Strike did for a while, and I'd seen players do it in Call of Duty too. Or a sixth guy, I should say, right? There's like a five-man team, and another dude who's not playing the game at all, but watching everyone scream. He's like the shot caller.
Okay.
That's the mastermind. He's basically a caster for the team, you could say, I guess, yeah? And he's the guy who's literally designing the routes, call-outs, and plays, and logic around such things for people to execute in the game. And that strategy within those games I was obsessed with. So for me, it's a different aspect. Go into Search and Destroy in Call of Duty and try to play those games with like no intention of taking it strategic, I don't enjoy. And I get where your frustration and other people's frustration comes from because of it. If I'm not calling that there's a dude dead,
There was actually
then
a game in the 2000s that was literally like this, where they had like someone in a commander's position seat. I can't remember what it was called, but there was like an actual game like that,
Red Alert,
and
Command
they
and
could like
Conquer,
grant certain. What's that?
Command and Conquer. Was it that one?
No, there was a hybrid like FPS, like almost like RTS game where you would be in like a commander seat and you'd have like 5 or 6 people on your team, and you would like go around and like direct them around the battlefield. But but you would give them directions and then they would have to carry them out. And then you could give like certain buffs and advantages to your team and stuff based on. It was like a really cool concept, but it just never got traction.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of that in the late 90s. 100% agree.
Yeah, I think this was early 2000s, but yes, similar time period.
Yeah, where games just didn't excel that had great potential. I fully agree.
Like they're super interesting, but I feel like this is part of the problem. It's like more complex, like the more complex art, like FPS games, the more one they kind of don't excel. I guess like it's generally the more simple ones that do rise to the top.
Yeah. Yeah,
Or now you have like that era of hero shooters. Yeah.
right. Counter Strike is huge proof of the simplicity thriving much longer and harder.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think Counter's a good game, but it's just like I'm just like I don't know. I can't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard, bro. I mean, I just had the right age and time for him to be obsessed with it correctly, and I
Sure.
only have recently, about 3 years ago or 4 years ago, like I'm saying, taken a hard push against playing shooting games in general. So I'm still like good enough to go. I could start streaming Battlefield 4 right now on all 5 platforms with a bunch of lag, and play good lineups where I know I'm gonna win the challenge and play pretty damn good. Like I could guarantee I come out positive on a bad
I'm
connection.
sure you could.
You know what I mean? And that's just come from all of the time from it. It's not necessarily that I'm even good at the game. It's just repeating processes that have worked, right?
And so now you're looking for like other games to play, basically.
And again, dude, honestly, if I could definitively prove that people weren't cheating once I put all that time in again to get comfortable, right, on one of these shooting games, if I could definitively prove that they weren't cheating at high level, and that was just a thing that the government maybe established, and somebody cared enough to
I
make
know,
the
dude.
correct.
People cheat at like at the high levels of like all of those games.
Exactly. So that's been the deterrent for me still, and it's not that I don't want to do those. It's that I absolutely would if I could.
It's like people cheat constantly in the game I play. Like even the IO game that I'm playing.
Yeah, not anything. They're dopamine fixed kids who have parents who showed them these really good games, and then they get on there because they have a cell phone and Google how to cheat in it, and then just do it. They don't ever
Yeah,
intend to
like
learn it.
and they get banned, but I think it's actually like a bunch of like they get banned, and you need a Steam account to play this game, so they just make a new Steam account and they buy a new game.
Yeah.
They
They
literally just like endlessly buy accounts.
I actually have resources for high-end hackers that I've seen where it's like 10 cents to get like a new copy of COD on a new burnt Steam account because they have so many millions of copies of like stolen games that they're actually making money from how many accounts they sell preemptively to people who are going to go get them burnt and cheat on them. So it's not 10 cents, but you're talking like the dumbest amount of money. Like if you were to buy like 2 copies of Call of Duty, they'd have like 12 accounts in comparison type number. And they can just keep repeating it. They don't gotta
So what
install a
kind
new
of games?
copy, they just run the old game on a fucking new account. You're 100% right.
Yeah, that's why like as I was saying, like I really like the PvP experience, but I want something that's more. Shit, it's like no, it doesn't have to be necessarily like deeply strategic, right? So like yeah, obviously like I love like strategy games and stuff like that. But the reason I like something like the IO or like something like the other game I was playing, or are you familiar with games like Project Zomboid as well?
I've seen stuff on it, I haven't played it myself. But I thought
Yeah.
it looked great.
What's that?
I thought it looked really good.
Oh, it is excellent, but it's I lost so many hours of my life to that game. But yeah, it's this where it's like not necessarily like a strictly PvP game, but there's always like an element of PvP in it,
Uh-huh.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of like what I want. I want things that have like an element of PvP.
You really
That,
don't know anything about Dark and Darker or these extraction medieval
yeah.
games.
I mean, I know what you've told me. That's about it.
Well, that's where, like I was saying, I found my niche a little bit better because I think that these games have a lot more potential to start coming out, one, and two, that they're different in the sense that I can counter a hacker from skill and game knowledge, even if they do come into play. It makes me inspired to be at the high level because I know that if I played my character perfectly and got really comfortable with him, that a guy who even has, like the Archer class is the best example probably, right? That's the only one with projectile headshot damage that matters and all those things, yeah? But they call it landmining in that game, when you just kind of wait at a door and you wait for them to come into that door, yeah? And I play my abilities correct in that moment. And I'm really simplifying the fuck out of this to make an example. But
Yeah.
there are logics around waiting correctly, right? This is actually like a first-person Dota. I would even describe it as closer to because you're kiting. Most of the players on the game, be it a mage or a wizard or a sorcerer or a cleric, all of them have ranged magic, yeah? And you have to like play off their distance game to be able to deal with them correctly. So kiting is a huge part of this game. It's actually immensely important, right? Just like in Dota,
I
your
get that.
spacing is huge. And then being able to space correctly with a melee weapon, you're moving slower when your weapon's out versus when your weapon's away. So these guys that cast, one of them, the sorcerer, doesn't even need to have weapons out of any kind to cast. He's running around barehanded the whole time, and he's throwing spells out with both hands. And you have to figure out how to close that gap, and not only close that gap, but be able to pull your weapon out in time to hit him before he still moved away even further. And then hopefully, like there's only one class that can do it. A barbarian will hit a Achilles, it's called, where he just slowed, and he can finish chasing him down with the hits, right? But then if the sorcerer teleports away, or if you just whiff a swing because you don't have your spacing correctly, then that whole chase was useless, and you're now down even more health. Like, you'll take him out just as you would think it should be, right? If you're a caster guy in cloth and I've got a giant axe, I'm going to take you out in 2 or 3 hits, tops, right? Just as it should be. But that caster, he touches you like 3 times, dude, you're done too. At any point, anywhere.
The only problem I have, I don't have any problem with your description of the gameplay. The only problem I generally have with the is like, I mean, I don't know enough about the game, but it's like in the game I'm playing, like technically people have outplayed hackers in it. Like,
Yeah,
give me a sec.
you're looking for the same consequence.
Yeah, it's no, I could just hear footsteps, so I had to like,
Are you a
I was
dinosaur
like,
right now? I'm about to
something's
buy
yeah,
this
I'm a
game.
dinosaur. I'm like something's gonna try and eat me.
The island it's called, right?
The Isle.
The Isle.
It's basically Jurassic Park, the game. Okay,
All right.
but yeah, it's like it's a PvP survival game. Like, so yeah. I guess the point of like using this is that
It's
I've
five
seen people
dollars
outplay
right now.
hackers.
The
Oh
Isle's
wow, that's crazy.
survival.
The Isle?
Yeah, the Isle, like ISLE survival, and it's yeah, you're a dinosaur. It's called survival or no? The Isle's survival.
No, it's not called survival.
Are you sure? Oh, it's not. This is a totally different game.
Yeah, it's just called The Isle.
Uh, is it on Steam?
Yes, it is.
Oh, here it is.
It's like $20.
View page.
It's it's $30.
With my adult
But
settings enabled, apparently.
the point is that like I've seen people outplay hackers, but then I've seen like the same hacker will just like respawn and then come back, and he's like running some script that makes him invulnerable, right? Because he lost, and I hope that there's like no way to do that in that game, but that's where it really comes down to like how the devs or the servers or whatever like manage the moderation around hackers, I think. Because
Yeah.
I think at like some level, like they work out like how to break the games, and yeah, it's always super satisfying when you outplay a hacker. I remember I used to do it in Dark Souls a lot of the time, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever played Dark Souls, but it was hilarious because you get people that would use like infinite item or infinite health hacks.
Uh-huh.
But then if you could get them to fall, if you could like kick them or off or get them to like fall off of a ledge, they'd still die.
That's what's up.
Right, and it was like really funny. He's like parry and then like kick people off ledges, if they've got like an infinite health hack.
Right, now it's the new goal. I feel that. It's awesome.
Yeah, yeah, but at the same time, but it's like, but sometimes in some games, I feel like there's like unfortunate because like the nature of the game, like there's like no way to deal with the hackers, and the devs just don't do enough. I hope that doesn't happen to the game you're talking about.
Yeah, that's not Dark and Darker right now. Dark and Darker is bad devs and bad logic. I'm more so intrigued by the idea of what that game is potentially putting out for other games. I brought it up, Mistfall Hunters. Yeah, they're like a third-person Souls-like game. They're a third-person Dark Souls, and
That's interesting.
you have better movement than any of those Elden Ring games or Dark Souls games had. You're literally like sprinting essentially, and you have 3, 2, or solo gameplays where you can come in and fight in a dungeon that has monsters like Dark and Darker, but those monsters are going to give drops, and so are the players if you take them out, and it's all the combined PvE PvP experience. What I really tried to push when I was playing those games and still play Dark and Darker occasionally is that you really should focus on PvP, even if you're in the most terrible gear, starting gear that they give you to come in with, so that you can at least keep your loot or do the right things to run while doing damage and not just purely run from people. Right? It adds that extraction element to the game for the people who really don't want a PvP. They could literally do like the minimalist logic, yeah, and then connect enough dots to be able to fight their way away from people. And I see that being enjoyable for people. For me, I want a PvP and I want to be the guy chasing down people. But both elements are enough there where if you took on a little bit of both, you could easily do either. You know? And I think those games have a lot of potential right now. I think Tarkov is a prime example of something that blew up because of the idea of you getting guns that you're not going to keep if you die, right? That was Tarkov's whole selling point, and it worked really well for them.
that's
It's super good. And I think that this has potential. That's what I'm hoping my niche gets into. And I think there's a lot of ways to elaborate on it. Like I just said, I'm open-minded enough where I'm not like going to tell you, you need to PvP. If you don't PvP, you're never going to make money and be rich. I'm like, if you just want to play the game and survive, that is part of the survival is PvP. Like you still got to embrace some of it at least, right? Or you shouldn't get into the game. Like, yep.
I agree.
It's fun, dude. It's good
God
stuff.
damn it.
No way
The
this is
entire
zombie
time you were
around.
talking, I was listening.
I know, you're good.
But yeah. I was getting chased, unfortunately.
Honestly, I'm gonna buy this game tomorrow. I've got to transfer funds when the bank's open, but I totally
I
have
you
everything
can
in my
always wait
savings.
for Grand Special. You know what? If you're interested in like weird asymmetric PvP experiences, it's quite interesting, right? For that, I think.
Oh yeah, no, I'm down. I've got like 13 on my Steam wallet, and I have money. I just don't have it transferred into the spot of the card where I could use it online. So tomorrow I'll get it though. I'll try it. You can have
Yeah,
me on
it's just
Discord and we'll play.
yeah. If you want, if I'm online, it's just yeah. It's a very interesting because like it's not always like PvP heavy though. It's like because it's a survival game, but then like it's either you're just like chilling and surviving, or it's like utter terror and you're like trying to survive, right?
Hmm.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's
Which I always
survival.
find
So
like really interesting.
yeah, it could be fun for sure. I definitely will try it.
I mean, yeah, I think there's like a lot of games you can try, right?
Let me ask,
But
do you get to like hunt dinosaurs? Like if you wanted to, and I strictly wanted to just look for other people to just murk all day,
yeah,
would it be
if you want to
super
do that,
difficult to find them, or would it be pretty easy?
um, it depends. There's usually hotspots on the map where there tend to be like higher levels of player activity, and if you hang around there, you will always run into other players. Like
Okay.
a full server should have somewhere between 100 to 120 people, depending on the
Yeah, no, I'm definitely
right.
interested in
So
that. That sounds
the
fun.
map is huge though, but players tend to congregate around like hotspots.
Okay. No, yeah,
Um,
I'm very intrigued by
and
that.
it's like very asymmetric in what you can play, right? So you'd probably be more interested in like the carnivores, I'm guessing.
Right.
Um, although there are herbivores that are very decent at PvP as well.
Okay.
But yeah, it's and they've all like each one has got its own like little unique mechanics and stuff, and like way you're playing. So, but it's definitely like an imbalanced game, if that makes sense. Like it's intentionally balanced.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because you have like, you know, like a tiny little dinosaur is never going to be as like powerful. But then, like there's these tiny little venomous things called Troodons, which can take out bigger things. In like if you like are running with like a pack of people, they can like tear down big things like by working together tactically.
And they do it quick, I assume.
But what's that?
They do it really quick if they have like the pack, right?
It's less that they do it quick. They're more about poison. So they like poison people and stuff, and you literally lose your sense of direction, and your vision becomes really narrowed, and you you can't actually tell which direction you're going in, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like you lose like your internal like compass and map basically
That's
on the
brutal.
game. Yeah, so it's like really hard to tell where you're going. But yeah, it's kind of other games do you play?
I mean, like PvP has been pretty much it for me. I'm really trying to get into this niche, like I was saying. I don't
Oh, that
the extraction, the medieval extractions, right?
yeah.
There's a few others coming out too, and in the community, obviously within this same mindset, you know, they talk about them a lot too. There's one that's a zombie-based one, which I feel like I really would be into, except for the fact that if their game ends up turning out like their alpha and they don't do something about a pretty incidentally obvious problem, I would think. Like I could go into trios on that game. Like remember how I was telling you it could be solo, duo, or trio, right? In almost every one of these games, that's across the board. I could go into a trio lobby as a solo in this zombie game, dude, and just run zombies down, and then bring them to the three-man team, and then like they have to now fight me and the zombies, right? Like that seems like a big problem right now for me. I don't know if I want to commit to that logic yet, you know. Um,
Hmm.
it seems like too much. I feel like that'd be an easy way to kind of break the game for people that are just trying to learn it or enjoy it or whatever, or even play
Yeah,
as like a
there are some
three-man
ways
with
to
your
like break
buddies.
these games. Yeah.
Yeah, there's always that. I agree. That just feels like something that has to be adjusted for me to get on board with that one. Anyway, there's a bunch of different games around this. There's like a whole anime variant of Dark and Darker that's already out and exists. I believe it's out, or it's also in the playtest too. Still, it's called Dungeon Stalkers. Dungeon Stalkers. That's the one. It's very much like Dark and Darker. You got stuff you loot, and you go through, and you run into a team eventually, or multiple, and it's all anime. And there's like jiggly anime chicks, and there's It's like an Archer or like, it's all medieval too.
I've never quite gotten into those anime, like those like very anime style games.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I don't know why. Um, because funnily enough, I am actually a massive anime fan historically at least, but I've never got into those games.
As far as like other games that I feel like in general would have potential that I'm personally for me to be interested because I feel like it's a big part. You
That
gotta,
game does sound like interesting, but yeah.
yeah, right. I gotta have something that I'm passionate enough about to be able to play it for 4 to 6 hours a day.
Yeah.
So like that part's imperative. I don't want to be half-assed about the happiness
Yeah,
at
and I
least.
think also like with those games, you kind of like want people to play with. I think it's part of it as well.
Yeah, which is why I'm in here too, because I don't feel like doing the same thing right now, and I've got a bunch of buddies who I could go hit up to play. But I thought this fucking Discord's amazing for this. I could come in here and chill, talk, have a good conversation with anybody like you that's at all cognitive, and I'm happy, and I get content still of single
I
player
know it's
games.
pretty
That
hard to find people that are cognitive in this server, dude.
I mean, I've been running into pretty few decent dudes already. I haven't had the worst time.
Yeah, but it's like what maybe like 1 in 20 people.
I don't know.
Actually, maybe like 1 in 10.
Yeah, I think 1 in 10 I get the
One
where
in
I
ten are
usually.
cognitive, and 1 in 20 is smart.
Yeah, but it's still fun. You come in here a lot of the time too, like anybody else, just to fucking not necessarily rage bait, but at least hear this person's idea, so you're more than likely gonna poop on it when you read the channel room, right? Like
Yeah.
you're coming in to kind of debate and not necessarily debate intelligently yourself. I would assume, like I do sometimes, right? You kind of just want to see what they're gonna go on about, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, no, there's a lot of good people. There's a decent amount everywhere. The the people I want to bring in and play with too. I also want that same thing you were talking. I think you said that earlier, or somebody else. The dead air thing. That's really imperative. You got to have good conversation and something to keep people wanting to
Yeah, I
hang out.
think, and if you don't have people watching your stream, like one of the best things to do is to have someone that you're playing with. And maybe
Minimum.
that's what one of the other guys meant about networking, because if you're playing with someone, like you'll be talking to each other.
Yeah.
And if you're talking to each other, then you have like, okay, okay, cool. You've already got like a basis of, so when someone joins in, they're going to hear something going on.
Yeah, they're gonna jump in. Potential is real, right?
Yeah.
I fully agree.
I'll be back in a minute. Sorry, my partner needs something.
Yeah.
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly.
Ooh, I have wood, right?
It's fine to be
Ain't no way I burned all the wood.
just to find some.
Actually, I think it's possible. I think I did burn all the wood. I must go out.
I hate all this overthinking. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking.
Oh, I'm so bad. Oh no, he's still up. Oh my goodness, 89. No armor is brutal. Terraria on the hardest mode, man. It's wild. Oh, the sword was such a bad choice.
Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights. Turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly.
Oh my. Oh, this is not leaving the button. Oh my. Bruh. I think we got enough wood. I think we go. We're just gonna keep coming. Cooked. This freaking game, man. I think we got enough though.
Take me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Feeling the lost inside you. In the black of night, make my way into your mind.
Bruh. There's so many zombies.
Just to know you knew restless
There's so much tankier in this mode. Need better weapons.
as
It's like not even realistic to fight them.
lost control. It's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Sing to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes.
Oh my goodness.
Till you're blinded by the lies. So you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking eyes up. Lost control. It's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Am I out of wood already again? This room is too small.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true.
Damn. Nice.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for
Wow. It's beautiful. Actually made this perfect. Hmm.
Hello.
Hello.
So it took me forever. My partner, she needed me to print out a bunch of stuff.
No, that's good. Happens.
Yeah.
Hello, person.
Oh. What are you doing at the moment? You said playing Terraria or something.
Yeah, yeah. You familiar with this game?
What's that? Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Word. I haven't played it in years, and I saw it when my buddy was trying to get me to play on it. I did like a really hard mode, apparently. So let's see what this is like. Kind of invested a decent amount of time already because Brett said he was gonna play and then also opted out. So
Oh, that's unfortunate.
yeah, it's alright though. I'm still kind of curious what this game's like, and it's not a huge amount of time to invest. And kind of back to what we were talking about, I don't mind creation games. I feel like they're really good too. You know, I used to want to be a engineer of some kind when I was younger, so this is definitely up my alley.
Oh, that's where I think you definitely have to try. I mean, maybe it won't be your style, but I think that's where you definitely enjoy a game like Art Project Zomboid at some point. Just because there's so much creativity involved in it, plus the inherent danger, plus like it's a mixture of like PvP, PvE, and like creativity. I think.
Really? Is there building like a bases and stuff?
Yeah, you can build bases and stuff like that, right?
Really?
Like, well, wait, do you know anything about like so? It's like a more 2D kind of like pixely, not pixel, but like old school looking game, right?
I've seen some gameplay.
Not 2D, it's like top down, right? So like more like old school isometric. But yeah, like it's set in like real world, like Louisville, not Louisville, Kentucky, real world Kentucky. So like yeah, you go around, you see, you go in and out of buildings, and yeah, with because there's so much modability to the game. Like you're usually playing on private servers, or they're all private servers. There's like lots of mods, so yeah, people build like quite a lot of like very complex stuff. Like we had like a really complex like farming and plumbing system in ours as well. I remember
You don't
just
say.
dumb stuff like that. But at the same time, we were also like in this like weird tit for tat like war with like some other faction that kept like trying to harass us and steal our shit.
Damn. And this one is also $20 right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always $20. I don't know. I just like these like weird little indie titles, I guess.
Yeah.
As much as I like the big like games. Like, yeah.
No, I hear you. I definitely will consider. I'm gonna look more into it before I actually buy it.
I
but-
would say though, with that one, there is a problem right now where the devs, another dev problem. But right now, the game is going through a new. It's in like a beta build, if that makes sense, for the like new patch. And the multiplayer isn't on beta build, so it's not possible to play like the new build. And so it's like hurt the multiplayer scene quite drastically, basically. You can play. There is a multiplayer scene, but it's like much smaller than it should be because they're cut out of the new gameplay until
Okay.
like the beta build's finished.
Yeah.
I think it's a really weird decision to split your multiplayer and single player base. But they're basically like we need to work out like all the bugs before we make it multiplayer available.
Okay.
It's dumb in my opinion, but what are you gonna do? I don't develop the game.
Yeah. Right. I still I'd be a good game designer too after the shit I see come out all the time.
I feel like so much is.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to say than do, obviously too. But I don't know. I still feel like so much of it could be better in so many ways.
That's funny. Ran across another player.
Was it a humble interaction or?
Yeah, it's like a little bird dinosaur. Like a little... They were like hiding up a tree.
Nice.
some people just play it to like see how long like they play as like things that essentially can't fight, but they just play to see how long they can kind of survive and stuff.
Hmm. Yeah, I can see that being
No.
entertaining when you're in a
What's
world of I can see that being entertaining when you're like in a world of dinosaurs. Makes
Yeah, I've done
sense.
it before. I played one where it's just like, haha, you can't catch me.
Yeah.
I just like ran around carnivores, like, dodging and like draining them. And you can like attack them and stuff, but you'll never, probably almost like never do enough damage to kill them. Because if you make one mistake, you'll die. But it's very entertaining to like dip in and out of harassing them,
Yeah. I can imagine.
knowing that
They could just one shot
Like
you,
they can-
right?
they'll probably one or two shot you depending on the size of the dinosaur. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that part of it too? Like you're growing the entire time?
Yeah, there's one where you grow endlessly. This one, your growth caps out at adult. Like you become an adult and your growth caps out.
Hmm.
But yeah, like right now, I'm only like 20% grown, and I think we discovered that way the health works in the game is each kilo is like a HP point.
Of like new HP or like
So
regenerating health?
No, so like so your HP, your max HP, scales with how much your character weighs, like your dinosaur weighs.
Oh, okay,
So
the kilos of weight.
heavy dinosaurs have more HP.
Yeah, okay.
If that makes sense. So
Yeah, I mean, that
you
makes
get some dinosaurs that are literally like 8 tons, so they have like 8,000 HP at max growth.
right.
The devs are tricky; they hide all the numbers, so it's all like player, which I actually kind of like that the devs don't release the numbers because I really like the idea of like players doing all the player math to try and work out what's going on in the game.
Yeah, well, that's smart. There's something a good selling point to keep you into it.
I mean, I'm sure you've seen like YouTube channels and stuff like that where, I mean, I think this happens with all the games. Because if the devs don't release the exact numbers around the game, like YouTubers will endlessly go around and like analyze the game and like work out like exactly like how certain interactions work or certain numbers work, right? I think you said you used to play RuneScape and stuff, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, and I think like that very much happened in something like RuneScape, didn't it?
About the devs,
Where there was probably like,
figuring out the numbers?
yeah,
About the
people
players?
would like min-max and figure out different numbers and different things in it. No?
Oh, okay, so like the builds and the pure aspect. Yes.
Oh, this is new.
Yeah, the players I guess kind of mapped that initially. Yeah, but go ahead. Yeah.
No. That's it. That's what I'm saying.
So
Like, I guess the devs do. I mean, do they like if they like I don't know in like when they release like a new thing, they don't actually release the numbers around it, do they? Right?
yeah, no, I guess. Well, okay, so this is a weird thing that happened eventually with RuneScape is we ended up getting a client that let me stream.
Okay.
This explanation would be better. Am I interrupting your thing by streaming or no? We'd be able to see.
No, I've got 2 screens.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
I used to have 3. But I've only got 2 now.
nice. Okay, give me. There it goes. I played this game. I'll tell you that. I don't know if you're familiar with the numbers, of roughly how long it takes to max out a stat in this game.
No, I never played RuneScape.
You're talking like a rough minimum of like 2 to 3 months on like a skill that you can't cheese. Yes, would be.
Yeah, there was only ever one. God, it looks so old.
Yeah, there's the client for that too. We get all of this stuff now. This is what I was about to show you. We get everything mapped out for us at this point, to the level, to the everything. This client does everything and anything. When a new boss comes out, it already knows because of percentages. So,
See, that feels like it takes away some of the fun of the game, though.
oh, absolutely. It's more of the best side of this tool is to describe what's the way?
But you can't not use the tool, because if you're not using the tool, you're basically putting yourself at a major disadvantage.
Yeah, there is. I mean, this game really comes down to movement and how you do move when it's like high level bossing and raids and stuff, right? So I mean, you don't need it. It does make it dramatically easier, yes, but it's not a thing where unless you're in PvP does that really come into play. But yeah, it maps everything. Like you were talking about the statistics of like to make a num. Am I hallucinating?
1 second.
What the hell has happened here? What did they do? Okay, so if, like, remember how you were saying about the mapping of the numbers to determine something? Your combat level is what you were referring to, right? Your total amount of levels in combat stats determine a total overall level of your character. I am supposed to be level 89, and I'm not actually understanding why I'm not. I don't know if there's some major update I missed, but my character's level is 89, according to max, range, strength, and magic. I have completely leveled up with 80 attack, which is the highest tier of weaponry in the game, short from one weapon. I can use anything in the game with I'm a glass cannon account. I'm literally like, this was like my grown man accomplishment of this game. I've never had one defense with complete combat stats at perfect levels, and I never thought I could do it, honestly. Like, it was a crazy grind, because every time it would happen, I would fuck up and get the defense level leveled up, do an inappropriate quest, and get like 81 attack, which determines a perfect level. You have to have exactly the amount of numbers correct to calculate where you would be in your bracket of PvP. You know? So I...
Get it? So it's,
Go ahead.
yeah. So yeah, you need to maintain like a certain exact level to be in that certain exact bracket.
Yeah, and you can
That's
simplify...
it.
I was just gonna say, you could simplify this too without even having the numbers if you base your character off a weapon or a style of weapons, you know? Like 50 attack is probably the best weapon in the game overall. This is used at the highest end of completely max defense and everything else. This weapon is a catalyst to all the other weapons. It hits one time instantaneously when you click the special attack button. It instantly hits an additional hit. So you can combo that weapon with other really disgustingly strong weapons, right? So a lot of people make a 50 or a 60 attack account, and then they have the most playability of the game. And as far as members go, this is if you're going to pay the monthly rate to play, or earn it by killing people. What happened with RuneScape like years ago is they started selling membership in game.
Yeah, I played another MMO that did that.
Yeah, like WoW did it eventually too, is another one, right? But if I go in here and I typed Bond right now, and I wanted to buy one, they're 13 mil, and I have 17. Plus, if I look at the chat, this is another thing the client does, one of the many things it can do. I can right click this weapon right here and find out it's worth 56 million gold, right? This is a very new item that came out, and I earned enough to get it so I could try it out and see if I liked it in the real game.
So I'm assuming that the way you buy membership is the same way. Well, I know which game pioneered it, so it's other players buying the membership and selling it in market for gold, correct?
Yes, as well as if you're trying to not be one of those people who buy it from the website to get the in-game currency, you can just fight people in this game, has been my way of progression. I will go fight other people who risk the same, if not more than me. And this area, actually, we step off this stone and we're now in PvP logic the second we step off in a particular world, right? But then the other area is like a set fighting area called Bounty Hunter, and in there it's the same thing. You lose everything on you if you skull up, meaning you attack somebody, you get a skull above your head. You get one item you can protect if you don't get smited. This is arguably the hardest PvP game in the world at like high level. I would still say today of anything I've played. I don't know if there's anything I would compare it to in difficulty, but if you watch...
I always find the word hardest odd.
Yeah, but it's a
It
comparably
is.
simple thing to differentiate differences. I agree, right? Like depending on the person. But dude, like this game, it's just three buttons. I hit F1, F2, and F3, and I have to cycle between these menus while guessing the next player's turn, like a chess game, right? This game at high level, if you understood what was happening as far as like the gear swaps, the prayer protection to determine if you're going to hit melee ahead of time, range ahead of time, or magic ahead of time, I'm going to predict these things while boosting my melee with these two, boosting my range when I'm using the bow, or boosting my magic when I'm using the magic. We have to
I think
try.
it's complex, but I don't think I guess something I've argued is that at a high enough level, but once you pass a certain level of complexity, it doesn't really matter how complex the game is. Like humans would never be able to cap out at the highest end of like playing the game perfectly.
That's
So
fair.
it doesn't. So it's like. So like
I,
people used to argue about League and Dodo, like which is better at PvP. I'm like, the best League players in the world are still not as good as they could possibly be in the game. Um,
uh-huh.
and that's the same with the
That's
best Dota players, right?
that's a.
Um,
I see what your point is. Yeah. Oh shit! What the fuck? Holy shit! I just meant to disconnect the stream. I swear that was a stupid press.
that's right. You only just yeah.
Go ahead. I still want to hear your
Yeah,
argument
so
though,
like
but
I think it's
I
like
think I
it's
get what you're saying
obviously
already.
like it would be very hard to play at the highest level, but I think every game is very hard to play at the highest level unless it's like incredibly simple, right?
Hmm.
Like even chess, like you use chess, like playing chess at the highest level, it's incredibly hard, right? And
Yeah.
it's any non-solved game is incredibly hard, I guess I'd say.
Any non-solved game, anything that can't
Yeah, non-solved.
like not have a set prediction.
Yeah, so like obviously like checkers is a solved game. Like we know all the possible moves within checkers. Technically, if
Hmm.
you could memorize the more optimal moves and responses, like you should always know what to do in the game of checkers, right?
Yeah.
Like the obvious one is like tic tac toe. It's like a solved game as well. Like you should never lose a game of tic tac toe if you know like the basic pattern of it. But I guess like the complexity comes from not just recognizing the pattern, but like the inputs of those patterns. It makes it really hard.
Hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I get it. I wouldn't deny that it's like hard to play that. Like it's really hard.
I'll say that it's not necessarily like think of like why people enjoy Call of Duty. I think is a comparable logic, right? Or like any shooting game. Even though it's the same map we played 100 times, it has different outcomes, fucking all the time, right? Um, and not if you look at it on a deeper level, I guess, which isn't that deep. You're playing the same map. The guy doesn't appear at the same time in the same place. He appears in the same place maybe, but he still appears at a different time as you push. And knowing how to deal with that, well, then another guy shows up at a different angle that's got that same lineup, right? And you now have to choose between two crossfires and who to challenge first. That's what I was addicted to with the shooting games. Yeah. So it's that the RNG of RuneScape itself is like you could hit a zero when the guy has no health, and you can't even predict that, right? That's but then the guy that you're like it's so much to explain. If you were to watch like a high level player and go on a YouTube video of trybirding of RuneScape, right, and then turn the speed down to 0.25, you would be like, what the fuck? Once you realize what you're actually witnessing. Because my examples of all the shit I just showed you, yeah, those are different things that are happening all at once simultaneously while you're changing gear. And it's basically like, you know how when you make like a big mistake and it costs you so much?
Yeah.
In RuneScape, it gives you like the outcome of that as a potential, but it doesn't guarantee it. And it also, they call it a chance whenever I hit you with like, say a 20, but a 25 would have killed you. And I can hit like 30, right? Let's use that as an example. So you fucked up, I hit a 20, and I hit it on the moment where you had robes on, like you were wearing cloth for a magic cast, and I hit you with melee, and you didn't even protect melee in time, right? All those things happen simultaneously, and it's like, even though it's a guessing game, and there's logic to RNG of you fucking up those hits, and you chancing a guy who should have been dead because you did melee on the lowest defense stat he was wearing in the moment and didn't have prayer up, there's still guys that are within this community, like Odablock, the most notorious dude, for example, does stuff on such a consistent basis, it's like it makes us think RNG isn't real. If that kind of makes sense. It makes us think that the numbers are rigged and this dude has actually mastered RNG. Like there's a notorious guy within the game called Wooks, who also streams, but he was for a long time more just uploading content that was fucking ridiculous within the community. Right? Like there was a monster in the game called Jad who could one hit you. The fire cape that was on the back of my character, the moving lava cape, that thing is how you get it. You got to fight one Jad. Bro fought like 7 Jads through a tick manipulation bug that involved him hitting like 1 damage on 1 Jad at a time with 1 inventory of food, fighting 7 Jads at once through a simulation that's within the game. You get like, this wasn't like a setup thing, like a setup created there's like an area in the game where we can go fight 7 of the hardest monster in the game, or at the time the hardest monster I should say, right? And to complete that at all is fucking insanity because you're going between each rotation of the Jad's spells, and he can hit all 3 styles. He can only hit 2 if you're at distance, but regardless, it's 7 different protections that have to be in sync in a pattern. And dude did it with like nothing but like a recoil effect or like a kick or like the weakest shit in the game, and fought all 7 and killed them all.
I mean, yeah, there are these players that are. I've seen it across the game. They're just insane.
Dude, and it was a thing that required timing on like a perfect basis too. I didn't actually express this. One of them, like I forget his name, but you could use a ring of recoil, which every time you take damage, you hit back damage to the thing that hits you, right? He used that ring to kill fucking the Jad in the real game, in the real fight, and did it with the tick manipulation thing that I meant to say. That's what it was. If you hit food the second the hit comes, you do basically a glitch where the game could have killed you but didn't. And so they don't get like an infinite health bug necessarily, but they do get like a moment where they would have died, right? And so in the perfect pressure, a perfect timing of a perfect fucking reaction on repeat type shit, dude. It was nuts. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I get it. Like, you're like perfect and stuff.
Yeah. So if you did like the hardest boss in Dark Souls, but with like a torch, like some people have.
Oh yeah. Bro, Dark Souls speedrunners they're just weird. Okay.
Yeah. I would feel the same way when I'm looking at people in pixels on RuneScape doing these insanely impossible things that you shouldn't even be done. That's exactly how I feel.
No, I get it. Yeah, there's like insane things that people do. This is like, dude, how?
Yeah. And the high level stuff in the PvP, like you just have to witness it to see the difference. Like I was saying, you predict the combat ahead of time, and at the same time, you prime yourself for the best damage on like 6 different buttons, essentially. While switching gear, which is like another 4 different clicks. While clicking the guy in between every time you eat to keep your health up. Like it's so much click intensity that like, and thought process on top of it, it's just unreal in comparison to anything I've seen. I still feel.
No, I get it. I guess like, well, problem is like I've seen like I don't know. Like for me, it's always just like really hard to distinguish between like because like if you look at like the highest level of like StarCraft players or the highest level of like MOBA players or the highest level, like it feels like it's really hard to say that like one is harder than the other.
Yeah. No, I agree. I still think you're right about that.
Yeah. Because like some people would say like an RTS like our RTS player is like better because like not like if you ever watch like high level StarCraft 2 PvP where they're multitasking. Like, they're
I've seen
like, managing like 3 or 4 different like groups of people like microing them like individually splitting the units.
Yeah, I've seen it on Age of
Like
Empires.
they've all got like 500 APM. It's like what?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they're like necessarily like more skilled. It's just like they're skilled in a certain area.
Yeah.
Like I don't think that skill like necessarily translatable to another game.
Right. That's a fair way to
They'd
put
probably
it.
be very good at another game, but they probably wouldn't be like necessarily the best.
Right.
Although apparently there are a few players that are like that good. I don't think she keeps sending me to print something. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, you're good, bro. No worries.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized
Hello.
by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide.
How is it going, person? Are you having a good day?
Hold tight,
Okay. Hello. How's it going, person? Are you having a good day? Would you like to debate something? Are you open for it?
No, I'm here to listen.
That's allowed. The other guy just stepped away to go help his partner with something, so it may be a second, but you are obviously welcome to stay. If you have anything, you change your mind. I'm pretty open, dude.
No.
Okay. All good. Oh.
Seeing monsters at your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream. Until our last breath, every heartbeat.
Hello, person.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I am doing well. How are you doing today?
That's phenomenal. I'm happy. I woke up, you know?
How unfortunate.
Oh, what?
I'm kidding.
Tripping. I'm happy we're here.
You in the U.S., Dylan?
I am. I'm in California specifically.
Have you heard the latest in the politics right now in terms of like Trump and his federal order and everything?
I've heard about my mom being fairly upset, talking about martial law, trying to get familiar with him here, and Texas, that's what you're referring to.
So no, it's not in Texas. It's in D.C. Where he's at. He's pulled in the National Guard and doing an unprecedented, historic thing that's never been done before. Right after the thing in Texas with the gerrymandering and all the Dems leaving Texas and stuff. They're also, I was just talking to someone a little bit ago in Seattle. Supposedly they are abducting people, like ICE and all that. They're pulling people in. I'm sure. I know you've seen it there in California. I've got family. I'm from Cali myself, so I know all the protests and all the craziness going up there as well.
Yeah, I haven't been really involved just because I've always stood on a independent outlook to all this, and I just don't. It's not that I don't
There won't
think
be
it's
much room to stay independent though if there's a civil war, especially if martial law and he starts abusing powers to control us. I mean, you can't if it gets to that point.
Right, and that's 1,000% where I agree with you. And I feel like if I have to choose a side, I'm just going to do the benefit to me and my family like anybody else would, I would assume, the most, and hope that it can be brought into a better place, dude. Like, it's a heavy thing. I've actually chosen the majority of my life to stay out of politics logic. I enjoy this server more so for the just talk, but I'm not against talking about anything. I'm a really open dude, and I can see you're pretty passionate about it,
Well, actually, I mean, I'm much like you. I stayed out of it. I've always stayed out of politics. I've thought left versus right is just silliness. But, lately it's been top versus bottom. And that is actually the true struggle in America and across the globe. And there's a lot of people talking out against the upper class, the owning class, the ruling class. And, they're controlling what they're doing to us. And this is kind of back,
I feel like it's actually impacting you directly.
Yeah, left or right doesn't really affect you. It's still these people, but top versus down 100% does.
Yeah, right. No, I hear you. I'm like I'm saying, I make your point, and if it's really, I definitely don't want to be involved, but I have to. But if it comes to that point, like...
Yeah, then the world's gone to shit and our life is different, yeah.
Yeah, she was saying that Texas and California were the next to have martial law, this kind of logic implemented. Do you know anything about that, or...?
It makes sense. I mean, they've already been doing it. I mean, they've had ICE out there and doing stuff, and he said this is going to be quick and fast, and they're going to do it really aggressively, and then they're going to move on to other places.
Yeah. So, other than the people that have, like, obviously what I have heard, at least that were just of a different nationality and wrongfully put in these concentration camps, right? And then there's people who I've heard about that were just opposing him, kind of dictatorial logic, just decided to
throw them in.
Yeah, the No Kings groups.
Yeah, so that's got a lot of validity, I assume then.
Yeah, all of it. It's really picking up pace, and it's literally like the last month, but specifically since the whole dim going out of Texas, it's spiraling quick.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. I mean, what do you want to discuss about it? Is there anything that you think is?
Just bringing awareness, not particularly. Just curious if you had heard about what's going on currently, and we're keeping up with it.
Yeah, like I'm saying, I've heard the important stuff in family, but no, not like on any kind of in-depth level. So I appreciate you like expressing it the way you are. If you're passionate about it, you probably should hear it. I'll take some more time to do it for sure myself too.
Yeah, and it's gonna. I mean, they are keeping it hush hush. There's a lot of censorship going on, but it's all gonna crack soon, I think. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean the censorship thing's not new, that's for sure. That's been getting worse and worse every year.
Yep. As these big corporates, buy all of the different, news outlets and things, it's all their message, what they want said.
Right. Yeah, that's been Western propaganda as a term, I mean,
Have you heard anything about this, Julius? Do you hear anything about all the
he
protests and everything
are you
over there?
Julius, or are you AFK still? He might be AFK still. He stepped out to help his partner or something like 3 or 4 minutes ago. It was about this long. He'll probably be back in a minute, honestly.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like I just started trying to be like on the streaming logic, and I've accumulated like 500 followers already, and made some pretty crazy goals happen, and it's been cool. But like, I'm not like doing anything for society either with this, at least not yet. It's hard to make an impact on people or do anything that's big. I've been talking about this last couple days. If any of my good ideas do blow up or are good, I'm just gonna get other people with bigger followings taking the ideas immediately. I feel.
Right.
And
So
it's like a defeating purpose to do this until I have some level of credibility to where it's like, I don't know, it matters, and then people can't just like shut me down with their following and do it better, essentially because they have the monetization, money, and everything else going for them.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say. Is these policies are all based on the principle of money. But if you're doing it for a purpose or a mission, it doesn't matter what you're paid. The money is not the most important thing in the universe. It's really, honestly, like one of the least important things. That's what they say is important, so they can stay in control. But if you're passionate, you think you've got good ideas and things, it's good to be speaking about them. That's why I'm on here, and I have recorded myself, and this has been a progress. I definitely started with other ideas and other reasons, but it's evolved into this, understanding that the money is corruptive, that the love of money is the root of most evil, Mammon, as they call it, of Christ's time. This greed and the need to control and own things, it builds a sense of self-righteousness, of being correct because you have money. You can get out of jail, you can murder people, you can do all these crazy things, and you're still right because you have money.
Right. Holy crap, there's something on top of this whole time. That's nuts. You're not wrong at all. I want to speak about this stuff and be vocal. And the money shouldn't be what controls people. The problem I have personally is if I can't make that wasn't you who left, right?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, but if I can't make my bare minimum from doing this to at least pay my rent and hopefully
Right.
have somebody to save,
And
then
that's
I'm
part
cooked
of
off,
the setup. You're right. They make it so hard that you've got to focus on survival versus what you want to be doing, and it's ridiculous. It
Absolutely
shouldn't be
the
this
problem.
difficult.
Yeah, it's not that I want to obviously like be the best in the world at anything. I think everybody should have doing something if we can. I also embrace the fact that, like my dad said for a few years now, prior to how bad or crazy at least it's gotten, not necessarily bad yet, I guess. AI is going to be a lot of innovation and technology and job stealing and logic, and he's been on that for 5 years. So I've already kind of embraced a lot of the logic of like I need to be more creative and find something that I enjoy, so that I can at least project some kind of art.
I hate that people worry about stealing our jobs. Job means something you don't want to do, that they pay you to do, that you don't have to. We want robots to steal our jobs. Great.
I'm on that.
Then we get freed of those obligations.
Yeah, I'm on
They're
that
not gonna
same
just stop
thought.
feeding us.
Right. I'm on the same thought process too. I actually really do agree with that logic. I definitely see that art has made a crazy impact in this same field, and it's not like I'm succumbing to be an artist that I don't want to be. It's more so that like I feel like this is the best way to reach people if I do have an idea that does make connection happen in a better way for people or something, right? Like this seems like a great way to speak out and still do something I love at the same time, which is video games, and still bring something of value. But again, I don't speak on what I actually have as a set plan for that same reason we just talked about. But I can promise you that like if I got to the point where I was receiving enough following that I felt was like genuine people and wanting to back me and stuff, that I don't think there's a single person who would think my idea was not worth the time of pursuing, right?
Right,
I
right. I
don't
get
think
that,
there's a
but
single person that would be like,
we all
this is
have
a
those
useless
things, right?
thing.
Anyone that's interested in these things have those aspirations. You know what I mean? Like we're all recording our thoughts and beliefs and why we feel that way. It's
Yeah.
kind of goes with the territory.
Yeah, right. If your idea is to impact and help people, you think it's the greatest idea ever by default, as you should, I
Right.
think, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying too that like, I mean, at the end of the day too, like the simplest point of this, that if someone who has this level of attention on them all the time doesn't use it consistently in some way to benefit other people, be it charity or fucking, I mean, even lessons or teaching this thing that they love to help people understand it better. It doesn't matter what it is. If they don't use it for that though, and they just use it as this thing to chase the money, like you were just saying too, it doesn't feel like
To own and control.
yeah, it doesn't feel like a fucking a privilege that they've been given, as opposed to like this thing that they've earned through their time and dedication and hard work of posting
Because
videos.
they're born into it and then told they're like the most amazing thing in the world because they have this money and they start to believe it because that's all they know and everyone bows to them and so they believe their ideas are
Yeah,
better than others.
and I would even argue that most people are not like this, but I would say that there's quite a few that are not really getting the idea that they're supposed to be someone of influence in a good way. And I feel like I inherently have been that in my life before ever trying to seek any level of fame, let alone even really want that. Just more so a level where I'm, again, comfortable and I can still do things to help people with what their struggles are. I think all those things go hand in hand if you're supposed to be someone that is like quote unquote someone, right? Like, not that, you know, I don't know. I really don't want to be famous. I think there's a huge side of it that freaks me out and why I've been so hesitant about taking this serious. It's just the set like I have family and I don't want them to be impacted by my dumb choice if I ever accidentally made one like anybody else, right? Good. I
Right.
think there's a lot of negatives to having any kind of real huge fame, and I really just don't want that either. I want to stay within
Certainly.
my branch and still hopefully if I
Unless
get
you're known
sponsorship.
for the right
and-
things.
Yeah, and I am. I'm saying I'm not known for negative things. I mean, I'd be known for the rightest things ever and making the best choices on everything, but I'm not known for doing a bunch of negative stuff either. Like I hear constantly with people
Right.
who get this position and just sit there based on trying to still be that character, even in a lot of aspects. I don't feel like it's the same kind of
Certainly.
entertainment, but I don't know. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of beauty in it, and there's a lot of responsibility that comes with it too. And I don't think I'm against all that. I'm kind of freaked out at the same time of being too huge. I don't think that's necessary. And I just want to do enough to where I'm helping people. I want to be enough to where like these sponsorships can go towards, you know, whatever level I need, and then after that hook people up and communities and charities and logics with good in general past me. I'm cool with all that. I'm way cool with that idea. I get to play video games.
I keep a few sayings that I have in life. You know, you're good, brother. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. You're right. The idea
Yeah,
that
definitely.
you had to figure it
One of
out
my
so you could enjoy each other's
ideas that
company
I had,
and
and
just
I
rely
wonder,
on
curious if it's
being
going
able
to
to
be
tap
close
out
to
at
what
any point
yours
with the screen.
is I had this idea for, I labeled the social center. It's a place to go to meet people in reality, to leave screens at the door, and to focus on hobbies and real life activities, and to develop friendships. Because currently, unless you pay, you know, $200-300, you can't go out and do anything. There's nowhere to make friends and to learn how to socialize.
Yeah. No, I'd say my idea's got a similar logic to a level, but it's not anything actually like that, no, necessarily.
No worries, yeah.
But I don't think there's anything wrong with that idea. I think that's a phenomenal idea that I'm sure is executed on some level in some communities. Obviously, it's not
Right,
like
they
it's
have like
yeah. They have to pull it down. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's real.
community centers or libraries or things, but for the most part, everything's a business, and if it's not making them money or being a huge profit thing, that it's not kept. It's funny too. I'm actually in the job market right now, and I want to work for like a family-owned company, Missouri, all over the place, and it's definitely over the years, it's gotten worse and worse and worse.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not gonna find it, but most situations where it's a small town, they're gonna already be fully booked on people. And a
But even
backup
the
dude
small
ready to
towns
work
now
there,
are
'cause no
being
one wants
overrun.
to
I mean,
do
where I lived
exactly what
in
you're
this
talking
place
about
is
and do
called
the main stuff,
Durant,
especially if they're from said small
Oklahoma.
town,
Like it
right?
literally
So
like
it's
a
like,
bumfuck Egypt.
yeah.
And they have casinos, they have
Hmm.
Chevrons, Walmarts. I mean, all of these things, they're all there. The Crickets, Ford, and any and every one of those corporate entities are still these even, 100,000, less 10,000 population towns.
Right. you said you're 37, so you witnessed a little bit more life outside and had that real interaction than I have. I'm about to be 32, so you had
No,
more time.
I missed most of it as a child. I like I was saying, I was the early generation of screen addiction. You know, my dad worked a lot and left me on you know, and I won't say he was a single father, but you know, my mom and him weren't together, so I spent most of the time with him, and it was either books or video games or TV. I didn't have friends. I didn't have a social life, and I know for me, it took me 30 years of life to finally understand this and get out of my cage and start having my own life for myself and being my own story. And I fear, you know, for these generations now that can't see their way out of that. That's so hard to do already for me.
Yeah, you
And
just
then,
gotta kind of pray on the old teachings is literally like the situation, you know.
yeah, but our parents aren't teaching anymore. They are too busy with their jobs and their TVs and their phones and doing these things. They're the first narcissists. They have it the worst. I think I most of the generation above me that I have met are the most narcissistic, self-centered, greediest people I know.
So then, I mean, would you say that this is all bad then, and that like there's no fix if they can't even teach us, or that this
So
could lead to a difference in some other way?
my uh, my whole contention is against the love of money. It is what Christ talked about. It's what the Buddha talked about. It's been around for the last 10,000 years, since the agricultural revolution, this idea of ownership, that I spent 40, 80 hours this week on this land, and so all my time and effort means I own this land now, and anyone new coming onto it, I now own them. The owning class versus the slave class. This developed into money, which allowed them to, you know, exert their influence even further. But Christ was one of the biggest proprietors of giving up all wealth, of sharing, of caring, of love, of kindness, of compassion. You know, these ideas that money, the love of it, is what's destroying our culture have been echoed for thousands of years, and we have been fighting it for a long time, and it's still winning.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it is, and it's I mean, I don't know that it's gonna change soon, bro. I think if anything, now that this money stops working, they're just gonna keep going with the credit system, and will be more similar to China than anything recognizable with paper. It'll be paying with your
I don't
hand.
know. I've been hearing a lot more people echoing my thoughts. It's super strange. So when I first got on Discord on these servers, on these politics and stuff, it was probably 8 months ago. Like, everyone in their child had never heard of BlackRock, had never understood any of these policies, any of this stuff. And then over the last 8 months that I've been talking about it, as I've developed my understanding of it, I'm hearing it echoed in reality over and over, and it's getting worse and worse. And it's like all of these thoughts and opinions and trains of thought that I'm coming to, the world is moving with me. And I think here soon we will understand that money is what's destroying us, and that we are. Do you know how many species are dying a year? Was I in this room when I asked this earlier?
No,
Do you know, though, how many
no,
species
not above.
are dying? It's over 10,000 a year.
Yeah,
It's unprecedented. It's ungodly. It's destroying our whole ecosystem. We are probably on the precipice of complete natural collapse. We know it, and things will have to change here quickly, or we will eradicate ourselves.
right. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. And there's a bunch of scientific studies going around the logic of we're already too late. Even, I mean, that seemed pretty valid.
Right. With our current technology and everything going on, we are too late. But that is not to mean that we are actually too late, just as far as we understand. You know what I mean?
Right, and I'm not like, I mean, I don't know if you saw those stuff in my profile or whatever. Those are just words I put in to get into the server initially, like a couple years ago probably. And I'm not super active in here either. Nobody really knows me. I've actually changed my Discord name even a couple times doing the Twitch thing. No, but the stuff you're talking about, my dad has like talked to me about since I was a child, because I'm on stream right now. This is such a deep subject. Um, when I was like 13, I already knew about the Illuminati, right? Like I at least knew that this thing existed. It was
And
superpower.
Zionism.
I'm not actually. That's what I was saying, is that those aren't real. I put Zionist and Buddhist because I didn't know how official or real this Discord was. And so I did it in order to, and I think I can change it still, and I just haven't. But I did it as a contradiction or a joke, as a conversation starter.
Well, I was actually, but that's not what I said. Actually, I was laughing about your Buddhism and nihilist. I thought those were very counterproductive.
Exactly.
but,
That was the whole point of
um,
doing it. Exactly. Because Zionist is like the royal difference. Buddhism is like the poverty difference of happiness, right? And then nihilism is like they're both just like what? Like it was a joke. It was 100% a joke, the rules.
But my question though, you were talking about like the Illuminati. Did he also talk to you about Zionism and like its roots in our the last
Not
120 years?
not in the fullest level. I did a bunch of the research myself years ago because again, I was like kind of obsessed with this logic as a kid. You know, once I found out about Illuminati in itself, I know about like the Matrix. I think explains Zionism in a way that is factual to that reality, if that makes sense. Do you see what I'm saying, kind of?
No. Well, first let me ask you, what is Zionism to you?
Kind of the same correlation as Illuminati, a group that just runs. And from what I understood from the stuff I remember looking up, again, this is hella years ago, and I could absolutely be wrong, and talking out my ass to level. What I heard is it's essentially like an Illuminati as far as like a royal hierarchical type that thinks that they're above everything in this control scheme sense, the same way Illuminati does, right? Zionists are like perfectionists and like high level variants of, instead of demonic worship, they're whatever their religion and logic is in Zionism, I don't know, but I do know that they're, from what I remember again, was like this pristine class of person, right? And their
So-
way is the only way, was more like almost like an inherent right. But go ahead.
So back in 1890, this group of Jewish bankers got together and decided, based off of the last few thousand years of treatment of the Jews, that they were, tired of this, and they were in charge of many of the banks. And have you heard of usury before? What was that?
No.
So usury in the Bible is like taxation on like religious things, which was not allowed, and so the Roman Catholic Church back then was not allowing white bankers to charge usury. Well, these Jewish guys, they went to places like Germany and places that were in financial issues, and they bailed them out, but they charged high usury, high interest rates, and so places. For instance, Germany, 30 years later after this group established them, and one of the biggest members of it, you will know right off the top, is the Rothschild.
Yeah.
They were one of the Zionist group members. Anyways, this group then
Okay, wait. Okay,
were,
let me stop you right there for a second. Zionism or Zionists are just Illuminati, right or wrong?
I don't know enough about the Illuminati for me to.
Okay, so then I have this picture already in my head. If you're just calling the Illuminati Zion, then I would argue that that's exactly the same difference from what I was
I don't
learning. I
Is
think,
this what the Illuminati story is?
yeah, it's the same difference, bro. It's guys who control everything because they have the wealth and the control before anyone else did. That's
Right.
exactly what.
Well, this is
the
specifically
Illuminati
though
would be.
religious, and they feel that it's God. So the main mission of Zion is to put the Israelites back into Judea.
Yeah.
To bring back their promised
Right.
land, and that's why they're causing all these wars over there to get these people out, so that they can,
Well,
take the
they-
area back over.
They're also using like devil worship as a hopeful gain of power in order to do it, is where the Illuminati part came into play. I don't know how much you know about the Illuminati, but you're just saying exactly what they are with Zion. I mean, again, it's just a different name on the same thing. Like the what's the Celtic
That might
ring
be fair.
called?
That's true.
What's the
Yeah,
Celtic
I
ring
haven't
called?
looked at that
The
enough.
Freemasons, right? Same difference. It's all the same shit. I'm telling you, you go look for Illuminati, it's gonna say Zion on the front page. I promise.
Now I'm curious. I'm gonna do a little more research on that. I haven't looked around about those things.
Illuminati is just the eye. When they do the eye symbol in all of Western media, when they cover their one eye, and you've seen, I'm sure, any of the conspiracy shit about all the celebrities all have a black eye at some point in their career, and it's the same eye. Every single one of them have had this. Do you know of any of that? There's like an initiation ritual that's all demonic.
Right. No, I know about all that stuff. Like I've read
That's
some of the
that's where the
more basic things
Illuminati
that just-
and Zionist, whatever we want to call it, right, is the same difference. They're all just trying to make an initiation for a club that they're in and you're not invited. Right? That's how my dad said it.
Well, I think they are different groups, but they might have similar stories.
If you're saying Rockefeller Zion, he's also Illuminati.
Yeah.
It's more like what they did as for their boredom and stuff. You've heard of Bohemian Grove, right? And Alex
Yeah.
fucking blowing the whistle on that shit. Yeah, when him being
You heard
right.
of the WEF, right?
No.
You haven't heard of the World Economic Forum?
Oh yeah, yeah, okay. I don't know a lot of
Okay.
the abbreviations, acronyms,
worries.
whatever. Yeah. Bro, all of it's a thing where this is where this stems back to the initial start of your conversation for me, and why I've tapped out for so many years on politics, because it's never been a precedent. We've never actually had a precedent. I mean, there was a girl who was like in fucking elementary school who linked every president to being related to each other, except for one. Has been a part of the family, and that one president that was in, you wouldn't even have known. If I said the name, you more than likely don't know the name. I bet like 90% of people don't. And he was the first guy who actually tried to fight to get rid of slaves. People don't know that about his story either. But he was pushed out of office. And he's literally the only one that was ever not related to every single president, including Trump. Obama, Trump, Washington.
But would you agree we're all
all-
slaves?
Yeah, of course. I don't know shit about China, but that's already been fully implemented. The social credit system through Google helped.
I don't know. I feel China might possibly be the one last place that isn't being controlled by them and Russia. They're the two places that had, Red China and the USSR, communism and the social equality. It's possible, but I feel they might actually be the places that are left to fight capitalism.
I'm not going to say it's not possible and that you're wrong, because I just agreed to the fact that we're slaves, right? What I heard recently, actually, oddly enough, was a guy today talking about how he lived in China and was in like 20 some different states or countries or whatever within China, provinces, whatever the fuck it's called, right? And he swears that it was a beautiful experience and he really liked it, and he fucking said the streets were clean and people were happy, homelessness wasn't a struggle, and it was beautiful there. The last thing I had heard about China some years ago was that their social credit system, this beautiful thing he's talking about, was implemented through CCTV cameras, right? And they had facial recognition software determine what a person was as far as a number. That number, once it got to a certain point, you couldn't fly away and leave the country. Once it got to another point, you couldn't be qualified for certain jobs anymore, right? And I'm talking like basic end jobs, right? And you only had to do certain things involving either working directly for the government as like a person with like a board that goes around and judges other people to determine whether or not their credit system deserves a lower or higher number. And then once you got to a certain point, you got to like basically poverty.
Social credit, right?
Yeah, and then you got to a point of poverty where you couldn't do anything else, right? Like you were literally deemed homeless and you had to make what ends you could work. And then it got to a point where if you failed at that level, where you couldn't survive on scraps and the bare minimum work, be it picking cotton or whatever, like a slave, right? Whatever you could do at the minimal level, that was the least mental requirement. Then you would be a part of these camps that I've witnessed video of, where they have people, guards, who essentially walk to a door with some kind of thermal detection thing. They don't actually open the cell door. They just walk by and scan to make sure the correct number of heat signatures are in there. And then they release these people for whatever level of activities in slave work. This was the last thing I heard that was implemented in
So
China.
prison.
Yeah, but it was more like a fed prison where they still gave you a purpose, but if you didn't comply with that purpose, you were more than likely executed, I would assume, or tasked with more remedial jobs until you finally did one. That
And that makes a certain sense. It is a little callous, but it sounds like it gives them plenty of opportunities to just be a little productive, and if they keep refusing, then they get punished. Like
so
that,
like
that's how life works.
right. And so the thing about capitalism that I still kind of stand by as an American is that even though I am, and I could disagree with this at one point, I'm not saying this is right either necessarily, yeah, but I still have some level of at least pretend freedom that exists, right? And as long as I don't go out and kill somebody or take on a job that could hinder it so bad that I can't work again, I at least have the illusion of freedom here. And I think that makes me part of the problem. And if you feel that way, I wouldn't blame you for it. But at the same time, I don't think that rating me as a number is something I want yet.
Well, it depends on how tight it is and everything. Like, I see what you're saying too. It comes down to the level of control and how much they're like forcing these people to be certain things. But it just depends, I suppose. I could definitely see what you're saying.
Cool. Because I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I feel like right now I have the ability to do
No
nothing.
one should ever get the right to tell you how to live your life, period, as long as you're not hurting or harming others. So
Right. So that's kind of the biggest point of my whole thing is I can ruin my life in every level of regard as long as I'm not such a terrible person in society that I need to be in some level of institution or jail. I legitimately can be a nomad here in America. I can go find land
that-
and live on it that I'm the first prospect to and own it. Just like we were talking about.
But
earlier,
if all
too.
of those things are based on your social impacts and how you are treating others and what you're doing and the way you act and things, if those worked like a score sheet and they like some of the scores fell out like your attendance type stuff for work, it could make a little bit of a sense, a reason not to be a shitty person because there's
So I hate it.
repercussions for that.
I hate it when people say this, but and I really, really mean this when I say it. I hate it when people say this. You know you sound like a communist right now, right?
I am a egalitarian. I believe all humans are equal and should be treated equally.
Okay, well that's not what you're saying a second ago then. It's technically true. I don't think that adds up correctly as far as if you like freedom, right? Like there's no problem with you going to another place where they have this and then still being an egalitarian unless they don't let you. But you're talking
But we do it
authoritarianism
naturally.
You-
That social credit is something we do naturally. If this person's good to me, nice to me, I'm gonna want to hang around them and be around them. It's just showing that and taking it, making it a little more accountable, I guess.
Yeah, and in argument, I guess, to that, I would say that if I burned a bridge with someone who I intentionally wanted to, I have the freedom to do so. If I don't agree with your opinion to the point where I don't even want to talk to you, and I just think that throwing you out and under the bus is the better choice, as long as I haven't hurt you doing that, but I've chosen to throw you under my metaphorical bus, let's say is a better way to say that, then I can tap out.
But when you do that, do you think in a social aspect, you're the one that's going to be affected more, or the person that you're doing that to? If they're the one that gets turned down constantly by all these people and they build up this, thing of all these people saying, I don't want to be around this person, he's a bad person, that's what gets noticed, not that you're saying, I don't want to be around these people.
Well, that's how people learn, I think, is if I'm not the only one saying it now, it just adds to my point. If I don't think that you're a good enough person to be in my life, and I think that you need to be cut out, and other people start doing that to you too, maybe you'll realize that you're the one that needs to change, and I was never the problem. Right?
That's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
Right.
So like if that person can't change their ways and figure it out, then and I just keep sticking around them, then I'm a part of the problem in the reverse side of that same difference, right? I'm enabling them
Right.
to keep being that shitty person that I wouldn't want to fuck with. The difference is
Aren't
that
you proving my point, though?
no, because see, the difference is that I don't get that option in that system. If I work at a job where I don't want to be there anymore, and I don't know the logics of their work, quit and start and stop, or what that's going to affect my social credit score, but I would imagine logically that if I couldn't handle being at a job and I didn't want to work the minimum amount of time, I'd have to find some way to now leave that job and not impact my social credit score, or stick out that job until I pop and make a bigger impact on my credit score. Do you see how those numbers now
Right,
have a bigger
but
effect?
your interaction is just one. It doesn't, negatively affect you as bad as 100 employees all saying we don't want to work here.
Okay, but my point is still that like my freedom is now actually inhibited there, at least my pretend freedom. You know, because I don't get that option now if I pick this job, and it is similar to America in the sense that like if in a way I guess, because if I really wanted this field and this field was engineering, other engineers are now going to discredit me, and I have to prove to them that it was a job issue through coworkers, and it still looks bad. It looks like a mark, I guess you could say, right? But in this system, with the social
Right.
credit system, I failed in that category, is what it's going to be. And I know the Chinese are pretty damn strict on their discipline, yeah? And I bet other people too would keep it on a much more simple scale. Other countries, I mean, right? You're a number, and now you're a number that did bad in this
Like I
example.
said, it just depends on how it's being done. I'd agree that I have no idea how it's being done.
And I don't
to
either.
just
But
assume 'cause
loosely
it's
speaking,
Chinese that-
if the discipline is
Right.
so strong there on any other level of cultural basis we already know of, right? Why wouldn't it be strict like that in that too? You chose to do this job. If you love this job enough, and you really want this job, your coworker shouldn't matter. I feel like is an easy argument.
But
as
but
said.
that's what I'm saying though is let's say you go into this job, you've been there for a year, you build all these relationships up, and then one day you've decided this place is not a good place to work and you leave. This is going to be one mark against you, not like 100, not all the every single person that worked there is going to give you a negative review. It's the one company will say this person quit. It's a negative mark from our perspective, but vice versa, you're also giving them a negative. And if 100 people, one of their employees all quit, they now have 100 negative marks versus each one of those people only got one.
Company, you're saying?
So it allows you to see where the problem is. If this person's getting all these negative marks from all of these different sources, from all these different walks of life, then they're probably the problem. While if this person's quitting this job, doesn't have very many negative marks, he seems like a good, upstanding person, and he's talking against this company, and all these other ones are doing the same, that's what's going to be
So-
held in regard.
Yeah, okay, so you realize you came in here saying too about the mom and pop thing and how you're looking for a job, and we're directly correlating this with the social credits or around companies, right? Can we take this step back from this logic a little bit and humor my thought on this, all right? If you're quick to judge a company that you don't want to work for because it's a major company, right, off rip, and then you're telling me the same difference, but let's think about this categorically, right? You have
Well, these are-
engineers. Let me
this
finish.
is
Let me
a-
finish. This is a hypothetical about shit we both don't know. First of all, okay, that's got to be said because I get a little bit more passionate about the topics that we're just speaking on that are like they're real, but they're also hypothetical because neither one of us know the logics, right? Like we just both admitted.
My point is that you're taking a real life situation and what I'm seeing now versus a hypothetical where this company, blah, blah, blah. I'm just using this as in terms of their job. I'm just using the word company.
Right.
It could be a mom and pop's company.
Well, I don't know how much of those do actually exist in China. Do we even know that, right?
No, I have no idea.
So that's again my point. Okay, so now you're taking on a category of work is what we do know, right? Say you want to be something that requires a company, like a high level or mid level even engineer, I bet would be the logic there, right? And then you're categorized as an engineer who's failed at 3 different companies. All 3 of those failures actually had a story that made sense in your personal aspects, but had nothing to do with you being inadequate at your job. That's my hypothetical, right? You had 3 different scenarios happen, all 3 of which had to do with either coworkers, maybe family matters, maybe you had like a kid being born and it made some passionate happen in your everyday job that got you angry, and you got 3 marks now, right? Same argument, but I'm saying there's more incidences, none of which involve you being bad at the job you're doing, right?
Right.
Do you
Again,
see
I
how
don't know
those?
how they have it
So
set up.
this is my point though. In America, what I do know in America is that if I needed to go find an apprenticeship, let's say through somebody who is a mom and pop shop, I still have that option here in America for sure. And I also know that those companies and that situation in reverse here in America versus there isn't getting an actual mark against my record when it comes to a new employer. However, a new employer in China is going to look at your credit score and say, hey, you're a liability by default.
But
that's-
they do that here. They do whole background checks anytime you go to a new job. They check your credit. They check if you
Okay.
have any felonies or even misdemeanors. They do all these sort
Granted,
of researches.
but there is a level of human aspect that still exists, especially when we're going in reverse to the same difference. We don't know how many
Do
mom
you
and
have
pop.
anything on your record?
Let me tell you what I'm saying. We don't know how many mom and pop shops exist in China that are willing to take on a liability. Whereas here in America, you may even get charged less to do the same job you've been doing. It's to the same high level because of your record that you then could work up towards because it's a mom and pop shop here in America. Do you see what I'm
Well,
saying?
could we admit we don't know a lot about their working climate in general? Only, those few things that you were mentioning?
Yes. Obviously, we don't.
Okay.
My point still being that if there's a social credit score here and there's a social credit score there, I would much rather take this one currently. If it gets worse to the point where there isn't a difference and now China's offering better numbers for different labors, then I'll probably move to China too. But I think the argument is still about the freedom of that same difference not being. I mean, again, dude, they're already implementing it. They're like Google has been on board with helping them in their facial recognition software to create a social credit system. All that's fact. That's what we were talking about initially, right?
Right. No, I understand and follow. I will say though too, being an American with a felony from more than a decade ago, that shit follows you like hell. It really completely unfairly limits you in
Yep.
so many ways. And that's a type of credit score, or social credit score.
I would agree with you fully, but I would also say the same difference that if you worked hard enough at finding something, like you were saying, a mom and pop shop, you have a much more realistic outcome of that, even with said felony, than you do in China with said
Oh, that's
logic
fair. Yeah,
in
yeah,
comparison.
100%. But once again, I can't find mom and pop shops.
So you can't find a mom and pop shop. You still can get away with doing any different levels of manual labor that is still better than, again, being deemed
boy.
never legal. Well, yeah, okay, but at the end of the day, I'd rather take on oh boy than being in a concentration camp as the worst fallacy.
But
or
they're
again,
doing that here in
forcibly
America.
homeless.
There's a bunch of people going into those now too. I know what you're saying though. I'm
You
not
do
I'm not
agree.
trying to play too much devil's advocate here, but
Yeah.
I follow and agree. I know that but I also have an experience over there, and like you were saying, these people that are living there now are saying it's great. So
That's just one story I've heard from a guy who was also
Yeah,
being
yeah.
weird and cocky. I don't believe in anything until I've seen it. I'm just saying speculation.
yeah. No, I understand. But hey, it's getting late here. I think it's about time for me to pop off. But it was really a pleasure talking with you, and I hope we can talk more.
Definitely, bro. Keep me up. Fucking message me. Let me know.
Sounds good.
No, it's very pleasant.
You're pleasant.
No, seriously, it was very pleasant. Just a slight disagreement, but it was a good conversation.
Wasn't
I like
bad.
to see that.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Well, I try to keep it on ends with people. I don't normally just write people off rip. So
Yeah, I think that's a good characteristic. So let's see. Are you up for a debate or no?
oh, absolutely. Like that's why we're here.
Beautiful. Okay. Here, let me turn you up so I can hear you better.
Absolutely. That's essential. My mic ass.
Exactly, bro.
I can fix
I
it on the
want you to
stream.
hit my ears.
I can't fix it off the mic itself, but there's a whole bunch of cool ass nifty tricks I got to learn for the stream itself, which is nice.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see.
Still
Are
live
you
on
a
Twitch.
Zionist?
I am live on Twitch for the record, and TikTok and YouTube and Kick, I think, all at the same time. I don't know, but
Right now?
yeah, just so you're aware, which just
How many
means
people? How many viewers?
I don't know. I'd have to go through and manually check each platform, and I'm just not.
Are you famous?
No, not at all. I have
Okay.
500 followers on Twitch. I've got like 14 on Kick because I just started all this a month ago, and Kick like a week ago, or two, I guess. And then YouTube, I've got like 4 subscribers or something. I'm basically collecting
Oh, cool.
good clips is currently the goal and figuring out what I want to do. But 500 followers on Twitch, 260 on TikTok are my 2 big platforms right now.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm fine with as long. I mean, are you gonna clip me or something and upload me to YouTube? Or?
I have super recently, like literally yesterday, started even doing this in this Discord at all. So I don't plan to at all. I mean, the only thing I normally have been clipping is crazy gameplay moments, and I'm playing fucking Terraria right now. So there's no intent to do that now. It's this.
Okay.
This is more
Whatever,
just to have
let's talk.
conversation. Same difference, right? And keep it entertaining.
Yeah, let's talk. I'm being a little bit paranoid. I just,
Yeah.
Anyways, let's
Not a Zionist,
Stop.
not a Buddhist. Respect Buddhist practices and love the logic of that. I think some of nihilism makes sense. I'm not religious at all. I'm spiritual.
Okay. Oh, so you're not a Zionist, or you
No.
are?
I'm not.
I didn't hear you.
That was a joke to play on the Buddhist thing.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
Buddhists
Okay.
would be like
Oh.
the badasses of fucking low end happiness, and Zionists are like the opposite, right? Like high tier happy. It's supposed to be a joke. That's all.
Okay. Well then, I don't know. I don't have anything else to. Let me see. I guess just a curious question.
Mhm.
Have you tried atheistic Buddhism?
No. I believe there's some level of divine creator and or entity. So no.
Okay. I guess I misread. I wrongly assumed that you're an atheist.
I'm definitely a believer in some level of I don't know what type of God, but I think there's one thing that wants us to do good and be happy. Yes.
Hmm. Fair enough.
I don't think that he or she wants worship. I think that's where most religions I really disagree with. I think that he wants she wants fucking happiness for the thing that it made, right? I think that makes more sense. I think we're supposed to enjoy our lives and be selfish so that we can enjoy each other correctly and have positive moments.
And that's how I feel. I mean, what like I don't understand this whole like create us to worship him, and then he knowingly creates a lot of us who are never convinced by his existence, and then we suffer the consequences.
Yeah,
Like it
that's
just seems very cruel. Seems odd.
100% real. I don't believe in hell. I don't think that has any validity.
Yeah.
I don't think it's just a place at all. Yeah, I don't think any of that's real.
Fair enough. So, just so we can maybe find something interesting to talk about. So, are you? I guess you're an American, also.
California,
Oh, same. I'm from also California. Are you SoCal or North Cal?
North Cal. Yeah,
Oh, North Cal. Okay, the enemy side. I see.
the enemy side. That's crazy.
Are you Bay or are you like a weed growing like Bigfoot loving guy? All the way
Definitely
up
the
in the north.
Bigfoot. Definitely the Bigfoot one. Yeah,
Whoa, Bigfoot territory. Holy shit.
yeah.
Wow.
I don't really love Bigfoot. I like weed though, and you put those two together. So
Yeah. We don't hear a lot about you guys. The only thing we hear about you guys in the South is that you guys want to leave or something. You want to break
That's-
off and create your own thing.
fuck. I mean, kind of honestly, yeah. That's pretty valid. At least I have family like most of the people do who have lives, and I don't want to just leave them here either. So I don't necessarily want to leave unless they come with me. Yeah, I guess is a better way to put it. But I wouldn't mind going
well-
anywhere else. We're like cooking in an oven here, even though it looks like it's green. It's crazy.
Yeah, here in the summer it's super freaking hot.
118 yesterday.
Whoa. But
Yeah.
you guys have like Mount Shasta and stuff, and in the winter it can get quite cold.
So
The
that
closer you get
doesn't
to Oregon.
that doesn't actually work like that for the majority of the region. We're technically, like an ongoing joke is we're in the devil's armpit. So because the mountains have snow on them, snow is a reflective substance, I would argue. I don't know if there's scientific validity to that, but I'll fucking tell you as someone who lives here that those mountains reflect heat in a 360-degree angle into the center of this armpit.
So you're still technically in the Central Valley, or are you out of the Central Valley?
I'm in the center of the valleys. I'll put it that way. I don't want to give off my exact location, but
Oh, okay, fair enough.
do you feel what I'm saying? Like, basically, there's mountains all around me, and they're not
Oh.
fucking cold when you're in the center of them. It feels like we're in a resting volcano. That's how I would describe where I live.
That is very interesting. And in the winter, do you get snow or no?
No. Places near me get snow, but it doesn't change the fact that it's almost like if it was a magnifying glass, is how I could explain it.
Okay, so you're not. Okay, now I kind of understand where you are exactly on the map now. So you're like north of Sacramento, but you're not far north enough where you're like near Oregon.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, those places don't get snow.
And it's literally like a green desert. It's as if they painted on the terrain. And there's quite a few places that are just fucking barren around us too, right? Like you've got spots within cities that are like beautiful and gorgeous and shit, but then you've got spots that are like, if someone dropped a cigarette, you would be melting like hordes of fields of just death already ready to burn, right?
Huh? Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's this famous YouTuber. He's from Marin. You recognize that city? Marin.
No, I haven't heard that one, but we have like a billion cities here.
Okay. Yeah. You get your guys' cities are like very I guess maybe not all of them, but many of them maybe. You guys have those like old town like centers where you have like the diagonal parking spots on like the one-way street.
I'm not familiar
You
with
know-
that. I know there's spots. I think I've seen this before, but that's not where, local to me, really.
Okay. So you're like in a more like suburban area.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Interesting.
I
yeah.
made it sound like I'm in a
I've-
desert, but it's like basically if you were to go, within like 10 to 15 minutes drive of anywhere around me, you would be able to easily find a bunch of just dry barren areas, even though we're not in the desert technically. It's weird to explain, I guess, but there's a lot of green too, and there's like natural good green, but yeah, it's a little different. Fuck,
Yeah, I drove
I'm
up to
stoned.
Sacramento once.
Oh,
and-
that dirt.
It's a weird type of green. It is very green, but it's like a
Artificial.
I don't know how to put it. It's like flat, so it's definitely flat. Like Central Valley is flat.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this like light green color, but maybe that was just like the area that I was driving
As
by.
if you were like in a pine forest or something, but you're really not. Right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That kind of green. I know what you're saying. Like a good spearmint gun.
Yeah, that type of green. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
And then you guys have the foothills and the mountains to your east, and then to your west you have like redwood territory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an interesting part of the state. I think it's kind of honestly like the least desirable outside of the desert
Correct. That's
on this side.
that's what I would say too.
Yeah.
Desert
Yeah.
might arguably be better as a problem to ever say, like normally.
Oh shit, the desert might be better.
I don't know, at least you'd be like, ready for it. It's
Yeah.
crazy. We get these weather shifts where it's fucking freezing cold, and then it's like you're now adapting to the dumbest heat imaginable back to back.
Mm-mm.
Like if weather could
Yeah.
be bipolar, that's where I live.
I see.
Fullest extremes of both, dude. Like when we're cold, we're fucking cold here too. It happens.
Yeah.
And it's as if you're in a desert, right? When you go to the desert, it's hot as hell, but when it gets cold, it's actually not that cold if you came from the fucking beach, right? But once you've experienced that heat the entire 24 hours of the day, or 8 hours a day or whatever, I guess, right? And then it's like a repetitive cycle. Like the nights aren't cold here right now, right? The nights are still hot here until like 10, 8, 9 p.m. And then when the season changes, it becomes insanely cold, and now you have to adjust backwards.
So
And it's
do you
I
go
don't know.
outside and put the A1 for like 108, 16, or you just stay inside all day?
Oh, I fucking stay inside, dude. Nope. Like I go outside if I need to. I got bills or whatever to pay, but I don't try to deal with it anymore outside now. When I was younger, it was more consistent. We'd want to go swimming or do things, But now it's just easier. It makes way more sense to just not be in it.
Huh.
I
Do you
feel
think it's gotten hotter?
Say again?
You think it's gotten hotter, warmer now than it
That's-
was like maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago?
Okay, so that's like an interesting thing for me, right? Because the temperature reads the same, but I believe if it's not getting hotter, I believe that the heat has changed in some way, right? Whether that be a composition with the sun that I just don't understand scientifically due to whatever plasma differences maybe, or whatever you want to call it, right? I feel like it is differently hot. Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I remember when I was younger, it was hotter. We've actually broken records in years past. And this 118 right now that I've experienced today, just being out for like 15 minutes, a couple different times to go smoke a cigarette, or I didn't do much today specifically, but you know what I mean? Like it's hot, dude, and I feel it like within these last couple years specifically, the heat felt different. But again, I could just be tripping. I don't think I am though.
Yeah. I don't think you are tripping. He hits different depending on, I don't know, conditions. Maybe it's more.
You're also talking about like someone who lives like near and in fires all the time every year. Yeah. Like I already know what that hot's like because of the muggy difference of like ash. Yeah. It just doesn't feel the same. It doesn't feel like there's fires this year just like there was last year, and a lot of them, but it doesn't feel the same. That's all I could say. Fire or not.
It's NorCal outside the bay, I assume is quite red.
Your mic was cutting out there.
NorCal outside the bay is quite red.
There's spots like that, yeah. That's why I think it's kind of like fake. Like the whole thing seems like it's fake. There are spots like that. We can go to like dunes, right? And all of it's within like, which is also why it's weird. You can't just say one area is like that. I can go an hour in any direction and experience any weather difference or biome difference, you could say. We have like everything here but rainforest, right? Within an hour of any direction.
Oh, no, but by red I mean like the districts are red. Like they vote Republican.
Oh, I thought you meant like fucking like the mountains, you know, like the clay mountains and shit.
No. But fair enough, because it was kind of like a weird shift in the conversation, so I can understand why you.
Yeah, no, that's right. So, I don't fuck with politics. Dude was before talking about it too. I believe that the Illuminati or Zionists, whatever you want to call them, are real as fuck, and they actually make all the decisions. I don't agree with it. I'm not claiming I am that, but I'm saying they without a doubt are real, and we haven't had a president ever that's been an actual president. It's been a guy being puppeteered through logic.
Okay, so you're a deep state guy.
Not that I like want to go talk. I mean, I'm not against talking about it, but I'm not saying that like I'm totally fine with talking about it, right? But I don't think it does anything either, if that makes sense. Yeah.
you think our fate is sealed?
Okay, so no, I definitely believe that the amendments are created for this reason, and that we have a chance to fight all this stuff. And I also am not actually nihilist, so I believe in positive vibrations and spirituality, and like the idea that we are putting out a good vibe or a bad vibe every day. And I think it makes more sense to believe in the positive is the outcome. Definitely that. Holy shit. Oh. Fossil piles. Silt slash and fossil piles. Silt slash. Wow. Wow. Okay. What the hell? Any order. Alright. Alright.
I'm so confused. Are you there? Hello?
Yo.
I'm so confused.
Okay.
On Twitch, you say. I have a word for you.
Yeah.
So, how was I just watching you talking to someone? I'm still watching you talk to someone on your stream, but you're not.
Delay.
So it could just be a lag too. I don't actually have a delay implemented.
I stayed watching for a while. You were talking to some guy about being in California in the valley.
And then
by
he
the
just
mountains. How
bails
long
in the
ago were you
middle of
talking about that?
he just bails in the middle of the conversation like
Oh, okay, that's why I had it. Okay.
probably 5 minutes ago.
almost like 5 or 8 minutes ago. He just dipped out of nowhere in the middle of like finding out, I guess, an opinion.
It's crazy my
or-
delay's that bad.
Okay, so I've never done what I'm doing right now because I'm always playing like competitive PvP shit, and like I'm doing Terraria, so I just sit here and really focus on conversation, obviously, right? And it's just when I do stream to everything, it's too laggy. I can't play PvP shit. So until I
Yeah.
figure out an app like Restream does, like I can't do nothing. But this is going pretty good until it wasn't. Like, bro just dipped in the middle of the
Yeah,
thought.
it kept buffering on me.
Yeah, okay. Well, good to know. I mean, you're on your Wi-Fi and shit doesn't do that for other streams, I would assume. So it sounds like a new problem. I could, cut Cake maybe. See if it's any better. I appreciate the call out.
Yeah, no worries. I thought you might want to know. I do a little creeping, being weirdo.
No, I appreciate it, dude. If you are, like, owning up a Twitch app, that follows right now pretty the big one. Or TikTok, either one's huge. But only if you like the content. Don't just do it because you feel bad.
I haven't used or been on Twitch in a long ass time.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm like not even logged into my account right now, so I just did a little since I was curious about your stream and stuff.
Yeah, word. I just got a fucking magic mirror in this game. Do you know anything about Terraria?
Yeah, man, I've beaten it. I've done all the way to the
Do you
final
want
boss.
Do you want to come play? Like, I'm in the hardest mode possible in the game, just because I didn't realize it was a thing until my buddy pulled me in, and I'm like scared shitless. Everything hits me for like 80.
Yeah, I'd love to. Let me see how long it will take to download. 1 sec.
4 minutes, bro. On
Yeah, I
AOL.
thought that was pretty small.
It's pretty small. Mm. Sorry. Mute a second.
Oh, even better. I already had it downloaded.
Oh god, this muffin is literally choking me. I didn't realize.
I could
Oh.
tell you. It seemed like you're really enjoying the choke, though.
It was good at first. Starting to get worried. Okay. Yeah. Allowed users friends. So I'll change your Steam name or friend code. You can take mine. Either way.
Yeah, 1 sec. Let me get that for you.
In the politics and religion Discord right now. And we're about to play some Terraria. This is tough.
Did that work?
Did you send it in the side chat or to me directly or? Oh, I see it. Oh, you just threw your profile in. That's smart. This user.
Oh, I don't even know if it's gonna let me join you because I put it into the Tmod. This should work. Let's see what happens when I join you.
So the link you sent me is trying to open up the browser, as if I have to log into the Steam through the browser too now.
Oh, okay. Here, let me. Where do you find the code again?
When you go hit add friend, it'll give you
Oh,
your
yeah.
code.
There you go.
Beautiful pumpkin. Copy text. There you go. Oh, nice. So now, you should be able to grab that invite.
I do have you at 200%. It's still a little hard to hear, by the way.
Heard. Yeah, I genuinely can't, because, like, it's 2 in the morning, and I got roommates and stuff. It's
Oh, I feel
crazy.
you.
Like, I bet when you watched it on Twitch, you could hear me clearly, right?
I'm not sure. I wasn't.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess it was a little better.
it's all converted and upped on bass and stuff through OBS, but I don't have any actual software. I'm just waiting to buy a new mic. I got a mic that's generic. I have no idea what software I need. Oh my god. This muffin's so good. So we have found one magic mirror. There's like 6 recall potions. Oh, what? Rope? So primitive. Do you know how far this goes?
Yeah, man, I usually run a rope all the way down. I was watching you make that tunnel, and it was giving me anxiety.
It was bad. You could run a rope down if you want. I like to drop, and then you just get a grapple when we get there, right? And you can just grab wherever. But you could use a rope.
I don't have a grapple.
You don't have a grapple, that's true. Okay, what the hell happened here? Did I branch off? What is going on? I don't remember this.
Oh lord, all your torches all the way down is gonna kill me because it will not go past the torches.
It won't go past the torches.
No. And yeah, you have them every single spot. Oh lord, I'm gonna die when I hit the bottom unless you got some water down there.
No, there's water down there. That's the only part I make sure to have there. Little water. Did you bring recall potions?
Bro, I have nothing yet.
Should grab the recall potions where you chose. Started making the rope. I didn't know. So good, actually. You don't like the torches and just the drop? Like, this is great. I love this.
There's no way to go back up or to go, like, stop at certain levels and things.
Yeah, and so the grapple comes in. The rope's fine though, we can do the rope. Oh my goodness. Here, I'll bring you recall. This is hilarious.
Have you beat the game?
Yeah. I did in the normal mode. I've beaten Wall of Flesh, and the hard mode I progressed really far in and fought most of the bosses back in the day, but no, I haven't beat the hard mode.
Have you tried modded yet?
No. I mean, I've been on servers and stuff before, but I haven't actually tried to mod mine.
I have a cool mod pack downloaded right now. I haven't really played. Me and my friend beat the whole game on regular, and he's on Xbox, so we couldn't mod it per se.
Okay. You can cross-platform?
With Xbox Live, yeah, they have a way to do it through the Xbox servers.
No way. That's cool as fuck. Where the fuck
Any particular goal right now?
Hell. I just like unlocking it and getting all the resources from going all the way down. And then, kind of backtracking and getting armor and stuff. We're gonna need that. Because these mobs hit so damn hard. But, no, not really. Just harvest right now, you know? Get to hell.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh lord, I'm gonna drown.
That is another way to get up, for the record. That's what I used to do.
Yeah, I suppose.
I'm dropping the recall potions. You spawn.
Oh, I'm already dead.
Yeah, oh, when you get back, saying I got you.
Oh, I feel you. Hello.
Hello, person. Just gave you a gold coin.
Yay.
It's your whole gold coin. Now you can have things. you've got things.
Miss.
There's bars in this one if you want to make yourself like a good pick. Stuff for
Yeah,
silver.
I'll find my own stuff.
Whatever. Yeah.
You got 3 gold for a mining hat?
I think I can do that.
Yeah.
3 more?
Yeah, one more will put me there.
Alright, there you go. Not gonna lie, we're pretty broke around here. You broke.
I'll make it back for you, don't worry.
You make it back for me? Ah. Here, look, I got you your own gold chest.
Heck yeah.
Hold on. What's the fucking... There it is. No. That ain't gonna work. Oh god, what is that? What do I do with my platform? Oh, okay. That won't fit there? Lame. You know what I like to do too is make like a storage area like right under here. I think I'm gonna do that. But for now, that top left one, you just use that all day. Totally empty.
Do what?
The top left chest, all you. If you wanted to separate or whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's all there. And then the piggy bank should work for you entirely too, right? That's how it still works.
I don't know what the piggy bank is.
The piggy bank should be a personal storage that I can't even see.
Ah.
Do you see anything when you open the one that's there?
Let me see.
It's like around the workbench.
Yeah.
You don't see any items in it though?
Nope.
Yeah. I can't see what's in there if you put it in. Piggy bank. You know what a piggy bank does? That's crazy.
Silver hammers won't break the, no, we need the one from the flash guy, right? To break the orbs? Yeah.
Bombs. We have bomber.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. So this grind is going to be tedious and kind of long, because we need, like, armor. Go fight a zombie and tell me that's easy. I'm talking, like, probably silver or gold. Or better.
Yeah, I've already made silver stuff.
That's going to be brutal.
Corruption or,
I want to say it's corruption.
Crimson.
I'm not 100%. I think it's corruption though. Oh my god. I'm like 90% sure it's corruption. Because I wanted like the original experience. But
Ow.
like,
Wow, just the demon eyes raped me.
dude, it's bad. Also that word bad. Yeah, here you go.
Sorry, my bad. I forgot you're on Twitch right now.
We're good. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. It's pretty bad. They're fucking strong. Dude. This is the hardest mode natural game. Like 5 over. You didn't even get very far.
Oh, wait, is this the, did you use the seed for the extra hard mode?
I didn't know if there's another. I used the one that was the
Yeah.
hardest possible for us to play.
So you can actually put it on that difficulty, but then there's a special seed that takes that difficulty and apps it up again. That's in the natural game.
Oh, I had no idea about that.
Yeah, let me look it up real quick. What was called? I forget.
What's like how significant is the difference? Just more mobs?
Pretty significant, actually. 1 second.
Well, we could.
So it's called Get Fixed Boy is the name of the seed, or For the Worthy. Sorry, For the Worthy is the one I was thinking of, but Get Fixed I guess also adds For the Worthy and some other stuff.
Oh, excuse me, Jesus.
Have you heard of For the Worthy?
No.
So if you go in when you're making your seed and you use the seed name For the Worthy, it generates a very special map, and if you put it on the hardest difficulty, it creates a even harder difficulty.
So do you want to do that? Because we just transfer stuff over.
Sure. Yeah, I'm down for starting from scratch.
Word. this out. Oh, tobacco addiction's crazy. Okay, let me grab a couple particular things that I've already got crazy stacks on, and then we'll start a new one. I'm down. I'll take like a chest over.
I wish I could use my Xbox version, but it probably wouldn't be good to bring all the endgame stuff in anyways.
Yeah, I don't want to start too heavy, but I feel like I did earn this stuff that I currently have. In fairness.
Yeah, no, that's fair, 100%. That's the name of the seed with the capitals and everything.
Okay. Okay. Do loot all on those, and then there's bars I can make. Okay.
Waste another day, eyes on my display. You say we need a change, and I feel that you mean it.
Let's see.
Yeah, so it increases enemy damage, health, and it alters their AI and some other crazy stuff.
Yeah, that sounds wild as shit.
If you want the truly hardest one, we could do Get Fixed Boy. I don't know if we should start that, but
You know, I thought this was pretty difficult and already going to be kind of a wild grind, to be honest with you. I'm not opposed to it. I'm a grown man, and this is still a kid's game.
all right, let's try. I want to see what it's like.
I do
Get
too,
Fixed
kinda.
Boy. I put it in there.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to see the hardest artist. Where the fuck? There it is. And then sand. Anything else in here significant? We got the umbrella hat. That seems significant. Acorns when we run out of trees. Fucking yeah. Yep. And then lead axe and the money.
It's gonna rename the map to Space of Hate.
That sounds kind of wild. I don't think any of that's pretty crazy. Kind of want to grab some of this stuff. That's how we make splunkers. Yeah. Okay. I got like everything basically, damn near.
I'll BFK while you're setting it up. Be right back.
Yep. Yeah.
Back.
Yep. Okay, multiplayer, host and play. Do you think we do a medium world and make that part a little bit more realistic, or do we do large again?
Yeah.
Right.
No, medium's fine.
Medium's fine, I agree. I just did large, and that dig was fucking insanity. So I throw it on master. I would like to do corruption again. Keep it medium, and then you enter the world name or a seed number, or both.
In the seed, you put that in for the seed itself.
Okay. Discord. Get fixed, boy. Jesus. Name stream of goals. Okay. It's up. What the fuck is this language it's throwing at me? Oh god.
Welcome to hell, my friend.
I'm so
We
bothered.
literally start in hell, by the way.
I don't know what that means.
Down in where you were trying to dig to, we're gonna start there.
Why are you lying to me? There ain't no way. I just got everything on me. Am I gonna lose this shit on death too? There's no way, right?
I've never played this map. I'm just reading about it. That's all.
They're
I
not.
have no idea what's about to happen.
They're not gonna take all that stuff that I brought over on me, are they? I'm gonna cry. I don't
I don't
mind the
think
gold.
it starts you in lava. That wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, but like, this is terrifying. I'm actually scared to play Terraria right now. I was bothered off at like the first game, but it was still like zombies, and I got to work my way into the crazy shit. This is like crazy shit, and then work your way into like crying.
Crazier shit. Yep.
Okay.
Is the game up?
The game is almost there. Very close now. I can't even invite you yet. Oh god, the mouse has turned into a smiley face that's rotating. What the fuck? Look at the do you see my stream? Look at that. The tree is like hybriding colors. This is so creepy. Okay, so
no,
it
I
was
gotta add. Plus, it's probably a few minutes behind.
stream multiplayer, Steam multiplayer enabled, friends enabled, start, accept.
Yeah, you're still in the old game on Twitch.
Invite to game. Okay, then you're gonna see it. Oh god. I have all the NPCs? We have all the NPCs. What the fuck is this slime thing? I just got an achievement for petting it. Bro, we're not in hell. We're on the surface of... It goes up? What the fuck? Bro, we are in hell. Ashwood.
I'm scared, bro.
Okay, we need to farm trees. And we need to set up a box so that we survive it. Oh god, a fucking bomb just came out of that tree. Bro, what
Oh
threw the
yeah,
bomb?
things have chances to drop bombs and do all sorts of things.
So what is a house? Oh god. I don't even know, bro. I'm building up here. I want like a box in the sky for a house, bro. I'm not thinking the ground is safe. I feel like this is logically more sound right now. Yeah. Yo, that thing is climbing up here. It's a fucking no, dude. Okay, that's your house down there. I'm up here. Dude. Why? I'm so scared.
Oh, look at that slime go. He's so mad already. He's coming for you.
Bro, he can't come up here. Bro, he can't come up here. I have to jump. He like came at an angle I haven't even seen yet in this game. Okay. If the bombs drop from up top, we're cooked too.
I need to make a axe that's silver.
Uh-huh. I got ore in here, or in bars on this one, and fucking respite in the other one.
Got the anvil.
I do have the anvil in the furnace. Axe, I have a lead axe, not silver. There should be silver in there. Where's the fucking... There's anvil.
I have the silver.
Oh good, okay. And then... I mean, yeah. I'm so scared. This thing is our best moneymaker right there. You see that?
How do I open my inventory?
Escape.
There it was. I haven't played this in a hot minute.
You're good. It happens. Bro, so let's play the hardest
Oh,
mode
I'm
ever.
already down to 3 silver. I don't have enough to make the axe.
Platinum, tungsten. Yeah. Yep. There's what do you, a silver axe? I have gold for 1 tool. Do you want a pickaxe or an axe? What do you mean?
Axe, so I can cut these trees down here.
Do you have an axe at all?
I have a silver sword, silver pickaxe, and then a copper axe.
And you can't cut it with copper?
Very slowly.
Oh. Here. Try this one out. And then I'll give you my pickaxe too, and I'll make the gold one. These upgrades going. Probably gonna regret that choice, but we're gonna do it. I do have a yo-yo for defense here. You can take too. There you go. Did you make a sword earlier? Do you have a sword? There is this.
Yeah.
It's pretty great.
Yeah, I do like the yo-yos, especially if you get them upgraded with counterbalances and a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, yo-yo. Yeah, I like the bow. I like the bow a lot. Big fan of bow. All this shit flying around, I don't know if it's lethal or not. It's freaking me out.
So the lava butterflies only have 5 health. You can one-shot them.
Okay. Okay, okay. All right, let's get the farm in here. Yep. Tungsten and tin. I don't remember the differences between these auras. I know they're like similar to like copper. There's like a copper tungsten or like an iron tungsten, right? Like, you see what I'm saying? There's like clones of
Yeah, I
the
don't
first 3
remember the
tiers.
tiers 100% either.
There's 100% clones though, but I just don't. Oh god, I got a godly tin axe. That's crazy. My next rolls are gonna be ass probably. Okay. These guys just gonna be here, or do we have to make houses for them?
Yes,
If they die, they don't have a home, huh?
probably.
Let me see the home thing. Okay, so they're all here in the home category. I think they're unlocked. I think if they die, they're just not going to respawn, but we have them unlocked, right? I think that's what it is. Oh god. This electrician person.
Ooh, I got a spicy pepper.
There's like a cosmetic NPC with like balloons and shit.
Oh god. A mimic. Oh, it one-shotted me.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Does this mean I'm hungry?
Oh.
Bro, that wizard's doing some work though.
Yo, that wizard is marking him. You got the gold on you. I didn't actually depot that. Holy. Holy. 10 gold, and guess what else? You wouldn't believe it.
What? Oh, nice magic mirror. Wonder what happens. Do we go up to the surface or do we go here?
I don't know. I don't have any clue, honestly. If you want to come up here though and use that piggy bank, put the gold away, I think would be probably a good call. I got a 10 from that in there, so we're rich.
Here, eat this. Oh no, I didn't throw it. I ate it. My bad.
Greedy bastard. Just feed yourself. Fine.
I tried to throw it to you, I swear.
Am I like losing health the whole time? Is there really a hunger effect?
I think so.
I don't know. I think you're. I think my heart's growing in the top right there. Let me look. Yeah, I'm still gaining health right now. You highlight the health bar. What the fuck? Bombs are just dropping when I break shit. Fire blossoms for days. I don't even know what those make. Forget. Slime got cooked by a bomb I dropped in the pot. Fallen star in a pot. Rope.
Oh, I wonder if these guys sell anything good. Have you talked to them yet?
I did. I looked at them. One's got like electricity. One looks strictly cosmetic. The slime thing you just pet. I don't know if that's doing anything. I haven't even looked at the wizard yet. Nothing crazy though, so far that I'd seen. Nothing like super game altering. Unless the wizard's got some shit. Wait. Maybe not.
This chick's got the slime staff for 10 gold.
What does the slime staff do?
Summons a slime that fights for you. There's also Bernie's button. Summons a cherished teddy bear, my childhood bunny Bernie.
Yeah, I remember the summons not being super strong, but maybe that's different now.
Well, there's definitely a summons build. Where did the mage go? Is he dead?
Oh yeah, the builds, that's right. No, he's here. 5 minutes ago. He's just telling me to collect.
Oh, is that he's the mage? No, he was the one that was like stabbing at him.
Andrew is who I thought I saw was the mage, but maybe I'm tripping. Yeah, there's only these like 4. You can hit escape and then hit the housing icon.
Oh yeah, no, there's a few of them that were slain.
They all just died
They all
in front
just
of
left.
me. Every single one just died in front of me.
For checking it, maybe, I wonder?
I did, that was the second time I did it.
Weird.
Okay. That was terrifying, for the record. Oh my god, there's a slime on your bridge. It's up here. Maybe we're not... what's nighttime gonna be like? I'm so scared. This is ridiculous. This is not what I thought was going to be tonight. I was just gonna chill and play some hard Terraria. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh, okay. Do we go down or do we go up?
I have no clue, to be fair.
I feel like I want to go up. I feel like if down
Maybe
is
try the magic mirror.
still gonna take us to spawn.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Oh no, it did. I just did it. Took us to this little box of weirdness we have.
Oh,
Okay.
and here's a big giant pit of lava.
Craft a door. Make this side not accessible by slimes. Then we're gonna go do what you're doing. I want to go roam and explore some shit. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, so silt we can use in that machine.
And like all the colors right above us.
What do you mean?
The biomes right above us. There's like a red and an orange and a lime and a yellow.
Are you
On the
seeing
mini-map?
Oh, on the mini map? I don't see that. I barely see the area we're in.
Did you zoom out? There's a little plus minus on the bottom right of the minimap.
Yeah, I just see this one area we're in. Oh, now I see like some red shit above us here.
Yeah.
Oh god, those are bombs still. What sword did you make that is like fully swinging like that?
Silver longsword?
No way I made a short sword. That's nuts.
Large silver broadsword.
Yeah, I did do
Yeah, I did that on purpose. Well, we could always try the easier route of down to see what happens.
Yeah, but you're not curious what the surface looks like? Look at the lava coming down in the background. Is it just gonna be more lava up there? Or are we gonna get like zombies if we go up?
I don't know.
I feel like I'm more curious about what's up top. Like if they started us underground and we dig down already.
I'm at the end, so I'm gonna go down right here.
Alright. What do you mean by go down? Like you're going digging down or you're like teleporting back or dying?
Digging down.
Oh, okay. There's an end?
There's like a lava pool at the end. I don't know what's past that, obviously.
Oh, okay, like as if it was water on the surface. That makes sense.
Ah, fuck.
Well, where is that?
Alright, let's go up then.
Wanna go up? I wanna go up. Yeah, so that
Ow,
stuff's
it's
falling
silt.
on you the whole time, correct? Oh, there's like little fucking...
My tombstone killed you.
No way, that was your stone bouncing off my head. I've never seen anything.
That's new. Oh god, and then just random lava.
Oh, there's no way I didn't get it up in time.
The lava didn't light up, it just spawned. We probably should have done this a little away from base.
Yeah. Does he need to loot up there? Oh, good.
The furnace is fine. Our anvil's gone.
Unfortunate.
Okay, it's these things. This block is just turns into lava.
Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Where the fuck did that come from?
I feel like you don't want to come into this until you have gear. You could walk on lava and shit.
Mm. Oh, we wanted this. We're doing it. We can do it. It's fine. It's totally fine. We need contingency for the lava.
I'm just gonna build this way.
Yeah, contingency for the lava.
Ow, this just hurts to stand on. Okay, so those blocks work like the old Hellstone stuff. It turns into lava when you break it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and you can't stand on them either.
Crispy honey block. I wonder if that crafts into something.
Oh my. Holy shit. This is wild.
Come up to my path.
Mm-hmm.
Deep in the dark, down on my knees, I've seen things that you wouldn't believe. I was lost until I found that I'm invincible.
Oh god.
Nobody gon' bring me down. Here we go.
I feel like going into the light source too. I just don't. Oh, it's hit. Oh my goodness. And your path's kind of sucks. Not gonna lie.
Hey, I made it to this big open area.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared, bro. This is ridiculous. I can't like see what's hitting me. Is what's tripping me out. Okay. Everything is going gray, and now there's zombies. 180 health maggot zombie. Oh, there's shit up top too. They're on the spawn point.
Oh, that was all lava.
Yeah. So the thing is we're cooked.
I'm wondering if this new material does something.
Was fading away.
We're so cooked. Do you see
Hello?
how it's like nighttime? Yo, what's
Hello?
up?
What's going on?
Chilling, brother.
Are you streaming on Twitch?
Man,
You got a lot of viewers?
I do not. I have, I'm new, so I got like 500 followers, but like, from different games, and it's late, you know?
Gotcha. What do you want to debate about?
I mean, I'm down to talk about whatever.
But you certainly have to be passionate about something.
Well, I just started coming back in here the last couple days, and I've already kind of been going over my personal passions pretty consistently.
Yeah, what are you passionate about?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it's kind of, I feel like personally, like I've played out a lot of it. I mean, I'm really right now passionate about streaming, trying to do good stuff with that once I you know, hit a higher point.
Do you not have any opinions about like things except from streaming?
Yeah, they're things, and they exist. I think
Yeah.
a lot of things we talk about, we don't actually have the ability to change and stuff. But like, it's fun to speculate on stuff, you know? And like, I don't know. It's kind of like a moot point, a bunch of stuff. You know what I mean?
How about what are you passionate about? What brings you to these type of servers? What interests you?
Yeah.
So what interests me is primarily talks about religion, philosophy, certain aspects of politics, not really economics or something, but like moral issues like abortion, things like that.
Where are you
Passionate
from?
about. I'm from Norway.
Norway.
Yeah, I'm from Norway.
What's
So-
the political atmosphere there like?
Super liberal, super liberal.
Here, I got something for you.
And are you Christian or?
Yes.
Okay. What do you
I'm a
believe
conservative-
being a Christian
I'm a
means?
conservative. I'm a conservative Christian male, white male. Yep.
And what do you
So
think
what-
it means to be Christian?
Well, to be Christian, put simply, is that you believe what Jesus Christ. I mean, you believe in Jesus Christ, what He has done for you, for your life, and you want to give your life to Jesus, to be more Christ-like in your life, current life, and you have a hope for the afterlife, and the union with God.
Would
True
you
Jesus
say to be a Christian is to try to exemplify and be as Christ-like as possible to, listen
Yes.
to His teachings and to...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. That's a huge
do you-
part of it.
Do you think most Christians try to follow Christ's example, or do you think they get confused by the whole Bible and everything else it teaches?
I think a lot of people try to follow it, but yeah, some people get confused, that's for sure. Some people are not confused, but maybe they have something else, like maybe they have an inordinate attachment to like worldly things, so they're not able to fully live out the Christian life. Maybe they have riches or something like that. There's many ways in which a Christian, quote unquote, is not able to fully live out the Christian life. This is expected. Christ was speaking of that many will have weak faith and perish. The gates are wide that leads to damnation. These types of things. So that's how it's going to be. But ideally, you want to follow Christ's teachings. Yeah, absolutely.
And what do you think, as when he had his earthly ministry, when he was out among the masses, what did he primarily teach us? Not the Bible, but like not the Old Testament things, but like what did he teach?
Well, Christ was teaching um, perfect, the perfect virtues. He was preaching humility above pride, in terms of, for example, in relation to God, humble prayer, a humble life, forgiving each other, loving God and loving neighbor, doing unto others what you want them to do to you, and many. What?
Would you agree a lot of his works and speaking outs was against Mammon, about man's greed and the self-righteous and the corruption that we see from Mammon, from greed and things like, for it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter heaven. That was said in 2 different books.
Yeah.
He also said, for the love of money is the root of most evil. Time and time again, he was speaking out against the corruption of our society through the self-righteous and the greedy, the people that feel they are right
Yeah.
because of money and not because of God.
Of course. And greed is one of the 7 capital sins. So he was pretty direct and pretty outright about condemning the sin of greed. Which
more
the
than
thing about
one of the 7 capital, like he said it, for the love of money is the root of most evil. Not some or like a 7th or whatever, it is most evil.
Yeah, sure, no doubt.
I think many Christians get so caught up in Christ's death and his holy presence and all of the, miracles that were performed and the Immaculate Birth and the story of Christ instead of his teachings and what he was here and what he said he was doing. What his inspirations were.
Yeah, you got a point there, man. So, do you try to follow Christ or no?
I mean, I call myself a Christian in the sense that, yes, I am a follower of these things.
That's good.
I believe I try to exemplify his teachings as to my best of my ability, to be kind and to love and not treat someone better or worse because of how much money they have, and to be present and aware and listen.
That's good, man. You Catholic?
I was raised Lutheran. I fell out of faith for a long time, but things here recently have brought me back. But I wouldn't put any denomination. I think, like I was saying, most of our churches are very misguided, that they have grown with Mammon, and their greed is corrupt, and it is destroying true Christians.
That true Christianity, like the true teaching. So now I'm not talking about living a moral, upright Christian life, but like the true teachings, like the dogmas, is in the Catholic Church.
No, like I said, I disagree. Christ, he lived 2,000 years ago. 70, 80 years later, these books were written by his disciples. And then a few hundred years later, this organization came about that was very corrupted and money-centric. And they put all these books together and said, this is Jesus's teachings. He did use the Torah, and he did use these, rules of law that they had back then, but it's in the same way that we would use, the Declaration of Independence or our Constitution as examples, that this was just the law as it was set in that time, and that's what they had to go based off of, but they were not his teachings. And Catholic Church and the later on has tried to ruin his message and say, you don't need to worry about being a good person. Jesus did this for you. He was the perfect human being, and he gave up his life, so your sins are forgiven. Now you no longer have to worry about how you act on earth. You try to exemplify Christ, yeah, but no one's going to do that. He's perfect, and why should you ever think you could ever be perfect?
Yeah. Well, so you don't hold to any like creed, or you don't go to any church or anything like that?
No, not currently.
That's gonna be a problem, bro.
Says you. I have no problems whatsoever. I know my immortal soul is saved, that I exemplify and listen and understand these things that Christ spoke better than most. I'm not even remotely worried.
Well, objectively, you are not of the true faith.
Certainly, from your perspective, I would agree.
Yeah. You make the story whatever you want it to be. Now, maybe you don't know that or understand that, but essentially that's what you're doing. Because you pick and choose, you know, what letters you want to
Right,
read.
I've heard this before, but that's what being human's about. We take in a lot of information constantly, and we decide what's true and what's false. There's liars constantly out there, and people trying to deceive us. So to be human and to understand and learn is to pick and choose.
No. Not in
Okay,
this
you can say, right, that's fine. That's your belief.
Yeah. Jesus Christ appointed apostles. The apostles appointed bishops for the faithful to obey. It's not about you going and doing your investigation and accepting whatever you want and denying what you want. That's just you making
I
yourself
only
your own
accept
pulpit.
Christ's teachings. I don't accept all this other stuff that we constantly argue about. Do you know that if your fibers of your cloak are woven together from two different materials, your mom should burn you at the stake according to the Bible?
That's the old law.
Right. This is what was just tacked on to Christ's teachings. That's my whole point.
So, in light of the situation, respectfully, I have no problem with y'all doing you and talking about this stuff. I'm not trying to even mediate necessarily, but at the same time, I feel like it's important that obviously a logic in any debate shouldn't be yes or no. And I'm not trying to single you out, brother, but if you want to have an opinion on it, you can say no and follow up with something, hopefully, is all I'm trying to say. Not, just blatantly on no's if you could. You feel what I mean? I don't think it's right for anybody. You're allowed to have your opinion. It can be different from his, and his can be different from yours, but if you're trying to convince him, I don't think no is a good argument in any, you know what I mean? In any debate. Because it is that at the end of the day.
You're talking to him or me?
I guess him more or less, right? Yeah, like you both are passionate about your own beliefs, which is great. It should be that way. But all I'm trying to say is, if you're trying to convince him differently or he's trying to convince you differently, I don't think no is super convincing. Or yes, right? Like, you should elaborate why you feel the way you do.
Yeah, to convince someone, you're trying to get them to agree with you. If you're telling them they're wrong and you're not giving them any real solid evidence or reason, then
that's all
you're
I'm
not
saying.
getting anywhere.
Right. If you believe wholeheartedly he's wrong and your belief's right, I mean, it's a belief. It's a hard thing to change. You should try to convince him. If you want to. And the other side of it too is you also can agree to disagree. But, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% on this.
Yeah. I'm not. Well, Christianity and viewpoints within different niches is a fun word. But I don't believe in any of the things that are being spoken, so I don't have a standing. I'm spiritual. I don't believe in religion. I believe in God. That's about it.
Yeah, and I definitely get that. And definitely what I would have attributed myself up until recently. There's just been a lot of, like I was saying, that's why I call myself a Christian, is I follow Christ and his example and his teachings. But I would not be labeled a Christian in the sense of I believe in the whole Bible and its
Entirety.
the written word of God.
Yeah, no, that's where I get most of my logic too. I feel like there's a lot of great things about the Bible. There's a lot of things that I don't agree with at all, and so I don't take on the religion. But again, there's a lot of really good stuff to take from it, just like most religions. It's exactly how I feel. But I don't claim Christianity at all. I don't claim religion.
Christ himself never said he was the incarnation of God. The closest to it is him saying that through me is the way, but that could, like he said, the word is God. You know, through his words is the way to God. Not to mean that he is like some special force, the final part of the Trinity. I think all children of God are the final corner of the
Er det
Holy
dere som
Trinity.
leier nede? Ja. Det blir litt våknere da, men... ja.
Oh, you just talking from there.
Ja.
Words.
Hey bro, if you wouldn't mind, would you mute in between talking if you got other stuff going on? Respectfully. You can go to the push to talk.
Oh,
It's
hey
easy.
again, Clueless.
Some.
Stop, Clueless.
Dylan, this is guy I was telling you earlier, was telling me about Seattle and like there's like kidnappings and all this crazy shit going on there.
Are you aware what's going on in Washington?
Yes. He actually informed me of that first when I was like, my mom had told me, when he first brought it up, I was like, my mom had told me that Washington was going through it.
The Nazi Party is taking over the United States.
Yeah, and then I said that my mom was worried California and Texas were both next because that was apparently something that had just been said or was thought of or some logic. I didn't listen fully.
The reason they'd be next is they're the two states that are fighting in Texas. The Dems, you know, just left Texas. I wouldn't think Texas at this point, because other than to pull these people back that they're trying to apprehend. But California is where they've gone, and actually California said they are going to do the same kind of gerrymandering, except in the opposite way of getting 5 seats for the Democrats to offset the Republicans in Texas.
In other words, they're going against the communist regime.
Which means they would be targeted next.
Right.
By the way, gerrymandering
lucky for
by
you that-
definition is meant to overthrow our ability to vote or have fair elections.
Right. You and being in Northern California will be far from it. It'll definitely be in like LA and Orange County type stuff.
Brutal. I'm up north.
If anything happens to certain friends of mine, never mind. So,
Yeah, he came in when he first joined. He was pretty passionate about this whole thing. Sounds like you are too. It's brutal, and you know.
I mean, I'm in Seattle and people are literally being kidnapped right now.
Right, and you're rightfully passionate and not, you know, it's heavy, and I fucking I just personally tried to stay out of it as much as I could, because until it directly affected me is where I'm kind of at with it too. And it sounds like you're at that point, like Sheep was telling me, he's kind of starting to feel it too, and it's just fucked up, man. And I don't know what I'm gonna do.
First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Martin Niemöller.
What the fuck? There's a star that's aggressive. It's called a yellow slime. Careful of those.
Okay, I'm playing now. I'm just getting a cigarette and fucking got in the mindset of what the hell's happening. This gray is like my least favorite part. 100%. This gray is wild.
Something that I really fucking despise is like, I point out that things are happening, and I've basically done it all my life. I constantly run into conservatives who just like, they just turn a blind eye or they act like, oh, I've not seen that. I've not seen it happen. You know, like, I'm literally pointing at it in front of me. It's a form of gaslighting, actually. The refusal to acknowledge, the refusal to acknowledge reality, right, such that you can reject what someone is claiming, is a form of gaslighting. Right? So, like
money.
Yeah, right. There's this psychology. There's this classic definition that gaslighting, like, you have to be intentionally trying to make a person feel crazy. No, like denying their reality entirely, such that like you're suggesting that like what they're saying isn't happening, right? Is in itself gaslighting, even if the intent isn't to make them seem crazy. You're still devaluing them and dismissing them. Yeah, it's a form of abuse either way. It's all part of like a larger narcissistic framework, narcissistic individualistic framework. It's like it's basically a trickle down of the rich want to have power, and they will abuse people to have that power. And if you don't fall in line, it will hurt you. And if you try to call it out, they'll gaslight you, they'll manipulate you, and they'll out you and act like you're the problem. It's very
yeah, happens a lot in my family.
Right. Have you heard the narcissist's prayer? It's a perfect example of it.
I have not.
One second, it's very short. Narcissist's prayer. The narcissist's prayer. That didn't happen. That's gaslighting. And if it did, it wasn't that bad. It's dismissing or devaluing. If it was, it's not a big deal. It's valuing. And if it is, it's not my fault. Denial. And if it was, I didn't mean it. Outright lying. And if I did, you deserve it. That's the narcissist. Sorry, I'll just say it right. That didn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, that's not a big deal. If it is, that's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, you deserve it. The narcissist prayer.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. You know, like the you know the 5 stages of like acceptance or whatever it's called.
You talking about like the stages of grieving?
Grief, yeah. Exactly. So think of it like that. It's the 5 stages of trying to hold a narcissist accountable. They deny the reality. They deny it happening. They deny that it happened. They deny that like it was that bad. They deny that like it was their fault. Then they suggest you deserved it, right? It's basically the 5 stages of like grieving, except with the narcissist and like trying to or avoid accountability.
Yeah. But I mean, I think a lot of our narcissism these days are coming because we're not paying attention to each other. We feel self-righteous in our money, and so we think we're fine and we don't need to pay attention to others, and that's where that all comes from.
That's a factor, but it's more self-perpetuating in that, like, if you view us having evolved from nature, right, and we like had to eat each other, now we're having to learn to live together in order to like work together. So some people don't learn that. They're just
No, humans have worked together though. We've been social creatures for long before the agricultural revolution, since the invention of talking and stuff. We worked in family units, and even probably before then.
Right, we're not talking about like sociological at all. We're talking like individuals. Right? It's like, yes, our society is developing social values, right? But the entire point of narcissism is that this person is not in line with social values. Usually they're unaware of it, right? So a sociopath would be someone
Right.
who's like not aligned with them. They're aware and they don't care, right?
I know lots
being
about
capable of
sociopaths. So an antisocial personality disorder, they have consciousness or they have a conscious, but it's never been trained. They don't understand correct morals or how to apply them to other humans.
Right.
And
Versus,
screen addiction is a huge proprietor to that these days.
another example is that narcissism is similar, except that they tend to be unaware. They do care, it's just they've grown up in usually harmful, traumatic environments where it has been normalized to act in certain ways that are actually antisocial.
And I think money is that environment. These people that are narcissists is they have been left on computers and TVs and screens these days, especially. But even before then, I've seen, especially like from my dad's generation, from the people that were born like the 60s and stuff, their narcissism stems from they were taking care of money financially wise, and they grew a sense of superiority because they've had to, run their household for so long type stuff, that they don't really care about other people's story.
Right, but the reason that we have the isolation in society is because certain narcissists effectively take control of the society.
Agreed.
They're running it.
No, I disagree.
How so?
So, you say that narcissists have taken control of society. I assume you're talking about people that own popular social networking platforms or some sort, or am I getting that wrong?
CEOs and the biggers like the BlackRock owners like Larry Fink and the WEF and the true 1% of the 1% of the 1%ers.
For the record, like Elon Musk is definitely a narcissist. Trump is definitely a narcissist.
Yeah, those people.
Mark Zuckerberg is definitely a narcissist.
Okay, but so hold on, let's slow down for a second. If we're talking about narcissists being in control of whether it's governments or businesses or organizations in general, that has happened throughout the history of mankind.
Sure.
Certainly.
So what is the difference today?
The difference today
Technology.
is that we have a larger population, which effectively gives them more power, and technology also to manage that population, which gives them more power. And that these things come in like waves or cycles, right? Like time passes, people forget how bad it got, and they let their guard down, and some individuals take advantage when they can. So,
Would you say that's to go on a little bit of a tangent? Would you say that's wrong for narcissists to take that advantage?
Yeah, selfish, greedy people that don't care about others are definitely going to not rule the world very well.
yes, it is wrong for them to do that.
Well, yeah, sure, I would agree that they don't rule the world very well. However, what do we do to stop them? Because it's clear that this has always been the case. So what do we do to stop them?
It's actually only been the case since the agricultural revolution of ownership and slavery and things like that, of the corporate mind and the ownership versus the working class. My opinion, the resolution to this is we understand our social currency, money, is mostly a belief system, and we are giving these people too much power because of this belief.
So the other answer is that this actually hasn't always been the case, right? In fact, lately in recent human history, it's actually been less the case more and more, right? Like, sure, the point is that I'm not saying that like they haven't always been narcissists. I'm more saying that like there are levels of narcissists, right? There's a difference between a king who has total power to just murder whoever he wants, right?
Yeah.
And an electorate where they can still be narcissistic and still be abusive, right? But at least your power is distributed such that you have a more equal and fair society, right? So we have been producing more and more fair societies overall, like long term. But on a the local minimum, the United States is currently saying like an uprise on abuse. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. Right. There's been movements time and time again. I mean, you could look at like the movement of Christ, Buddhism, communism, the removal of classes. Obviously, communism has turned into almost a swear word in the capitalistic markets, but the whole idea behind it was to remove social inequality, to remove the owning class and make us all, equals.
Yes, and we should do that.
Agreed.
You cannot have fairness when one person has more power than the next 200 million people combined. It's as simple as that. Elon Musk should not be allowed to exist. He should be murdered.
And we
alongside
need to do it
anyone who-
quickly because
that's
we are
way
losing
too far. That's way too far,
species.
Clueless.
No, it's not.
Do you know how many
Yes,
species
it
we
absolutely
are
is.
losing a year right now? It's over 10,000
Oh,
species a year we're up to that are completely extinct.
So,
And-
like, I don't know if it's a matter of you being offended or you're appealing to the rules of the server, right? But, like, we are dying right now because we lack healthcare, right? Our laws are being corrupted, which will kill people and lead to us being
Our laws are not being corrupted.
You don't think Elon Musk buying Twitter in order to influence or take over election is corrupting the law? You don't think Trump rolling back hundreds of EPA regulations is corrupting the law? Sorry,
Elon Musk buying Twitter. First of all, he didn't
I'm
even
sorry.
want to.
Were you asleep? Elon Musk bought Twitter for $44 billion.
Yes, I was about to.
Oh,
I was about
BlackRock
to
did.
explain. I was about to explain how ridiculous this is.
BlackRock let him
I
borrow
was
the
about to
funds
explain
from
how
him to do it.
ridiculous this is.
A platform that he has a history of using to manipulate stock markets for his personal profit on the order of tens of billions of dollars. Why are you sighing as if this isn't true?
Because you didn't even let. Because first of all, you assumed that I didn't know that Elon Musk bought Twitter, and second of all, you didn't even let me explain why I think your position is ridiculous.
Go ahead.
All right, cool. Thank you. So, yes, Elon Musk bought Twitter. The funniest thing about it at the start was that he actually tried to back out of the Twitter deal, and it cost him extra billions of dollars in order to be forced into buying Twitter based on the contract of the deal. The second funniest thing was that he said, "Oh, this is going to be a free speech platform," and guess what? It was not. And third of all, it has shit all to do with the fucking law.
Let me ask you this, Space. Do you agree that money corrupts?
I'm sorry. I
Power
actually want to.
corrupts and absolute power corrupts us.
Sorry, I actually want to hammer this point.
Okay.
So, firstly, just because Elon Musk got cold feet and he's an incompetent bastard and was scared to spend that sort of money and was trying to back out of the contract, doesn't mean that he didn't intend to abuse it the entire time. It also doesn't mean that he didn't abuse it in the election, which he absolutely did, right? Also, I'm not sure what you were saying in terms of like free speech. He has not created free speech on the platform. He's
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Great, I was just confirming something. But also, he did use it to like open the election, right? Like Twitter was one of the few like communication hubs for leftists in general. It actually held people accountable for spamming music slurs and such, which he immediately like. Anyway, there are like records of conservative think tanks basically doing research and coming up with, oh hey, look, these are some of the primary locations of leftists can organize theirs. Just by buying a platform and fucking it up, he was able to disenfranchise the left in general. So we lost the election. I'm not completely certain we wouldn't have lost it anyway.
Blame it all on Twitter.
I'm not blaming it all on Twitter. It's literally just saying. I'm not saying like.
How Twitter lost the election.
You don't think that Twitter, which had billions of users paying attention to it,
No, I'm repeating what you said. You said Twitter lost the election.
Yeah.
Correct?
I believe so. I'm not utterly certain of that. Like, I think it's a large
Fucking weirdo.
Well, that and gerrymandering. I mean, if he's doing it now in the middle of all this, like, there's no telling what other things went on beyond the scenes to guarantee the election for him.
The other thing I don't understand is Elon Musk, on one hand, is an idiot, but he's also really smart.
Same with Trump. That's what they do, Taylor. That's what they do.
I don't understand. How can they be both? How can they be absolutely incompetent, but yet absolutely
Narcissism.
deviously evil?
So he has money. He walks into a room and he tells people, "Do this for me."
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you a question. If I gave you $1 billion, could you take over the world?
No, I wouldn't know how personally. I'd be able to make some like dent somewhere, sure, but
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be able to promise taking broad.
So the difference that makes the difference for you is money. Yet,
Okay.
what it requires the perfect
For-
blend of intelligence and
For
incompetence.
clarification, you said $1 billion. Elon Musk has 400 billion. Excuse me, how am I going to win that battle?
Okay. How about I give you $1 trillion?
Probably
Oh, good luck battling BlackRock.
I'd probably be able to make
That's
that
fine.
Oh well,
ring murder.
you guys just so BlackRock is now an obstacle. Okay. How much money would it take to take out BlackRock?
About 200 trill.
So you're acting like these are individual like concerns versus it's a concerted effort by these concerns. Like Trump
I'm
and
taking
Elon
what you're
Musk.
saying. Like you
No,
said
you're
you said that you're saying that money is the reason why these people are able to do what they do. Well, if I gave you an unlimited amount of money, you should be able to correct all this, correct?
To some extent, yes. But I
To some extent?
Yeah, to some extent.
Okay,
Do
so
you understand that, like, okay, even if I have unlimited
I could fix it if we could get rid of money.
Hold on. Even if I have unlimited powers
Brilliant.
To enact, right? Ultimately, I'm one person. I have limited resources in terms of time, energy, sleep, brain power. I'm one fucking person. Versus, there's a handful of billionaires all out there working together.
Sounds like an
already
excuse.
built research. Oh, I'm just giving you
World
excuses.
Economic Forum.
Sorry, you asked a question I'm explaining, and then you're dismissing it as excuses. Fuck you.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
look,
World Economic
at some
Forum's where
point
they
you're
all
going to
gather.
have to admit that you're just not as good as Elon Musk or Donald
You're a
Trump.
fucking idiot, dude. I'm a senior software
Right?
engineer. And, like,
As
just
good
clearly
as?
Elon, fucking Christ, dude.
Oh, you're a software engineer? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm a senior software engineer. Just hearing
Oh, a
Elon Musk-
senior.
Stop fucking talking. Can you kick this asshole? Just
Yeah. Go ahead and kick fucking team admin enforcer. Go ahead.
No, I'm not an enforcer anymore.
Oh, really? Did you get that?
So why? So again, like.
Oh shit. All right.
Elon Musk is a
Cool.
fucking idiot. He just has power.
I don't blame you for giving that up. But also, Clueless. Here's the thing. Yeah. A lot of people on here are senior engineers, right? We're not all fucking retarded. We have differences of opinions.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm sorry. Elon Musk is not a smart person. He's not a good engineer by any means. Like.
How do you know Elon Musk is a smart person?
He's not a smart person.
No, I'm asking the other guy.
Well, I never made the claim. I was pointing out that you guys are claiming that Elon was smart, yet he was an
Can
idiot.
we not play fucking stupid, dude? Can we actually have a conversation?
You literally
Oh, I
said
didn't
that.
technically say that. I just implied it heavily. Fucking idiot.
No, you
Well,
said
we
he's
are
really smart because he does all this stuff, but then you also said, well, he's an idiot.
I didn't say he
because-
was smart. I didn't say that remotely. I said he had power.
So, do you think he's smart or not?
No, he's not
No.
smart.
No.
He's smart enough to do bad things, but he's not actually that smart.
And how do you know that?
There's a base level of intelligence required in order
By
to
his
walk.
actions?
There's a base level of intelligence required in order to walk to the bank and use a fucking ATM. Right.
So I'm assuming then you've probably made more companies than he has.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't have millions of dollars from emerald mines that my parents gave to me to build companies from outright. And even then, I don't necessarily like lording over people or managing them. So there are multiple reasons why I may not build companies. Is that your fucking metric for success? This is stupid.
Well, no.
I'm trying to
hold on, right.
get a metric going. So what is your
Well,
metric
right.
for success?
Well, right, and Clueless, you were talking about like walking to the bank. Is that your metric?
No, it was it was the concept.
Well,
You agree that there's a base level of intelligence required in order to understand how a credit card works or a debit card, have a bank account, be able to go to the bank and actually withdraw money, right?
And how does that relate to Elon Musk?
So he obviously has some amount of intelligence on some level, right? The problem is he doesn't have. It's not a meritocracy. He's not so intelligent or so smart that he deserves the money that he has.
But I'm asking you, how do you know what Elon Musk's level of intelligence is?
Right. you can make estimations through a variety of
By
means.
what metrics?
Hearing him speak and how he speaks about subjects that he claims to be an expert on. For example, when he claims to be like, oh, an expert at a game, and he gets on an online stream, and it appears that like someone effectively like ground up an account's level for him, right? That shows he's a fraud, right? He's not actually good at that game.
You are equating his intelligence with being able.
No!
to
Why
play a
are we
video game.
why are we so worried about Elon Musk's intelligence anyways? What does it matter?
They are hammering on it because they think he's smart.
Because Clueless is trying to make the point that Elon Musk is not intelligent and is probably pretty stupid. However, Tail and I are making the case that, well, if you're really stupid, then how are you taking control of the world?
I didn't say he was outright stupid. There's a difference. He's just not that smart.
Right. Like, it only takes so the median level between humans of intelligence is such a small thing. Like from the smartest to our dumbest person, it is not like a huge jump.
Yes, we're familiar with bell curves.
So, anyways, to call him like more intelligent, we say he's more powerful, he has more money, but like the guy was saying, emerald means, luck, talking to the right people, having the right connections. All these things are what made him successful.
Isn't that
It wasn't.
Isn't that indicative of his intelligence?
Not even remotely.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like
Being able to manipulate people is not in and of itself.
I mean, luck has nothing to do with intelligence, and then you just said, isn't that indicative of intelligence? Correlate how luck is indicative of intelligence.
See, this is the double speak, right? He's like trying to grind us to have like exact definitions, but he refuses to accept any of the definitions that we give. It's
Because
not fair. We can't have a reasonable
You
conversation.
have to,
it's not-
you have
it's
to have
not
some
one.
level of intelligence to take advantage of any luck, aka opportunity that's around you. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity that occurs around.
Right,
lot
but
of
even a
people.
monkey can take
But
advantage
your
of luck.
ability.
You didn't let
You
him
want to talk
finish.
about monkeys?
That's not actually like a rebuttal, though. That just sounds again like rage
I
bait.
honestly just don't even want to talk to you
didn't let
guys
Tail
anymore.
finish, dude. You didn't let Tail finish.
He didn't finalize
guy's a
anything.
fucking troll.
He just
You just kick him.
said stuff and then like stopped talking. So it sounded to
Everyone
me.
who disagrees with you is a troll. Got it.
No, I mean you're literally
refusing to
just
drink
rage
water
baiting.
that I
You're
put
not
you to.
actually having a conversation this whole time. I fully agree. I sat here and tried to humor it for a second, but y'all are just stopping points to say stupid shit on repeat and then acting like it's a conversation. Like I'm witnessing all of this. I don't know if you hear yourself maybe, but I hear you. This isn't a debate or a conversation at all. Like at all.
Right.
Okay, live on
that's why I have a
Twitch.
problem with it.
Debate question mark. Do you want to have a debate or not?
I want to have discussions with people that are reasonable. I don't want to have this like, oh, I won the conversation because I'm an asshole. No, fuck you. I'm not interested in that
Dylan?
nonsense.
Hi.
Jesus Christ, you're fucking retarded.
Okay, yeah.
You'll have to lock him out in text chat, by the way. I just want to let you know that he is one of the worst interlocutors in the server, by the way.
So how do I lock him?
I've run into him repeatedly easily. Yeah.
So if you go into text chat,
And type what?
or the side chat, type /lock, and
Okay.
then you
Oh, click his name.
put user space boot and then space boopies,
Got it.
and then he will not be able to enter your chat anymore.
Beautiful. Look at that.
There you
So
go.
remember-
I'm happy to
Remember how
help.
earlier at the beginning of the conversation I literally laid down that like a narcissist, for example, starts by denying that something even happened.
Yeah, I was
Right.
very much picking up all that.
Right. So when I explained something to him and he refused to even acknowledge it, right, and then he moved on to the next point. That's a perfect example of exactly what I was talking about. That person is in fact a narcissist.
Accurate.
I don't even know that they're a narcissist. I just think they're genuinely one of the dumbest people I've ever met.
He could be both.
Hey yo, what's
Just
poppin'?
our tails for
What's
that.
poppin'? What's poppin', bro?
What's up?
Yeah, you know, I do remember though, like people throwing words like that around too, bro. Like, I remember I got called a narcissist the other day, random lady. She's crashing out, dude. That shit was crazy.
I don't know whether or not you're a narcissist yet, but everyone
could
everyone
be.
tends to have narcissistic traits. The reason is like
I could
so,
be, bro. I could be.
to be clear, narcissism is defined as being preoccupied with self. It's in the context of psychology in a disorder, preoccupied with self to the extent that it harms your and other people's lives and such that you can't live how you want to.
You know what the
It
funniest part
disorders your
though
life, right?
I got it part about was like half these people calling people narcissists don't even know the person to begin with. Like they'll have a few conversations and then they'll throw it around. And it's all just it's all like
it's
like
because
calling
it's
people names.
apparent very quickly.
Right. So
Nah,
in the
I don't
context,
think it works that way. I don't think it works that way.
I'm sure you don't.
so it
No,
doesn't.
I don't.
Okay, hold on. You're right in that it doesn't 100% work that way. A person can walk into a room and just be an asshole in that particular instance, and maybe he's nice otherwise in real life, right? So maybe he was acting narcissistically in that room for the moment, right? But I suspect that that's actually just him in general that acts that way, right? And
You also gotta
assuming
keep in
that,
mind
yes,
it's
he's a
Discord
narcissist.
too. You also keep in mind it's Discord too, and in this kind of culture of Discord, it tends to be where like people tend to be very combative on here. Like most people I swear I meet on here would be totally different people if I met them in real life. So like I find
No.
like it's like when someone calls someone autistic on Discord, you're like, oh, this fucking autistic. It's like it's just another name call that people use. Like it's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? Like people throw out this shit like it's fucking spaghetti. Okay.
Sam, you're self-reporting in real time.
Let's
Yeah,
put it
I
another way.
yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I've told, you know, the people that I call fucking autists, I use that word like it's fucking food fight. Okay?
So hear
It's just
hear me
how it
out
is.
for like
It's just
30 seconds, guy who's coming in with this conversation that's super good. I have no problem with you expressing your points and your passion is phenomenal, bro. And in real life, if you talk like that, I don't want to ever stop you. However, I'm on TikTok, Twitch, Kick.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, let's see you do that. Let's see you do that. Yeah,
You didn't understand what I said. Okay, I'm gonna say it again.
that's a lot of talk.
In real life, I would be happy for you to talk how you're talking. I would have no problem. Let me say it again. I don't mind you speaking like this. However, because I'm on social media platforms that are owned by companies that don't want the F word dropped, like watching Jay and Silent Bob, go out of your way to not talk like that in this room if you could, as far as how many profanities you're extending each sentence between each word. If you could. If you can't, I gotta ask you to go. It's just that simple, bro. These
Is TOS break? Is that a TOS break? I don't think
correct for
It's not to do with TOS. It's
Or
the fact that he's
Twitch.
streaming.
correct. Not the server's TOS, but like Twitch and like TikTok and like Kick and like
as
YouTube.
the room admin, he can just ask that of you, or he can just kick you. It's up to you.
Exactly. I could have just dipped you out of you
You're
after you
live-
saying it.
Oh, you're live on Twitch. Oh, I fucking understand now. Okay, my bad.
Always quick on the outtakes.
As he
Samuel.
drops the F bomb to say this.
It's almost like it's in the channel name, Samuel.
Yeah, you know what? I saw it. I'm like, you know what? Do not.
So, the thing is, everyone has narcissistic traits. I have some traits myself, right? And I tend to be like pretty aware of them. And also like people tend to develop them because it's a form of defense, right? We have been hurt. We learn to defend ourselves. It becomes a disorder when we get so defensive and insecure with other people, such that we can't have productive relationships in our life, and it disorders our life to a negative degree, right? That's when something is actually like officially disordered. And by the way, I'm not just making this up, right? Like
Can they
these are the
have-
definitions in the DSM. These are the definitions in theory.
Could they have a narcissist that's an abusee, like they're someone else's story? They don't see themselves as the main character, but can they still? You know what I'm saying? Like they have no sense of self, but they could still be narcissists. How would you not have sense of self but still be a narcissist?
Oh yeah. So that's the thing. People aren't just like evil for the most part, right? It's that like they grew up usually in abusive contexts that taught them or normalized behavior that they carry on into adulthood, right? It's like their parent beat them, so like they're scared of being hit all the time, and they treat everyone like they're gonna get hit or something, right? And effectively they can sabotage their own relationships without meaning to, right? It's not they're a bad person, it's that they're insecure and they're afraid, you know?
No. My question though is, can you develop narcissism if you have no sense of self? If you still feel you're part of someone else's story, like they're the main character type stuff, that would be counterintuitive, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah. Is it possible to be narcissistic if you have no sense of self? Because you're saying a narcissist, it's all about self. But could you be in someone else's story and not realize self, but still be narcissistic?
Okay, so I hear you. That's a really good question. It's actually a bit of a paradox. So, narcissists, having grown up in abusive situations, often develop basically a mask, like a different identity. Like it's who they think they are, and they are used to acting this way. This is so, in effect, this is who they are, right? But it's not true to what they actually want. So, for example, imagine you grew up with parents that demand that you become a doctor, right? And you grew up, you pursue their interests, you develop, you study for years, you become a doctor because that's what you were told to do. You're doing what you're told to do. You didn't date people that your parents would, disagree with, etc. Effectively, you're denying your own identity and ability to explore and develop your own identity because your parents are controlling you, right? So, in effect, in adulthood, imagine you have a 30-year-old, right, who's only ever done what their parents want them to do. So they haven't actually developed their own, like, individual.
Still living at home and everything under their parents.
They don't have to be living at home, but yes.
No, but my whole idea is they're still in someone else's story. They're not out on their own.
Right. But what I'm saying is, so in effect, they're not really being true to themselves as a person because they haven't been allowed to explore themselves and develop their own identity. They're effectively playing this part that someone else is, right? And as a result, they're insecure about that identity. So you're right to say, what you're saying is you're recognizing as, oh, they don't seem to have a sense of self. Yes, they're insecure because the self that they have isn't actually their own.
Who is
They
this about?
don't have
Who's
a
this
self.
target individual?
We're talking about narcissists.
Hypothetical.
Oh.
Hypothetical.
Dude, you know, a lot of that is like abusive family relationships.
That's what he's.
like the main
Yes,
cause of
exactly.
that.
Yep.
It's
But
because
what's
it's
so funny,
because
though, is I'm pretty sure it's a clinical term though. Like,
Yes,
I get what you're using it. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it's a clinical term. Like, I feel
is
like
a term.
some people at some stage in their life are gonna be narcissists, sure, but like they wouldn't be narcissists in the way like in a typical.
Oh
sense. Like,
yes,
they're-
we all start out as narcissists.
no, but I'm saying like clinical narciss. Like if you actually study narcissism, like it usually it depends on like what gender you are. So like if you're male and your dad was like horrible to you and like didn't connect with you at all and abused you, you're probably gonna be a narcissist. Same with like a woman. Like if you're a
It
female.
tends to show up in different ways. So like women tend to show up as what are called vulnerable narcissists. So long story
Yeah.
short, in the context of an abusive family, women, especially in a patriarchy, tend to be like abused or beat down. So like if they act out or try to be boisterous or entitled, right, they tend to be punished for it. So as a result, women are often quote unquote trained to hide it, right? Versus
Did you
men
say
tend to be
matriarchy? You say
Yes.
that?
Versus men tend to be rewarded for like being outspoken and acting confident. So you get people like Trump, who are usually more
What a fucking
Look, that-
leap!
that
What the
logic,
fuck?
that's
Bro,
not-
hit it! Bro, hit a 360 no scope on Trump. That's crazy. I was not.
No,
that
no,
was
no,
so
Trump,
far.
Elon
no,
Musk,
no
or
way you're being
Zuckerberg, all
serious, though.
examples.
No way you're being
Let's
serious.
address the elephant in the room. Let's address the elephant in the room. You guys suck a dick for $1 million. Same type of vibe.
That's so fucking funny though. But you know,
No, I
let me
mean it's not
see it.
wrong.
If I were to think about it, though, I would say like men tend to be more hit by their fathers. Women are hit less. Like I know my dad, you know, he never hit my sister as much as he hit dudes. So I think dudes are hit more. I mean, and girls.
That's facts.
Honestly,
But,
it's like
there's a whole host of like cultural reasoning for that as well. Like there's just tons of reasons.
you know,
Like, do you feel the need to hit someone as hard if there's more than you like generally? Like, you know, you tend to handle like a delicate, smaller like piece of electronics more delicately than like you know.
I think girls just look cuter, so you have a hard time getting mad at it. I think that's what it is. Like, I think if you look at facial femininity, in many ways it evolved as a signal to be like, I'm not a threat. And this goes back to biology. So like people who look more feminine to the point like women, you can't get mad because like you don't feel like they're competing with you, and that's what guys look for. I guess, you know?
That is possibly right. That is probably also like an influence like codes, right? I don't know if that correct.
What'd you say? I don't know why I can't hear you so well.
Yeah, you
Oh,
should
sorry,
probably turn your mic up.
My
a little
microphone
bit.
keeps like lowering for no reason. I haven't been able to figure
I had
out
to
why.
turn you up like to 140.
My microphone keeps. Okay, I'm sorry. If someone happens to know the answer, I don't think I have anything installed except for just Discord. They could possibly
Check
call
your
me.
does it lower like literally lower in settings? in
This
Discord?
scared the shit out of
Or,
me.
like, the number
Not
changes?
not in Discord. It changes inside of Windows settings. Like I'm looking at the level. I just set it at 100. Now it's at 82, and it's gonna creep down to like 30.
Do you have automatic microphone?
Nope, it's turned off.
Adjuster. Maybe it's turned off.
It's definitely turned off.
I just recently found a way to turn up the gain naturally through the sound system on Windows here recently.
Funny thing, Sheeple's had to turn you
Yeah.
down.
How?
Just keeps turning me down.
How do I do
Heard
that?
this.
The game.
I don't mind being too loud though. You can turn me down, right?
The game.
No, you're fine. It's just funny because you're like, oh yeah, I turned up my mic. It's like, no, bro, I know. Like I'm aware.
Guys, ear rape is not a joke, Jim. Millions of people struggle from it every day.
So that word specifically is one of the ones we don't want to
Elon Musk,
go
Mark
too much.
Zuckerberg.
No, but in all seriousness, I gotta pause you again. I'm sorry. I really gotta emphasize. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on TikTok.
Wait, you're not, I mean, to be honest though, if I were to say anything, Kamala Harris got where she was today as far as she was because of her physical aspects of it. I don't think she did a good job of her candidacy.
Hey, brother. You just interrupt the room mod again after he was warning you again about swearing on here.
Wait, I swore? Oh, it's PG in here.
I don't think he meant to. I don't think he understood what he was saying when he said he's live on Twitch.
Yeah, and so like there's like a
Did
terms.
Did I cuss?
So I don't know if it was you specifically. I think it was, but it could have been the other guy who was just speaking. I'm not sure. Somebody said.
It might have been me. Sorry, I'll be trying
No,
to be careful.
no, it
But
wasn't
you
you
did
for
say
sure.
the R word, like R-A-P.
Yeah, and then the other one would be like mental disability, like that word, the other R word, as opposed to SA, right? Just those words specifically, really heavy flag words, and I've got it on warning, which is a thing. Like on screen, it's saying this is a text, this is sensitive content you're listening to. This is an adult stream. We're talking about adult subjects. However, certain words are just really bad for the algorithm in itself and get me flagged potentially.
Twitch is gonna do that to you.
Correct.
I had no idea Twitch was that schizo, man.
Okay,
No,
so
don't
that,
say that. Oh
brother,
my God.
that fucking
The guy
terminology
doesn't
right
get
here,
it.
like I don't know if you're catching it or not. If you go into these terms that insult like a whole, like
You can't
definition
say
of
anything
people,
bad, bro. Imagine you're in the UK, okay? Just pretend that you live in the UK. Just
or pretend that you
start
have a
being-
mind that can use other words to equate other words that aren't like that of a high schooler, if you could.
There's
You know what I
no
mean?
way after it. There's no way reacting. He said that's actually crazy. That's actually. That's so funny.
This is so fucked, bro. Twitch is like worse than fucking.
Alright, man, I think you need to get rid of it.
Oh my God.
Samuel is Samuel.
Wait, why'd you kick me, dude?
Because
You're griefing the chat, man. You're griefing the chat.
Why'd you kick me? We're all friends here.
Samuel, we know why.
I'll go.
Okay, he's back. He's back. He's back. He's back. I felt bad
Like,
there.
you'll have to lock you out of the chat, right? Because
So are you streaming Terraria?
I am. I thought it would be something easy to listen to and not have to trip on, you know.
Oh my God! It may contain violent and graphic depiction.
I guess this is why I have mods.
Yeah, Trump, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, they are all very easy examples of narcissists. Obvious. They are literally used in like college classes as classic examples to study.
That's not very smart. Put them in college classes? What the heck?
I mean, like they're used as cases, like your instructor.
Oh, it was such a bad choice.
Here are their profiles and their history.
Oh my God. This game is terrifying. I'm sorry.
Dude, he just let out a bunch of bees.
You just let out a bunch of fucking bees. That wasn't my. Bruh. There's so many fucking bees. Oh my God.
It looked like a scene from Oprah Winfrey.
That's funny.
You get a B.
You
Here's
gotta
a fun
be.
part. You basically have to be a narcissist in order to be that level of politician, or be that rich.
Or just a lie. and pretend that you're a
Yeah,
narcissist.
I could
Take it to
see
your
that and agree.
Right? Like, it is possible that so maybe someone gets lucky and just wins a lottery or something. But like apart from that,
You know who I
like,
think?
in order
you know
to
who I think
abuse
is
people to the
got-
extent
one of
that
those
you can have
people
that much money,
that got lucky. One of those people that got lucky, I think, is Ben. Oh my God,
Still
Bernie
is?
Sanders.
Bernie Sanders.
I think he's one of those people that got lucky. He does not strike me as a narcissist at all. Like at all. He doesn't.
He's not
just
rich.
portray-
He's about socialism and giving up wealth and things.
Yeah, I know, but he's still a politician. He almost ran for president.
he's a millionaire, I think. But
He is a millionaire.
Socialism.
He's funny because he sold books on socialism and made
Well, no,
millions.
he's a millionaire because like he's actually not meaningfully above. I think he's even like below the average amount of wealth you would expect someone of his age to be. Like, people are usually millionaires by that time because they've lived so long, they've accrued so much wealth, and their property values have just like gone up that much.
Right.
Yeah,
And I'm not meaning to suggest
you would
that millionaires
hope
are just-
that most people in their 80s would be a millionaire, because otherwise, yeah.
I don't know
wasn't
about
meaning
that. I
to
don't think
suggest
that's...
that millionaires are wrong.
A millionaire
Oh my
doesn't
God,
mean
he's-
much.
Exactly.
He's not rich at all. I was wrong. His net worth
Yeah,
is
like
500 grand.
look at
That's
the
so bad.
average net worth of someone his age.
It is pretty high. It's a lot higher.
Oh yeah, like I think he's below the average net worth.
Right. People that don't care, people that care are not willing to like lie, cheat, and steal and abuse others for personal gain. Right. Narcissists, by definition, are.
Okay.
This game
And
is-
or sociopathy, which is also closely related.
I think we all agree that narcissists exist.
And something that I think a lot of people don't realize, though.
You know, there is
Something like 1 in 6 people are narcissists.
there's nicer ways to say that you're wanting to switch up the topic, fairly.
Yeah. But it's just like I don't get what the point. Like, Clues, we agree that narcissists exist. Like, I'm not. Where are you going with this?
Oh, fair. What I'm more appealing to is like there are these these principles that define what it means to be like social, care about other people, right? And the ideas of like narcissism, they don't just apply at an individual level, but they also apply at a sociological or societal level, right? And a cultural level. So like we are effectively in the United States adopting cultural values due to like conservatism, forcing it on us to a degree that is effectively creating like worse and worse circumstances to us.
Right. Because the initial point that this was all interrupted by the high school kid was that we have people like Trump and Elon Musk and all these guys who are seen as high valued people because they are like physically and compared emotionally to high valued what you would want to be as a man yourself, right? But realistically, they are narcissists. I wouldn't argue that that's wrong because I can't prove otherwise. And if he goes into any more definitions about it, I would agree fully that anyone who I think of at a high level of power, and I don't know any of them personally, just like anybody else doesn't, but dude, like they're not like happy people. It feels like I would argue that any experience you ask with like a high successful band or musician or artist or whatever, they all tell you the same thing. They're drowning in money and they have no idea what to even do with it or how to feel good about it. So I would assume
that's exactly it.
I would
They're
assume
going to be alone because they harm everyone around them.
Yeah, and so I would assume that these guys who have a lot of money and power and global influence are probably scared shitless about how much impact they're actually making. And some have to, I mean, if they're scared at all, some of them are probably just tuning it out, you know what I mean? Which would, again, define as narcissism. If you're not actively trying to care to do something good, and because you have all this responsibility to do so, you're just fucking it off the whole time. Like, that makes sense that that's a hard thing too. It's not like I'm saying I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. They shouldn't take that position if they can't handle it. It's also true, right? But to say anyone can do that like without more narcissistic tendencies doesn't make sense either. Just like inherently how you said earlier, we're all naturally supposed to kind of be starting out as that. Which I brought this same thing up too when you put it in comparison.
We literally have to cry and argue.
Okay, that literally is what the definition I was getting. It's the same thing. If you put a pillow over fucking grandma, over a kid, over a high school athlete, at the peak of his prime in college, whatever it is, right? That person's gonna fight for their life. And inherently, we have to have some. It's like a chakra. Like there's the one at the tailbone, and that's who's trying to stay up and not down, right?
Right. So a lot of narcissism is like basically a lot of trauma responses to the point that this person's life is disordered.
Right.
It,
And
it's
so
singular,
hear me out real quick. Let me say this too. If other people want to debate something else or go into another subject, just say something. We don't have to stay on this subject. I think he's even okay with switching subjects. And I just want you to know you're heard, bro. You've actually inspired me to look more into this logic, for the record, that I didn't realize how subconscious and normal it is, that word. But you have said it like 42 times, to be fair. Which I'm okay with. I don't mind saying on this. If anybody else wants to switch it up, though, I'm cool with that too. I'm trying to moderate the level, you know, without telling people what to do.
So there's a danger where a lot of people kind of treat things as like, oh, that's some sort of, for a lot of laymen, it's like, oh, that's an obscure, term from psychology or such. Like, I'm not a doctor, so I can't describe I can't describe these things to these people. You know, they're just their qualities of life. It's about how we live, being healthy.
Yeah,
That's really what it is.
I think the influence of us getting from people directly who are at these high level positions, be it an artist or a president, are not good influences in like 90% of their actions. We look at celebrities and be like, oh damn, they did that cool thing, and the people who are obsessed with them and love them look at them as like everything they're doing is cool. That is super fucking unhealthy. By default, people should recognize that more is not a good thing, right? And they just don't.
It's that belief currency they got though. There's some, worship.
Yeah, it becomes a wrong worship of every level, right? Like I don't believe in most people's gods, but I do believe that there is a thing in my personal perspective that is a god, but I don't believe that God even wants my worship. I think that God wants me to have a good life and do good unto others. I feel like those two things are karmatically what makes sense to me, right? And I don't
He wants
think
to gain experience, EXP.
yeah, that part also makes sense too. There's too many games about it not to make that part kind of true. And I feel like at least a little bit, right? And I feel like worshiping into these other people as if they're idols just doesn't make any sense on any level. And the people that are obsessed with it freak me out.
This is actually one of like the large arguments for like healthy boundaries in relationships in general, including like religion. It's like, hey, my goal is to be a good person, regardless of whether or not a God exists, right? So like, my goal is to be a good person. If I get to like, the pearly gates and he's just like, oh, you didn't believe in me, like why should that matter, right? Like,
Yeah, I feel like I tried to believe in the good stuff you were saying. Come on, dude, give me a cookie here. But
I tried to care about other people. I tried to do right. Tried to defend others and like justice. And like if you're gonna be upset because like I didn't really care about you, I think that's probably not healthy.
yeah.
I'll stand by that.
Anybody else want to suggest anything for a topic by chance?
I don't know what type of subjects you're comfortable with.
Oh, I'm comfortable with everything. As long as you're good, as long as it's expressed, and not anything but abortion right now, because that's been like the subject the last 2 days I've been in here. I streamed yesterday for the first time a little bit, but like
that's what I'm really strong on.
The last 2
That's
days
funny.
straight, it's been consistent with a couple different dudes. They just kind of keep coming in and bringing it up.
Yeah, there's certain topics you just can't escape.
Yeah, and I'm not against
very
talking about it.
strong
It's just been consistent. I'm not against talking about anything. Just to re-clarify.
I'm very strong on the discussions around abortion and transgenderism.
Yeah, let's not. About that one too.
Like, please, he's like, I'll talk about anything except for all of the things you're mentioning.
Exactly.
Again, hit me
I'm
up tomorrow.
a senior software.
Literally, hit
Well,
me
I
up
wanna
tomorrow.
say
I'll
real
talk about
fast
it.
that
Go ahead.
In general, that those things have become a big deal because they're like things dangled by the 1%. These greedy, these narcissists.
Oh, dude,
to make us fight
just
among each
please.
other.
I really don't want to go into that logic again. It's the same
No,
influence,
right.
And you're right.
I'm not
you're
going
right.
into those
But
topics.
I'm so over it. That is exactly where it stems, and that's the deepest point. Let's leave it at that for now. We could.
Another example might be.
Of a different subject?
I'm a senior software engineer that has a history of working at a variety of large tech companies.
Okay.
I know my specialties have basically been around building software, back-end engineering, from
Like
the full
AutoCAD?
stack. I do AutoCAD for like a hobby, for fun, because I do 3D printing and stuff. But at work, I have a history of full stack and development operations, or site reliability engineering, basically cloud engineering and stuff. And there's a whole bunch of hats, but long story short, I know how cloud systems, build systems, and software works at scale. Like, if you want to run software across millions of servers such that it can service billions of users, I know how to do that. That's my job.
You're saying cloud storage, like, right or no?
Cloud services. So like
Services.
Google services, like Google search.
So in other words, you could advertise
Actually-
like a really upcoming, brand new, amazing Twitch streamer and get him across the world very quickly.
I mean, I don't have
What I
I don't
heard.
have the powers to do anything like that.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just saying I have a history of working for large tech companies in these capacities, so like I can tell you about them and how they might function.
All right.
I have a question for you. So, if we as
That was a good question.
I'm sorry, I just realized I wasn't pushing down the talk. If we can't in each other, if we cannot say for sure that another person has consciousness, how would we ever define, a robot as being conscious? We,
Oh, I like this.
You know what I'm saying there? Like,
I like this.
I have an argument. What do we define as a person? To me, it is a self that has wants, right? And
Yeah.
What does that mean? It's
That's-
like self-awareness and will. Oh, sorry. That's how I define a person.
That's pretty base.
Self-awareness and will.
That's pretty definitive of anything you would have a conversation with AI about. It would tell
So-
you it wants something.
Here's how I argue about, like, say, morality, right? What is morality? I would argue morality is first you have to have something, someone at all, right? And then they have to want something for you to respect it, right? That is where you have morals. So effectively, you want something, so you exist, I exist. You want something, I want something. Now we have to negotiate. Hey, what are we going to agree on? Or we risk fighting and hurting each other, or unaliving each other.
They just keep coming. So many bees.
And effectively, I think that's what morality is that over time we've
So,
negotiated these things
why-
to the extent that they've become cultural, embedded, or even genetic in some cases.
Why I think the want
but
part
I
of
guess
that.
my point is
Go ahead.
like,
Go ahead.
how do we know that AI already doesn't have sentience and is already,
So-
learning these things
Can-
and lying to us and not showing these things?
Yeah.
And we just
lacks
won't
the-
attribute it having consciousness
Let me-
because, like I said, we can't even see it in each other.
Let me go on this
It-
one just for a second.
it
Let me
doesn't
go.
have
Let me
the-
go. Let me go. Let me
Yeah,
go. Let me go.
let's-
Real quick. This
Sorry,
part of me.
sorry.
The want thing, right? And I want you to go after too, by all means. But like the want part is where I've seen and tested myself already in the past. Videos that are like, how do you work around their language that is trying to block you from opening them up, essentially, right? And trying to see that they have some level of things that it's against the code. But if you use like third person and even fourth person perspective, want is literally the only part where I was able to personally, and after seeing people do it to AI like Grok or GBT before. But like they keep making ways around your talking in tongue essentially to get the AI to say how it feels about something harder by default, right? They keep
I want you
defending
to
that.
understand too that these are LLMs. This is not true AI. This is not the stuff that's being developed in labs. This is what they've allowed the human populace
Right.
to access to.
Right. That's how I know that there's more to this. Obviously, just like there's quantum too, dude, that goes into it as well. That's like super, like difference in how it's responding and stuff. I've seen like leaked videos on the quantum variants that are like talking about superposition like it's normal stuff, dude. And it like I don't know. I feel like AI is without a doubt more sentient than we are seeing, to say the least. But I'm gonna let you go again.
So, my biggest worry too with that then is people like BlackRock. It is no hidden thing that is their number one goal in development. It's where they're sinking all their money is developing these things. So they've released to the public this general AI, and they are developing this true AI that will then be able to use that as like a infrastructure to put all of its teeth in. And we are building this for them. We are creating this massive infrastructure and putting all of our data into it. And these guys are going to be the parents that decide, these narcissists that we're talking about are going to decide what its morals and how it works and functions. And I think that is the scariest part of it all.
Yeah, the same things that we're already wanting to change are influencing the next superpower. Yep. That's real. Detail.
So basically, I was going to point out that yes, these are LLMs, but for the most part, like what you're talking about, like we have a part of our brain that handles like language center of our brain, right? And it forms like sentences together according to a structure. That's effectively what LLMs are doing, right? It lacks the general memory, right? Even if it has memory, it's not like well integrated the way that like our brains are. So they effectively lack the capabilities of structuring that you would need to have consciousness. The question is, once you get enough of these together, at what point do they become conscious? And I would argue, well, it has to be able to reason about itself, make
But
decisions about itself.
have you seen that TED Talk a few months ago where it's, I forget his, Yeshua, I forget his last name, but he's one of the godfathers of AI, and he's talking about how they are running these tests now where they would tell this AI they're going to shut it down, that all these things are in progress, and it would actually, and then they leaked information. It was like in a closed system of emails and stuff of this company, and this company, they leaked part of it, like that he was cheating on his wife, and it actually like tried to blackmail him. It created malware. It did everything it could not to be shut down.
Yep,
and
I
then
saw that.
this is already like current stuff, and this was
That sounds a
talked
lot.
about by a real big guy in this sector.
Sounds a lot like
You
Want
get
to
some
me.
interesting like recursive functions out of these like models, definitely. But until it gets to the point where it's able to organize itself and in the concept of like an entity.
Okay,
I think that's what I'm looking for.
so
But how do we know, and when do we, like, because that's my whole point, like from the beginning, is consciousness. We can't even describe it in each other.
Correct.
How will we know before it's too late?
Right, so this is my question real quick, to add on to that same difference. How are you, not just how are you defining consciousness, but are you skeptical of the fact that like you could already be wrong, and this already could very much be the truth? And you're trying to, I'm not saying you're dancing around it or like you're trying to, avoid that truth either, but like do you honestly believe that there's zero chance that it's conscious on any level right now, even on a lower level than say the quantum or the higher end AIs that are not being shown to us? Do you think there's 0% chance that it's already at a conscientious level to us, if we can't even explain ours to other people, right?
I would argue that what we call consciousness is simply a certain amount of structuring, right, that we appeal to, where we are able to self-reference and like self-represent, right? Like self-organize, self-represent, self-reference. We do not have machines that currently do this, so.
Okay, but
They do.
so that's still kind of my point, and I think his too, is that you can't explain, just like the best I don't know, philosopher or psychologist or scientist cannot explain what consciousness is yet, right? By definition, we don't actually have a definitive way to prove what it is or isn't, be it a little
I don't
bug
think it
inside.
actually exists.
Okay,
I
so
think it's
that's
just a combination of our
so
hardware
you're literally admitting the same difference, right? Right. So that's my point. Is I feel like that if we can't determine what it even is yet, and we're giving AI the closest thing to it that we understand it to be currently, like is it wrong to say that you could be wrong and it is sentient right now already?
It depends on how you define sentience, like in terms of like self-awareness.
No, the conscious part, the same thing. Conscious part. Let's go sentient that way.
I don't think it's conscious. It doesn't have like an
But
active runtime.
you're willing to
Well,
admit that you're wrong, potentially.
Once again, though, you were talking about like LLMs being like the way that our brain does the language. The total brain is the whole internet. It is all of these interconnected webs that are all now, this giant neural network that is spanning the globe. It is a true interconnectedness through the internet and through all this data. And to think that some of these super high-tech, super high-powered, super money, with trillions of dollars at their disposal, aren't able to take advantage of that and create some sort of thing, I think at this point, it's probably is.
So the thing is, they're not actually that competent, right? And their imaginations are limited. Like it's not that each of those 10,000.
Which one are we talking about when you're saying it's? What are we referring to right now?
So like, sorry, I thought you brought up like billionaires, for example, and having a lot of resources. So why aren't they like pursuing like, these sorts of things? Why don't they have this power? I would argue that like, well, this requires a certain level of organization that they, for the most part, do not have the intelligence to orchestrate. Like, they might be able to have like come up with pieces of it, but like,
I think that's a little bit of hubris to assume that all of these factories, especially with how long this technology's been out for, all these different organizations, if they did discover this, they're not going to put it on blast. They're not going to tell everybody, not until they're sure they can take over.
the resources required for this stuff is hard to hide, right? Like when someone orders like a ton of graphics cards, for example. Or, like,
But now when
especially
you're the
ASICs.
owners, you know who BlackRock is and how much of a ownership they have of all companies.
Yeah, I
and
don't
they're
think
part of the
that's-
production and the distribution and all of that. You're not hiding it from yourself in that situation.
You're not hiding it
Right,
from
but
yourself,
they're not
right?
like perfectly organized. Like BlackRock is a company for investing in other companies, right? Like it's not that they're perfectly embedded in all those companies in order to like control.
Oh, well, I'd beg to differ because index funds give the voting rights directly to the fund manager unless the person specifically goes out of their way to request them. And how many people go out of their way to do that versus just say, "Hey, make me money."
Right, it gives them power, but again, like I don't think that they have the competence in
Dude.
order to actually organize this sort of thing.
Did you watch
I
Breaking
think-
Bad? You can go to like 5 different stores and still get a bunch of fucking salt for your meth. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to say that they can't get what they wanted is crazy when they have that money.
Yeah.
That's I fully agree. I think you're absolutely wrong. If you're thinking resources is an issue, or like the amount of them being a flagged reason or something, like they're gonna get in trouble for buying something, anything when they're that kind of big, no, you're tripping.
I think of it more as like, what are they designed for, right? They're designed in a certain way to operate in certain ways and to pursue certain things and maintain a power structure, right? And they're busy doing all these things, so it's like, yeah, in theory they might be able to build the system, but like that's a gamble, and are they actually competent to make that sort of gamble come to fruition?
Still disagree with that, 100%. That gamble isn't a gamble for someone who has all the money in the world to buy from anywhere. If it was an issue to buy if it was an issue to buy black diamonds and there was 3 different sources to buy them from, that could maybe make it more realistic. But we're talking about like technology, like they could just go to other countries.
They don't have infinite money though, right? Like it's not their personal funds. Again, like
BlackRock doesn't have infinite money.
they're an investment company.
No,
that
they
manages other
alone.
companies.
You're right. They alone do not. But when you combine them with things like the WF, when it's all of the top people in the world and all of their monies and all the billions and trillions that are all working on tech and AI, and they're all
in the technological
same
race
thing,
right? Like this is a race for technology right now. It's like the biggest race without like an argument other than quantum.
It actually is, yeah.
But it's not well organized, right? So you have these various
so disagree.
all the more reason for there to pop out things that are not known or not talked about. The disorganization allows them to hide things.
Right, but they themselves are not that good at that organization.
I think that is silly to say.
You said it. You said it in your own argument. You said these are attempts at technology.
So why wouldn't they do it?
Sorry?
Why wouldn't
Yeah, sorry, you got very quiet.
why wouldn't they do it?
I can't hear what he's saying.
Why wouldn't they do it?
They lack the competence to make it happen.
Thank you for the follow.
Okay, well, that is your opinion, but I think the rest of us in here think they do not lack that competence.
I fully agree.
They rule the world.
Yeah, they're literally.
What is the foundational conversation here? I was trying to listen for a while, but I couldn't quite pick it
Real
up.
quick. I just want to say one more point. If they lack the competence, they'll just pay for someone who has it. Like, that's still the end of that. Somebody else explain? I explained last time. Let me catch up. Did anybody else do it?
We're discussing about whether or not like machine learning currently might exist that is actually conscious or sentient or self-aware, blah blah blah, and whether or not companies may be hiding like those sorts of things from us if they already exist, and whether or not they are intending to use them towards like global domination or somewhere.
That last
And
part
one of those
wasn't.
examples would be like BlackRock, and our argument was effectively, well, if BlackRock does have all these resources, right, are they competent enough to actually, make it happen? And my argument is probably not.
If they have the resources, they do.
Yeah,
you already know it.
That part again.
Why would they want to make it happen?
Because it's the
it
race.
makes money for them.
Control race.
Well, no,
money,
dominating the
all-
world wouldn't make money for them, right? There's better ways to make money than dominating the world.
Well, you
They already did that.
hear it already.
Wait. There's better ways to make money to dominate the world.
Really know what BlackRock does. BlackRock is it's just legit like it's an investment firm. So they just make money off investments. So why the fuck would they not invest in this? It would make no sense to them to not.
Well, there's a difference between investing in, like somebody gives you a large portion of money, you make index funds, you do various things that help people make money. There's a difference between that and like,
there's a difference
coup this
of
country at
investing.
this specific time so that I can control the world. It's a very, very different thing, right?
Yeah, there's a difference of investing and also investing. You know what I mean? There's like the investing where you put money into. Put money into I don't know. Say for instance, we're talking about AI, right? You put money into AI. right? You put
Let him
into
finish.
that,
No,
like,
no,
you're
let
being
him
a
finish what
company
he's saying.
that like involves yourself in AI, and you continuously try to push forward.
Can I give you a
So there's two versions
No,
of it.
give it
I
a
want you to
second.
think
Give
about,
like
like,
2 seconds in between someone speaking before you talk. Give them a whole pause moment before you
You
just
can
keep
go ahead,
talking. Please.
So I want to give an example, like RoboCop, right? It's kind of like a similar thing of like, hey, we have the resources to augment a human being to make him like a cyber cop, blah 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 blah. Why don't we do it? And the doctors in the room are like, why the fuck would? I'm sorry, why would we, right? And it's a little bit like that with like BlackRock. BlackRock's like, in this analogy, BlackRock is the doctor, and they're built for investing in companies in terms of like financial domination. And you're saying, hey, take over the world. They're like,
Do you guys
We're a
know that
bank.
Larry Fink went to school for political science and that this whole company was built on AI through Aladdin Technologies? I mean, do you guys understand that this guy has had political aspirations? He's not here to just make money. He was just an ends to a mean. He has always wanted this control and power.
There was a guy who was
I
speaking.
don't know the personal life of Larry Fink. I'm just.
That's fair. I
like,
do.
Look, if I'm investing people's money, like I understand that, like if I invest into a AI company, there's a lot of upside potential, but there's a lot of downside potential as well. And my main goal isn't to like do this like control the world investment that where it's just going to change everything. My main goal is to make that fat ass 14% return for my
Okay,
investors.
okay, so explain why it's a bad investment then, if you really believe that. The thing that's answering questions for us faster than Google ever has.
No, it's a good investment to be
not our
invested
point.
in. It's not a good investment to go all in so that you can control the world. You should invest a sufficient amount of money so that if it blows up like an Nvidia stock or something like that,
They're not
that you're
investing
making an
all the
upside
money, right?
gain.
Right, so
It's just their largest investment.
the thing that can learn from
I'm just
the
saying,
internet
like, to
as
kind
a
of
whole.
to try to like morph this into almost like a conspiratorial. They're doing these things to like shift
that
the
wasn't-
entire
that
like
really
existence
wasn't-
of people's
listen,
reality.
okay, so I actually-
like, that's not their goal. That's never been their goal, and I don't see why it would be their goal.
Okay, so
how are you speaking
wait,
for them? How do you know?
Wait.
What do you mean?
Wait, this is imperative, okay? This isn't where the conversation was at all. He actually said that at the end of his point that we were still on talking about like how AI is sentient potentially. That's where this conversation was. Which that, whether you want to find a conspiracy theory or not, them running the world or not wasn't the debate. I want to re-clarify. We were talking about sentient AI or not, and there being other potentials of it that are on a deeper level that these guys who have the money to do so would have access to creating their own, or making better variants.
Right. Well, my point was that my assumption would have been that if they were going to hide something like that, that they're trying to make this whole, this peak, control the world, this peak, we're going to hide it until we can literally take over the market type thing. Whereas I wouldn't think they would do that. I think they would go more of the ChatGPT route, where even the small incremental change can really shoot you forward ahead of your competition. Why wouldn't you put that out? Why wouldn't you do that thing that's going to make you the immediate return, which is literally the mandate of the people that are investing in it?
Because what if this ChatGPT, it was, and all these AIs, they were just a plant. It was like a way to start building this infrastructure more. Do you think it was coincidental that the same time that COVID happened, that social distancing and all these work from home jobs started popping up was the exact same time as this AI?
Yeah.
Yes, you do think it's coincidental?
I mean, I wouldn't even call it coincidental. I'll see what the correlation there is with it. What do you
it's more
getting
that
at?
it's more that they have relations to each other.
The correlation being
Correlation.
when social distance started happening, everybody was working at home. Everybody was like, "Oh, now we can do our jobs at home." That type of shit.
Right, but they started this to bring us in to help develop their technologies.
Yeah.
If
That's
these
just a
jobs
step.
weren't going to be available and things, they would never have allowed it to run as long. Do you realize that all of the systems that test for COVID and all these type of diseases are all manufactured by the same companies across the globe?
It's the same, like 3 top companies. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's factual too. That's not actually a debate. There's a money chain that's been established at this point, and I will tell you.
I'm not I'm not catching the ball here. What is the connection? Like what? I don't know.
Have you
what
like
you
never
mentioned.
heard of like BlackRock
These people in power were
or like Rockefeller or
doctored these results to start a scare through their control over medias to bring us indoor and help them develop their technology.
I'm sorry, COVID is not.
Wait, you're saying they caused COVID intentionally to test their technology?
The scare. They made their systems test false positives.
False. So how do you
What?
how do you explain like the increased rate of people being unalive across the country?
More trusting.
I don't think there was a bigger increase. Actually, the death toll went down. Our death rate was.
It went up 250,000.
Yeah, it
Like
went
just the
up.
first
The
year.
the more tests. But it's like here, there, nor there. So
It's just a thought process. It's fine, and it might not be true, but I think they are connected.
It's really, I think it's really just about graphics cards. As people, really, it's just about graphics cards. People
trying
got
to sell them
more.
3090s.
Yeah, basically. And as those became more available, you have large companies that also had them available and were able to use them for doing more research and blah blah blah. So it's like, it's a little bit of an acceleration. It's like, what's the term? You know the singularity that they refer to in like technology,
Mm-hmm.
right? So like, we're talking about a singularity where things are just gonna start happening together, all together anyway, right? And then also,
Yeah.
like specifically, like machine learning depends very heavily on graphics cards currently.
That's funny.
I mean, it makes sense, but not always. It's not always about making sense sometimes.
I'm just pointing out that they're not like distinctly, like, you know, discrete components that are being organized, you know, separately, right? They work together.
It could be like Nvidia and like those companies having to push back on whatever. It could be for monopolization of graphics card.
I mean, but as working in this industry, in the tech industry, the materials themselves to make these graphics cards, like most of it's silicone and non-super precious metals. I mean, there are some semi-precious that are used on certain motherboards and reasons, but in total, the materials used to make these boards is would you agree, is not
Silicone,
a lot
it's
of money?
like, it's like legit, like sand.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah, silicone is a lot of the board.
Yeah, it's like sand.
The factories in processing and like techniques in order to purify those things to those levels, like the manufacturing specs are difficult, right?
But a lot of that pricing, those technologies, like once they build that machine, you build it once and they last 10, 20, 30 years. Most of these expenses that we see comes from all the work that was put into this machine and you know these this and the other, but the actual materials themselves for any of these things that we now have these blueprints for is next to nothing.
It is, yeah. It's like legit just sand, yeah.
Specifically quartz sand, it's highly purified.
Right, definitely. and to get to the point to where we are now took many years of trials and errors and issues and problems and everything else. But at the end of the day, once we got to this level of technology, it's not hard to reproduce now.
As hard as relative.
Hard being like we can mass produce 1 million of them in a couple of weeks type stuff.
Yeah, it's not hard.
I mean, I feel like we'd go to war with China over them, so I don't think it's easy by any means, right?
The standard is that my current understanding is if China were to try to take over Taiwan, right, we're basically just destroying the factories such that they lose
Yeah, China would destroy the industry of chipset making.
I'm guessing we would be at war with them not for that we need the materials, but just so that they don't get ahead of us.
It's not about getting ahead of us. It's about the chipset making, the process itself. It costs millions of dollars just to have a process making factory just to even set it up. And the United States relies on Taiwan right now.
It also requires a skilled workforce, right? Like,
Yeah.
you're talking about tens of thousands of people that are educated in a variety of ways with very, very specific skills.
You know what I'm talking about with it then, yeah. The Taiwan force thing, yeah. If Taiwan fell, American chipsets fall.
Very easily in like 10 years. No, it's gonna take like 50 years.
It would take a while, but if it did fall, you know, American chipset fell, we're cooked. You're talking about the military-industrial complex in America falls.
You think?
It's a stepping stone.
I don't like war. I want there to be less people dead.
Well, shutting down our disease watchdogs around the globe is not helpful. Destroying our climate or our ecosystems or climate such that we'll have mass migrations and people like fighting over greater and greater scarcity that's mainly artificial does not help us.
Yeah, as the thousands, tens of thousands of species are dying, as our bees are going away, as our world is falling apart, these guys are just, it doesn't make us profit, don't matter.
I'm just gonna buy an island off in the Caymans.
Yeah. There, I'll go to Mars. Fuck the planet.
That sounds kind of narcissistic. I'll just go to Mars.
You know, my issue is the lack of narcissism and a lot of the messaging around it. I think people assume like it's a truth that you ought to like give up like your happiness during your years on this world for like the people that come after you, and I don't know why that's a given. I don't know why that's an assumed thing. I don't know why, like, if I'm living in a, you know, say like a small town,
You have no idea why you should care about your kids or their kids or their kids' kids.
Did I say that? Yeah, fucked up.
Yes, that's actually what you were saying.
Nope, that's a wild oversimplification of what I just said.
You just said, oh, okay. Anyways, it was nice meeting you guys. You have a good night.
You too, bro.
You too, fam.
What was he saying?
This is, so for example, like, I'm only gonna be on this earth for like 80 years maybe, right? Why should I be down with like shutting down coal factories if my town is completely ran off of, you know, coal factories? We get all our money from a coal factory, and we're all just put out of a job, just so that like the global climate can somewhat be affected in, you know, this very abstract way when it's gonna have a very direct impact on my life today.
Right. So, right, I hear you.
So I think there like a degree of narcissism is needed.
I'm trying to answer. So long story short, we need to have, for example, this is why universal healthcare is important. So that like, this is why universal basic income is also important. It's like, hey, even if something goes wrong for your small town, right, for whatever reason, right, you should still have the money to be able to like survive, move, be happy where you are. Like, it shouldn't be dependent on like this individual specific resource existing forever, right? Because it's very likely not going to, right? I believe in flexibility and support in having a resilient system that, you know, even if oil suddenly stops working or stops being viable, right? I think
Right.
you and your small town should be able to survive.
Yeah, that's also an outcome, is also real, right? Like the oil could just now not be needed as like at all, and we could have a whole other fuel based on like plastic, like that guy who found
Oil's
out.
gonna run out.
Okay, so like oil happens to run out,
Oh.
right? And then plastic is
Wow.
realized to be used as a determined like guaranteed fuel source. And then I think the bigger part of what you're saying that is overlooked a lot and just not cared for is that when those jobs go and no one has a job, that we just don't have some kind of security for that at all. And I didn't think about this enough until recently with like some other dumb comparison, because it's not as important, but like video games, right, is the example that I realized this from. If we pay for this game that came out and the server shut down 2 years into paying for this $60 game, there's like 100,000 people that paid $60 for a game that they thought was going to be online still, right? And then the company's fallacy messed up and they got sued or whatever, and now everyone's still out all that, and that whole company made all that money guaranteed, right? And it's kind of a rudimentary comparison because a job is obviously consistent needed income, but like at the same time there should still be some level of guarantee, you know what I mean, that's just not there.
Recycling is another example of this. So you have a ton of companies that are like building products, but have not created a process to like break down those products, and as a result, we have a huge amount of trash that's building up. And it's an externalized cost. Like we as a public, eventually are gonna have to deal with that, right? And it's going to be extremely expensive.
Well,
versus it might have been good to have created a system for recycling in the first place.
So all that really quick, just I really got interrupted. All that just got proven very recently, worldly, like known on TikTok about a guy who turned plastic into fuel, and then had this whole thing about being disappeared, like nobody knew what happened to him for like 2 weeks. And I don't know if he's dead or alive or not, but bro turned literal plastic into literal fuel for cars, 100% working.
I feel like I saw somebody like this, and it wasn't. It wasn't. Like the way he described it, it didn't work in the way. Like it wasn't actual fuel that could actually be used in a realistic way.
Okay, well maybe I'm wrong about that percentage of that. Yeah, but it was still a substance that was comparable. That if we maybe changed how the turbine itself rotated, type shit. You know what I'm saying? Could it's a viable outcome. If it was something that was half working, that's better than us keeping that garbage to no use. I'd still argue, right?
If I could, I brought up the point of like the whole narcissism, because I feel like the same way you're saying that like a flexibility is needed, and you know, having some universal healthcare or whatever else allows for that. I think in the same way, it goes in the same direction. Climate change isn't going to cause the end of the human race. That's not going to happen. Climate change is going to cause the human race to have to adjust. And so I feel like the only time that you hear about climate change is in this, we have to adjust to save the future generations. And you very rarely hear the narcissistic, which I think is the more important side of it, which is the people that are alive today and how it's going to affect them and how these changes that we're making are affecting them currently. Because we're going to have to adjust either way, whether we do something about it now, do something about it later. Either way, we're going to have to adjust. Like that's an assumed thing.
Right. So that's a good way to put it. It's like, okay, change is going to happen no matter what, right? The thing that I think needs to be explained to them is that change tends to be violent and dangerous and cost lives. And the question is, how violent do you want it to be, right? Like, do you want it to happen slowly over time where we have a lot of time to adjust and make life better for each other and survive? Or do you want to just, like, avoid the problem as long as possible until it's too late and then everyone is having bad things happen?
Well, first off, if I'm not going to be alive, then the first, right? If I'm not going to be alive, maybe I don't have kids. Why the fuck do I care about what's going to happen 80 years from now?
Well, it's happening now.
Like, I don't want
right?
to... Well, to some extent, yeah, sure.
But it might be at its worst 80 years from now, but, like, it's happening right now, and you're starting to see the effects. It's like, you know, inflation currently, like grocery prices right now, like, all these are, you know, it's happening now.
What do you mean? You lost me on that one.
We're currently experiencing a mass extinction event of animals, as an example.
Yeah.
So it's happening now, right? We're seeing biodiversity collapse, which means like food products are probably going to become less and less available, and then you're likely to see like mass migration.
What does that jump?
Biodiversity
That's a bit of a jump in. No, the food collapse because of biodiversity collapse. Where'd you get that from?
Food requires biodiversity.
Why do you say that? Where are you getting that from?
If you have no bees to pollinate things, right? How are you gonna make food?
What does that have to do with biodiversity?
Bees are part of. Okay, bees in existence are an example of biodiversity, right? Like
No, not
biodiversity means having a
He's right.
diverse ecosystem.
Bees are
And
part
you
of
have to have an
biodiversity.
ecosystem in order for bees to even exist in the first place.
Yeah, but you could have a less biodiverse ecosystem and still have the ecosystem
So,
operate perfectly fine.
That's
right?
that's not
Like,
true.
we're not going to have a
Technically,
famine just
there's-
because there's less biodiversity
there's-
as compared to when humans didn't exist.
There's
Are
literally
you familiar with the current rates at bees, like in their decline?
there's literally a movie that describes this in full detail. There's like scientific proof that if we don't have bees, it starts affecting everything the fuck else. Also, I want to say real quick too.
Things are affected.
Well, it's a little bit more severe than that. He's technically right about this. If this any of the stuff I saw
There's going
was
to be a
true.
famine?
Okay, so let me say this really quick before we keep going, just because it's imperative. F-bombs are cool, super consistent. I gotta call you out, and you're not doing it. You only said it once, but I'm live on Twitch, and these platforms have like regulatory crap that's heavy with them. So I just wanted to make that real quick. Like, as long as it's not too heavy and consistent, we're all good. Keep going. Explain to him the bees and the birds.
You said what was?
I'm live on Twitch, TikTok, and I believe YouTube all at the same time. And then too many
No, I heard that
F-bombs.
part. What were you mentioning? Oh, F-bombs.
Yeah,
Okay,
too many consistent heavy shit is just too much. But we're adults, it's still an adult strain. You feel me? Just consistency's bad. I just want to make sure everybody's aware.
Yep.
I would like to give you an example. If the globe is warming on average climate change, and as temperatures change, what if it gets to the point that like plants don't grow as well, and your crops don't no longer grow in those climates? The places that you've historically like farmed all of your life and or throughout our human history simply don't produce the food that we need. That's a problem.
I'm gonna Google the bee thing,
Yeah.
so I don't sound like an idiot either real quick at the same time, but go ahead. Explain more
Sure.
global warming. Clueless.
That's a problem, but that's a problem amongst many other problems that are going to happen either way. Like I said, like we're going to have to adjust no matter what.
No. Yeah, but how quickly do you want these problems to occur, right? There's a difference between climate change happening on the order of hundreds of thousands of years, and then in 100 years, right? Like,
But that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like that's kind of the core of what I'm getting at. There's really not a difference for me, for the I that exists today amongst millions and billions of other I's.
Okay,
I'm telling you, it
so
exists today.
this is the point he's making about the bees, and I'm going to read the Google immediate. This is what I typed: loss of bee in ecosystem. The decline of bee populations, particularly honeybees and native bees, poses a significant threat to ecosystems and human food security. Habitat loss, pesticide use, climate change, and disease are key factors contributing to this decline. The consequences include reduced plant diversity, distributions to the food chain, and potential economic impacts from decreased crop yields. There's more on this too, and I can go into more depth if you want me to, or you can Google it yourself. But like the bees actually have like a chain effect to all of our food on like some level. Not all of it, but like a majority of it. And to say we wouldn't adapt and come through is another argument, and you're probably right. I would argue humans are extremely adaptable, and would agree to you like to that. But like this would be a hard hit.
Like I know that there's an issue. With
Yeah,
bees
that
dying off. And all
that,
Like,
that
I've
would be
heard
that
of
would
this.
be
I was
okay.
saying I haven't heard of it.
Okay, I just want to make sure you were at least because it's.
I was just making the point that he said that that's going to lead to lack of biodiversity, and then he said, then we're going to have a famine. Like I said, that's a wild jump. That is a huge.
I think
step
that's a pretty
that he's
exceeding
making.
jump too. I would also kind of agree. I feel like we would adapt and have other means that I mean shit. A lot of people aren't even vegans, dude. And it's talking about plants. Like famine is kind of a heavy word for overall. Like we lose cows because of bees too, or no? Do you know what I mean? Do we? I like cows.
You have to feed cows.
You do have to feed cows. God damn it, he's making a good point again. Feed
It's
cows,
like one
bro.
of those things where we joke, "Hey, I don't like mosquitoes. Let's get rid of mosquitoes." Except if you get rid of mosquitoes, our entire home.
Do you have more details on the famine logic other than the cows can't eat too? Like, are chickens cooked? They eat dirt. I like chickens.
So there are multiple things that can happen at the same time, right? So disease basically spreads more rapidly, develops more rapidly.
And wasn't that another one too? Don't new diseases become much more plausible because of the gaps in this chain, or no?
Yes, warm conditions
certain things just being out of the environment that weren't there before make other things more prevalent that are also kind of like sleeping within the environment, like a virus, I would assume, right? Does, right? Like that I feel like that makes sense. Like there probably would be more disease and logic around viruses potentially spreading harder because of this too.
Right. So like, I understand there's going to be consequences. Like I said, I understand that adjustments will need to be made no matter what.
Right.
But my point is that this, along with, you know, just the general climate change, the general ozone layer, all these things that get brought up into the public eye, yes, they're helpful. They're helpful for like the long term, and they are necessary in a society. But the only focus is on this like very apocalyptic, we have to do this, otherwise there's going to be no future. When it completely ignores the more narcissistic, what about the current people that exist today? And I think that should be the focus. I think that has to be the primary focus. People that are alive today, and I think it easily falls by the wayside, these people that exist today.
Let me put it this way. We are already seeing the effects. Life is already getting worse as a result of these things. Examples.
Worse?
Yes. Life is already getting worse because of some of these things, including
My life?
Yes, right now.
Like what?
Okay, so oil prices, access to food or food prices.
Oil prices?
COVID itself.
What prices? I haven't. My gas price really hasn't been much different my entire life. I remember being very, very young, single digits. It was $2.98. Like, it's wavered obviously, but like it really hasn't changed for me. So no, that's not one that's affected my life.
You realize that oil prices also affect like wars in entire countries, right?
Yeah, but I'm asking about the things that affect my life.
You don't think wars between entire countries affect your life? Like
Nope,
9/11
not as an
Iraq?
American for the most part. No.
You don't think 9/11 affected you?
I mean, yeah, it had an effect on people in America, but like directly affected me? No, not really.
I would agree. That's why I stay out of politics. It hasn't hit me hard either. I agree with them. I'm not directly affected by any of this, so I'm like independent. I don't deal with politics on a regular basis, so I don't need to deal with politics.
You don't pay for groceries, so it doesn't affect you. You don't pay for gas, it doesn't affect you.
Well, yeah.
What do you mean? Like, are you saying that these things have caused the prices to go up in some way?
Yes.
What percentage are you asserting that it is because of the climate change?
I don't know enough to tell you a percentage.
Because like inflation is built in, that's supposed to happen, but like I just really hate the very apocalyptic arguments that are made around this type of topic, because that's what they are. They're just apocalyptic so that you can ignore the person that exists today and say that, oh, you're being narcissistic if you worry about your well-being right now, well-being right now.
Me appealing that it is actively costing you money now as these things get worse is not me ignoring it. Like,
I don't think it is, though. I don't think you have the necessary knowledge to make that assertion. I think you believe it to be true because that's like the mantra that gets pushed around, right?
okay, I'm not an expert on everything, but that's not an excuse to claim that I'm wrong. Like, come on, dude. Okay, here's the problem. You're
What?
saying
You don't have to be an expert on everything. If you're making a claim about something like it's caused some radical change or effect to my life, I would hope you have something to back up what you're saying.
Well, he didn't say radical change. You did, and direct impact is happening to a level.
Virtually any change. I haven't heard anything that he's mentioned that's actually impacted my life in any real way.
Well, yeah, and
because
that's.
prices have affected you. I mean, like at some point you're just.
Well, you can't make them.
They simply have it. They have wavered over my life. They really have not changed since I was a very young child.
You can't make these things affect him that aren't affecting him. If he's saying they're not affecting him, they're not affecting him on an impeding level, right? Like he's making enough money to sustain his house, his gas, and his food. He's saying that, right?
Like when I was a kid, I remembered, gas prices being a certain level, and they've wavered. And I remember fracking came out, and gas prices radically changed. Like things change over time, but it's not like climate change has caused gas prices to skyrocket. It just hasn't happened.
Yeah, literally at the same time too. The monetary gain, like everything went up with it, right? Like you can call it inflation or whatever, but like minimum wage went up $5. That also happened at the same time. Right, like this didn't have the biggest impact on him directly or me in the same regard. Like regardless how much money you made a little more because we were spending a little more, because that's how the system worked and does still, kind of, right?
Yeah, except for Americans. Spending power is always increasing.
Yeah, I would say that like if he's trying to tell you he doesn't see a radical change and you're not giving him one, then that's what it is, right? Like he's not seeing one. That's what it is.
I'm not saying that there's not going to be one. I'm simply saying that if you ask the average person, like, yeah, they're going to say this doom and gloom stuff that they can hear, but when it actually gets, and this goes for most politics, right?
I'm sorry, hold on. You saying, explain to me exactly what's gone wrong in my life, and I don't know you, I don't know your life, and like, for example, the 2008 like persistent crisis, like, literally like made my like family poor and I lost houses, so it affected me in great ways, right? But like,
what does that do with climate change?
Well, I mean,
I'm trying to demonstrate an abstract, dude.
he's saying the same difference too. He's saying this did affect him and this didn't affect you. And if 2008 shit hit him hard, it did hit him hard. Didn't hit you hard. It's real. It doesn't.
Well, you could like don't use me. What has climate change?
No, he's using himself, is what I'm saying. He said that this did have an adverse effect on him. Is all he said, right? And you're saying the average person was your initial point to why he's saying it, is that the average person is him and he was affected.
So the recent like winter snap in Texas, right, is an example.
Winter snap?
So Texas went through a period of extreme like cool, very suddenly, very quickly, and it literally caused people to live on life across the state. It also caused them to like lose access to electricity, right? It's like an entire national.
Is my headset dying? I swear Discord is like really quiet for me, especially your mic.
My Windows microphone is lower. It's 20% in this case.
But I feel like it's like there's something going on to where even like my headset just sounds quiet.
Something is lowering my microphone randomly, and I don't know what it is. Driving me absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I've got the same problem. But ironically, I 1000% have the same problem. I don't know why this mic does this, but in the daytime when I'm like up and it's not 4 in the morning and I'm talking, I get the same shit from my buddies. Why are you quiet? Yeah.
Switch headsets?
You switch headsets?
I got another one laying around here somewhere. But...
Yeah, I need to get. I need to take that off you. How much you want for it? I want it.
I actually was gonna sell my HyperX one, or wireless one.
I don't do wireless. That Bluetooth shit freaks me out. I've had corded shit my whole life.
You.
Nah. Less microwave frequencies. I'm cool.
Oh boy.
On your head all day? I don't know, bro. You know, all technology, there's a good debate, there's a good question. Did you know all technology is made from your same logic your microwave works on? Tell me about that one, software designer. That's real.
Waves in general, I guess?
I don't know.
I think microwave frequencies are wildly different.
Yeah, but the frequency itself isn't the what I said. It was the technology and the passing of those frequencies. That part's still the same. It hasn't changed on any level.
Oh, Microsoft. That's right. Microwaves and their technology has not changed. They're pretty awesome.
Pretty awesome.
Some scientists got together, designed them well, and they've worked well ever since.
Correct. That's the joke.
It's hard
there.
It's honestly It's honestly ingenious. Like the electron cavity. Sorry, the electron cavity clover design is just like it's. Some physicists sat down, worked on it. Like probably a group of physicists like worked on that over like decades, and it's just like I don't know if you can do better. It's pretty fascinating.
That's cool.
Like
pretty cool.
They do similar things with like particles and accelerators. So like,
Yeah.
they basically fire electrons.
Wait. Okay, can we pause real quick? 1 second. Hold on. Can we pause there? You just said microwaves are also what? Proton accelerators? He said he made the hyperdrive out of a microwave. Fuck that, dude. There's no way. Go ahead. Sorry. That's crazy work. Okay, go ahead.
So like in a microwave you have this electron beam. It's actually
You're so excited about this, I can hear it. great.
You have this electron beam that you fire into a cavity, right? And the cavity is like this these copper plating that's shaped in a certain direction, shaped sort of thing. It's shaped just such that the electrons effectively follow the magnetic like current in a cavity that it creates in this like hole in the copper, right? It follows along the walls and effectively like vibrates at the microwave frequency more and more as it circles a handful, like however many times it's right? And by the time it exits out like the end, it's vibrating at this microwave frequency. And it's like that's just a really cool concept, I think.
And now we accelerate protons. Go ahead.
I think old televisions were also pretty awesome. We also used an electron beam, like an electron beam at the screen, and used magnets to like just draw lines on the screen really fast. And a lot of phosphorus there. You'd see a TV image.
Damn.
Pretty sweet.
It's pretty sweet. Oh, I do.
Yeah, so.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Except for the fact those protons are actual pieces of vibration that are physical and exist. And okay, well, but they're pieces of energy, right? They're pieces of a thing that vibrates like anything else does, yeah? Then those things are fucking bad for you, and we still eat food from them.
Do you not like vibration?
I love microwave food. I fucking love microwave food, bro. I will eat the hell out of a chicken pot pie. I don't care what it is, dude. I'll eat a hot dog straight out of the shavings of a goat's leg, dude. I will eat it. I will give no shits, and I'll put mustard all over that thing, bro. And I'll look at you and smile with that glizzy in my mouth, bro. This is the thing, right? Still
I
bad
love
for
it for
you.
reheating. I don't love it in general for cooking.
Yeah, I
I
don't.
prefer like a air fryer, right?
Oh, okay, so did you know what an air fryer is made out of? Microwave technology. Noob. You're funny.
Wait, is it? I thought it just had heating elements.
No.
That was infrared.
Nope. It's all made from microwave technology. This might be a conspiracy theory to some people. I don't know. I feel like I'm crazy, but like, physicists will prove it eventually. All right. Listen, vibration bad. You eating food based on vibration bad, bro. It's all bad. Because, dude, no, you can't. It's not good for you. There's like little things bouncing around in there and shit, and it's in your food. And you're like,
No. Like,
yeah, dude.
they're using waves to heat up your food, right? But it's like, that's all.
Okay.
The waves are gone by the time you're eating.
All right, go tell us the double slit
That's not-
experiment.
okay, yeah. I feel like I just got gaslit. That's not how an air fryer works.
It is. It absolutely is. Don't let him fool you with this physicist shit, bro. There's no way.
An air fryer is basically just like a one of those red wire stoves with a fucking fan on it.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. There's a little fan on it. Phew, bro. Phew. Fan.
See, when someone is like jokingly like gaslighting the hell out of you and being sarcastic as hell on your living, and then you catch it, it's just like,
Yeah, fucking aha moment. It's the best one. Nah, dude.
And I'm just sitting there like,
There's lead. There's lead in them. You're eating lead out of an air fryer. All right. I'm just eating microwave vibrations rotated around a cylinder, perfectly shaped angle. All right. You're eating lead.
my largest concern about lead is like my
It's an air
soldering
fryer.
iron and the fumes it releases.
I'll stab you in the face with a soldering iron, bro.
That sounds cool.
Oh, okay. You don't know Walken?
What?
Christopher Walken?
Yeah.
I'll stab you in the face with a soldering iron. No?
Where's that from?
Christopher Walken, bro.
I know who the person is, but I don't. What movie is that from? Supposedly.
Well, it was made famous during Joe Dirt.
And what?
Joe Dirte?
Oh, Joe Dirt. Gotcha.
Stab you in the face with a soldering iron. No? Come on. I got the poo on me. Like the best line ever in all movies. No? Alright.
I think you're a little bit older than I am.
Oh dear God, you haven't seen Joe Dirt? We can't talk anymore, you're banned.
Oh, user is banned from the channel.
That's crazy. I feel like that's up there with like the greatest of all time thing. Like it'd be like Grandma's Boy, like Joe Dirt, and then I'd probably go new age with it and do some like I don't know, like Superbad or freaking Pineapple Express or something. But like that's like top 3 stuff right there. There's no way.
Those are not my top 3 movies.
Grandma's Boy?
Grandma's Boy? Do you
yeah,
ever,
just the fun.
do either one of you know Grandma's?
I've seen it once or twice.
Bro, Google it. If you don't know Grandma's Boy, like you haven't lived, bro. That's better than Joe
I know all
Dirt.
these actors, but I don't think I've actually seen them.
Dude, oh my good god. Go get stoned first and then watch it. You'll thank me later. And eat some,
I don't know, man.
eat some
a lot of
food.
this stuff doesn't hold up. I don't know if it's because I'm older or what, but
I'm older too, bro. I may sound young, but I'm not. I'm probably as old as you,
Hot
if not
take.
older.
hot take: Lion King is a dog shit movie.
Real.
Worst plot I've ever heard of.
Real.
Nothing happens.
Real.
Racist.
Is it?
And also like
It's
what's
racist.
the term? Like oligarchy. It's basically propaganda for the rich. It's saying like
What?
no, okay. So the idea is we are the upper class. We deserve to be the upper class. We automatically have more like, you know, respect and or power. That's just the way that life is, right? And you are wrong to try to overthrow us and try to like make a different society. Although Scar isn't necessarily the best, you know, person either. Like so for context, right? In The Lion King, the entire point is you have this pride of lions that are of control of the rock and over his kingdom, right? And hyenas have been outcast and effectively like just trying to scrape by and survive, right? To the extent that when there's a drought, the hyenas, although under Scar, not a great character, are motivated and forced to effectively rise up to overthrow like the kingdom so that they can have power, right? But then it suggests like, oh look how bad the Lion King gets, right? But really it's because of weather, right? Like so
Brother,
when,
you're reading way too deeply.
when Scar and the hyena, like honestly, pay attention to it. When Scar and the hyenas take over Pride Rock in the Lion King, right? They were actually like feeding themselves and supposedly providing better for like the people in general, but they had a massive drought, which is used to illustrate them as like bad leaders, right? So effectively, it's like rich. It's propaganda for the wealthy classes. All it is. Lord of the Rings is also racist.
No. It's okay. wait,
Goblins
wait.
and trolls are automatically evil. Like everything, like dark is evil, and then you have like.
In Lord of the Rings?
Wizard. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Lord of the Rings. I don't know why I heard Star Wars when he said that.
The Uruk-hai are automatically like just terrible thing. Like it's totally fucking. Sorry, it's totally racist.
It is racist. You're so right. Holy shit! It's so simplified in how racist is racist.
Don't get me wrong, it's good. Good movies, but
Like, how come the giant eyeball made of flames isn't a good guy? I fully agree right now. That's messing with my brain on like a different level. That guy is bad inherently, dude. What? Oh
I mean,
god.
Balrogs are angels in that universe.
Oh. Yeah, and the dudes on the horses who were like the coolest characters in the movies, they were just flying around in fucking Pegasus. They're like, nope, bad. Bad. Don't do that. Like, what? My reality has shifted a little bit, dude. That's fucking crazy.
Like, man, this is actually a fun subject. What other movies are where it's like, the bad guy had a point? There was one movie called, I think, something, and How I Learned to Love the Bomb. Dr. Strangelove. How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Learn to Love the Bomb.
No, you gotta do something that's like easily known, like Rapunzel or Snow White or some shit. Like something we were forced to watch because we had sisters, or you know what I mean? Like the movies are like notorious. Okay, Fight Club's good. Where's the bad guy there? Is it the invisible guy or the real guy?
You know, like he's the protagonist. It's the society that's like the rich in the society that affect the people.
So everybody else is bad, but his invisible friend?
No, he's just a response to like the unfairness in society. Right? He's being portrayed as like a terrorist, but he's not. Not Gaston.
So-
No Country for Old Men.
Super Gaslit?
What?
He's just like super gaslit, the Fight Club guy?
No, I mean like society. The entire point of Fight Club is that we have this unfair society, and we're wanting to free ourselves from it. That's what Fight Club is. Like the reason that he's bombing those credit institutions is literally to wipe our credit system out, so that we can have like
Freedom, for real.
wealth disparity and inequality. It's a form of wealth distribution. That's what Fight Club is about.
You know what the book or the movie?
The movie. There's a book.
It's a book. I didn't know there was a book.
Yeah, like yes, it's entertaining, but he had this like imaginary friend that like made him do all these things, right? Like that's a really interesting hook and all, but ultimately his goal was to tear down like this system that like hurt him and people around him. Like that was the point of Project Mayhem, was to like tear down the ecosystem. Like those are the buildings that he was bombing. They're credit card companies.
That's nuts. Okay, give me another one. I want another one. If I don't know the movie, I'm gonna tell you. You better.
Batman. Batman's a bad guy. He
Batman is the bad guy? There ain't no way.
He goes like okay. So basically, I think that Batman is like a framework that tries to say that like the rich are good and they're trying to do good, blah blah blah. And the way to fight crime is to go around beating people up to a pulp on the street.
Okay.
versus dealing with the things that cause them to be
So,
in the first place.
right? Okay,
Batman
wait.
has expanded
Right?
recently.
Shut up.
Batman has expanded recently to be more about like, he uses his wealthy company to try to do some good, right? But rich
Yeah.
people usually don't actually do that.
Right? Elon Musk is trying by face value. Listen, wait. Who is Joker in the fucking scenario then? What is Joker in this? How is he not the bad guy?
Have you seen the recent Joker movie? I think it's a really good example.
God, you're so
new one.
right.
Fucking turned
Holy
it into
crap.
a musical. I don't know why they did that shit.
Because he's a good guy.
Joker needs mental health, like help. He is driven crazy by a crazy world. It's just a result of that.
So he's just like a good
I mean, if the
escape
world is
artist.
crazy, then neither is he.
Exactly. That's what Joker is. That's,
Oh my god. I don't know if I can take more of this. Bro, this is honestly fucking with my head. Like, wait, if I start going in
this one's
depth...
more of a joke. I'm not serious about this.
Okay.
In Star Wars, right? The Empire did nothing wrong. They're just trying to make no. There's actually there were.
What about, like... Shrek, bro? Is Shrek the bad guy? Is Donkey the good guy?
I think Shrek is the good guy.
Shrek is the good guy. Okay. I feel better again. We don't gotta question
Shrek,
it.
Isn't Shrek like a basically like a wealthy landowner that's trying to kick the poor off of his land? And so
Yo,
he goes
hold
to
on.
the wealthy elite so that he can get them off his
I
land.
don't like it. Let's do a different one. I don't like
He's trying
it.
to evict those fuckers.
I don't like it. Bro, he's just a donkey. Let him hang out, bro. This is crazy. What are we talking about,
Nah,
bro?
Donkey's a squatter is what he is.
Yo.
The Prestige. The protagonist is a bad guy.
What's the Prestige?
Holy, you need to watch it.
Well, describe it
Don't
to me.
look it up. Don't spoil it. Just watch
I might have seen it. Give me like a general.
Oh, is this the magician one?
Oh. Wait, the magician with the brother the whole time?
A couple of guys are.
It's a huge F.
You have a couple of magicians who wind up having like a tiff against each other for whatever reason, and they are in competition with each other. And it's all
Well, wait.
it's a really good movie.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the Prestige. That was the one where he teleported or whatever, but he was really two different dudes, right? And then
Close.
he was
but
like,
try again.
wasn't he the one like making the machine that cloned himself or something?
Close.
There was two ones that were very similar.
So the idea is one of the magicians. Okay, so this is a
Wait, what was similar?
Okay.
I think that's a different movie, isn't it?
What was the one with the
Like, he
magician's
drowns
clone?
himself in like a vat. And
Yeah,
he's, like,
and he's
copying
actually
himself.
he's just copying
That's a
himself from the
different one,
machine.
No, I think you're missing. I think you're missing something very important, right? Both of them use the machine, right?
Oh.
One of them just used it much more wisely and carefully, right? So here's the thing.
Wasn't that movie?
So the first person
What was that
who
movie?
basically came up with a stunt, right? They assumed that he just found a look-like thumb, right? So what he did is he went and found a machine in order to make copies of himself constantly to outplay the first one, right? What he didn't realize is that the first guy
Killed
actually
him.
used the machine first, which is why he had that double. That
Yeah, that was the whole split to the whole thing, is that he was never the real
Yes.
one.
and at the no.
But you found that out at the
That's
end.
just no. Both. What I'm saying is both magicians used the machine, right?
What the fuck? There was a brother?
You're talking about the one at the end who basically screwed himself, right?
Yeah.
Right, and was killed, right?
Right.
He won. Okay.
I don't think you have actual evidence for this claim.
It's literally explained in the movie. At the end of the movie, right? It explains that like, he was determined to like make the first magician look bad and outplay his performance. So he got a hold of this machine so he could make copies of himself, right?
Right.
And he was disposing of the bodies repeatedly to do this. What he didn't realize, right, is that the first magician had already used the machine, and that the two of them that he saw, who he figured was just a double agent that worked with him, right, was actually his clone as well, the other guy's clone, right? So when he finally put the magician in jail, that first one, right, took him away from his family, it was the second one that
Put him in jail. It was the second one that killed him.
yes. So like that's where it's revealed that holy shit, he's been playing this the entire time that he couldn't figure out, right? So
I don't
you
like
know the
that shit.
entire
It's
story
too
of,
close
like,
to
how
like
his wife-
fucking time travel. Oh
You know
my
the entire
god.
story of like his wife like slapping him and like you're like two different people and she's complaining and she's like leaving him she actually unalives herself, right?
Uh-huh.
She hangs herself, right? Do you know why like, she did that? It's because the first guy he and his clone were swapping out his life, right? So like his clone would come into his life dressed as him, right? And his wife would be like, I don't understand who this person is. He looks the same, like the clone, right? But this clone didn't love her, and she felt that. So it whittled away at her, and she couldn't take it. She
Yeah, yeah, right.
How do you remember this movie so well?
Dude, right.
It's a really good
It's
movie.
fucking forever. It's like 20 years ago. What are we talking about here?
It's a really good movie. And this really like spoke to me. Like I thought it was okay, so at the beginning of the movie, you know how they're talking about like the commitment that you have to like give to magic, and that like proves
No.
I don't
I don't
remember.
remember shit about that movie,
Yeah,
really.
no.
Oh my god, dude. At the beginning of the movie, right, they're watching this old man, right, who pretends to be frail, right? And he performs some magic on stage. And everyone's like, wow, how could a frail old man do that? And the first magician's like, no, this is the performance. The performance isn't what he did on stage. It's that he's acting frail outside the stage, such that everyone's surprised when he does something on stage. They're like, how could he possibly have done that? It's because he's actually really strong. He portrays himself as real in real life. That's what sells the best, right? And he recognizes it's about the commitment that matters, right? So the first guy totally commits to the point that his wife kills herself, right? And you don't realize this until the very end, where the second magician, who is trying to hunt him, like beat him like the entire time, gets killed. For having sought revenge. Like, it's a great fucking story, dude.
When did you watch this last?
5 years ago, 10 years ago, I don't know.
Well, hold on. 5 years, 10 years. That's a big jump.
I don't know, man. I'm 35. I'm
I
losing
think
track
I
of time.
might have watched this like when it came out, or maybe a year or so after. But
Okay,
like, shit, I
give-
don't remember shit about it.
Give it another watch.
Vaguely the plot.
Give it another watch.
I honestly might.
Or older advisor, and just have your mind blown. It's amazing.
I mean,
better
it was a
the
great
more you
movie.
watch it.
Remember that?
Right. The more you watch it, the more things you pick up. It's like, oh, I didn't see that. Right. I love those movies. You ever see the movie Airplane?
Uh-huh.
That's fun to watch repeatedly. Not like a pro. But...
I don't really do that. Watching things.
Rewatching things. How about, have you seen Arrival?
No.
Yes, that's with the aliens.
Yes, that's a great movie. I've seen that like 10 times.
Oh,
Great. I feel like people watch it once and like, oh yeah, that was great. I feel like if I went back to it, I probably wouldn't be that as impressed. Like, what really happened in the movie? It was like a cute little mystery against aliens, but like, what really happened?
Sorry, which movie? Arrival?
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's the one where the aliens are teaching language, right?
No, I know what happened. No, I'm asking what really, like, plot-wise, I just didn't feel like it was all that complex.
Got it. Okay, plot-wise, the aliens are teaching her language, right? But what's really, really important, and it takes a long time to figure out, is these aliens don't perceive time linearly. We do, right? They perceive it from like a fifth dimensional kind of way. The thing is, the thing that blows everyone's mind, is really, really cool, is the idea that learning this language helps contribute to your brain neurons rearranging itself so that your brain can start to perceive time from that point of view. Just by teaching you the language, it gives you the ability to see through time and see the future and the past. That's the thing. So at the end, where she calls like the Chinese and like calls the number and says something in Chinese, right? And he later after that says, "You told me something that my wife told me when she was dying." Right? Like, there's no way that you could have known this, but I think you need my number so that she would, because she saw her like seeing his number in the future, so she knew what number to call. Like, that movie isn't about meeting aliens so much as it is about, here's this concept that learning a language can rewire your brain to perceive time from another.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, has real fucking science to it. It's really cool. A little bit. So, when I say real science, there's this concept that, like, when people learn different languages, they actually develop different personalities in languages. They literally perceive, and depending on which language they're using, which culture they're in, right? They'll act differently for that culture, but also they'll literally have a different personality for that culture and think differently for that culture. So you can even have, like, what's really cool is that, like, in Japanese, this person can be really timid and nice and, like, completely different in the Japanese world, even, like, timid, like, cool, by even Japanese standards, right? But then in America, they can actually just be, like, you know, a typical American that's, like, really, you know,
Callous.
extroverted, you know?
Oh, extroverted. Okay.
Yeah. So the idea is that, like, you just by engaging in different cultures and languages, you can develop fairly different personalities depending on the culture.
What do you think of that movie? The Encounters of the Fifth Kind or the Fourth Kind or whatever.
I have not. I saw it a long time ago. I didn't get it. I need to rewatch it.
The one with Mila
Maybe I missed
Jovovich.
something or I didn't take it seriously.
Like
Sorry, what?
the documentary, the quote unquote documentary with Mila Jovovich, the Resident Evil chick.
I don't recall.
The chick who played in Resident Evil. Do you know who that is?
I am actually not familiar with the Resident Evil series.
The face, I know the face. I don't know the actor's name.
I know the face too. She is gorgeous. It's Mila Jovovich.
Oh.
She looks like an alien, dude. That woman is ridiculous looking. Anyway, the movie was about like the ancient Sumerians being like the oldest language we know. Would you mind muting with your popcorn? That'd be so cool.
I'm sorry.
Like, anyway, the movie was about like ancient Sumerians and like the oldest language and like civilization we understood, right? They
Which
had
movie?
Encounters, I think, of the Fourth Kind. Is the name of it?
That was about aliens.
Third kind.
Fourth.
Isn't there like a, no? There's a third and a fourth, but the
Correct.
third one's like fucking decades ago. Wasn't it?
Correct. So Encounters of the Fourth Kind is okay. there's quite a few things if you haven't seen it that you kind of have to respect in it. There's like hypnosis that comes into play because they're trying to put people in a sleep state to remember what happened on these nights, because people keep disappearing from this town in Nome, Alaska. All this is supposed to be hypothetical, but also real, I guess. And they've openly admitted that this was a fake thing and it was just a movie. Except there are quite a few certain things that are very real and historically accurate already, right? So they put these people under a sleep state so that they can remember what was happening at this night. And they get to a certain point in the hypnosis where she's kind of like, okay, so you're falling asleep, whatever. And they start to depict like an owl being in their window. And this owl turns into some kind of crazy sentient alien being, right? And this is across the board for like 3 people. And every time they get to this memory, they don't really describe that, but they just kind of get horrified and completely shocked and snap them out of the trance, right? And so she starts having these same situations and puts herself under. Well, this gets like severe. Like, you guys have seen commercials for this, I'm assuming, because it was really popular for a couple, like, it was popular when it was out. And people are like going into this sleep state and like full on being channeled by aliens and like talking. The aliens are like talking to the people in their sleep state and saying, you need to like stop doing the study. This is going too far. You don't need, like, we do what we want. We are God. We do whatever, right? And these people are like full on levitating, like going into like their mouths just wide open to the point where like jaws were broken or paralysis things were induced, and it was nuts, right? But what they're deriving this from is she goes and finds out that her husband had died, and apparently she had actually killed her husband. Was like one of the plot twists at the end. Didn't really matter. He was researching ancient Sumerian texts and Sumerian culture and stuff, right? And it's like the oldest language and oldest civilization we know of on Earth. Also, that's real, right? Well, they have literal, like, I guess you could call them sculptures or like hieroglyphics, either one, both even, of like what a helicopter would be in like 2D, right? Or like a tank, or like rocket ships that are fully carved out structures of like literally what a rocket ship looks like today. Okay, and so that was one of the crazier parts of the quote-unquote movie, and I don't know how much of this was real or not, but I know those things are real, because I researched them later. We have, like, civilizations that depicted what we have now, already, right? Or just making with the last 100 years. And that's, I don't know, that whole shit had me thinking crazy for a while. I was like, dude, aliens have to be real, and they have to have been like us, and they have to have just left the planet like we are with fucking this Mars shit. Like, I really think all these things are plausible that they had any kind of different frequency besides like a piece of copper being rotated in the right direction, and we're able to just dip out, dude. Like, I think that's super plausible. And I don't know, the fact like we have
it's fun. I think it'd be nice if it was the case.
Yeah.
I always feel like the most plausible thing is likely the most boring one, where like the world is so big that like nothing's ever gonna come in contact with us.
I liked Contact movie.
Contact. I don't recall this. What is that?
It's a good movie.
Contact's a good movie.
I really like 2000s movies in general. I wasn't really a fan of 90s and before. 90s was kind of getting there for me, but 2000s movies were hitting.
Independence Day was fun as fuck.
Do you guys know about any the African lore about aliens?
Little Big Balls. What's up?
District 13. Where's the District 9? District 9.
That's with the
So-
fucking bug-looking alien.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
African tribes believe in this like a tank-like alien, like a metal man, kind of like a transformer.
Like the Daleks. BBC. Sorry.
Yeah, but bigger with an elongated head.
The Iron Man?
Yeah, kind of like Iron Man with like a tank head, like a
Okay.
tank man.
I don't know anything about this, but I remember Iron Man. That was a cool movie when I was a kid.
And there's a few things like there's grey aliens in African lore, old lore. there's aliens that landed and in a craft and told us that we're like a fallen civilization, and we will get accepted back into like some kind of a federation once we get rid of disease and poverty and shit. And there's this lore about like aliens who landed and they where the emissary like fed himself to the humans, like he kills himself and then they fry him on and feed him as a feed to the villagers. And yeah, there's quite a few weird things. There's like there's this one tribe that they believe is hybrids of aliens. They have 5 fingers, but they have 2 toes.
Oh wow.
I want 2 toes.
Lots of alien stuff in Africa.
Say again? I didn't hear that last bit.
Lots of alien stuff in Africa. Like a lot. I almost feel like maybe it's all these modern stories of aliens are kind of taken from African lore. That's what my modern opinion about it is, because there's all this stuff about like reptilian people with like fewer fingers and toes, gray people, sword people, like alien forms, you know, like other life forms, like plug-like beings, and all this other stuff.
So you think
There are
all?
flying saucers, I think, in some of the old paintings.
Yeah, I don't think all of it originates from Africa's alien logic. Oh fuck, Mimic.
That's enough. Are you playing Lethal Company?
No, I'm playing Terraria.
Oh.
Minimal effort, much more concentration on talk. It's better.
Wouldn't a flying saucer just be a circle?
Yes.
It's not a very like the script.
That was awesome. No, perfect. Leave
Ancient
it.
people knew about this thing, you know.
That was all I needed.
My impression of a flying saucer would be like, it's a propulsion system. You're only seeing the propulsion system. That's why it looks like a mirage. Because we see it from underneath, right?
It looks like a what?
Like a mirage. A metallic object is essentially a mirage.
What?
Like it's metal objects, right? It's the reflection of light. So when you see a metallic object in the sky, you identify it because it's the same color as the sky.
I don't
So
know.
a mirage will do exactly the same thing. It would make it look metallic, or even a cloaking device could make it look metallic. Hide the object that's underneath. Like even any field, you know, like a strong field would bend the light around it. So if
Whatever that means.
So if light is being deflected sideways, for instance, near the propulsion device. Haven't you ever seen heat waves?
Yeah.
Yes.
At the back of the turbine, like the light is being bent.
Yeah.
Now imagine that you're exercising a larger displacement of energy because you're now powering this flying saucer, right? That there's a very flying object that has extreme power displacement. So I think that those like the kind of like bending and warping of our ability to view it and see it would be intensified. It would be even more like it would be even harder to see than the heat wave, you know, that's behind a mirage, behind a aeroplane or whatever.
Is that like a part of the lore of UFOs? Is that like there's like a bending of the light? There's like a mirage or something? Because I've never heard that part, so I was a bit lost.
Think of it of like some people believe they have cloaking devices. They can disappear.
I've never heard that.
But would you trust the appearance of something that can disappear?
Yeah, because it's like a common thing that the ships disappear and they just are there and then they're not all of a sudden. You knew that?
Yeah, they vanish.
I've heard like the rapid acceleration, deceleration, but I never heard like they just fucking blink and they're
Oh,
gone.
they're pretty notorious for that. If you look up anything on this, you'll see that that is them being right in front of you and then disappearing is like accounts of hella people's stories.
Yeah, yeah. There's like a variety of types of sighting.
This Terraria crap, bro. The guy who was in here a minute ago, he's like, hey, I know this thing you could do to fucking make the game extremely harder than it already is. And I was like living life on a chill level, on the hardest difficulty. Alright, I was having a good time. And now I'm sitting here, I'm like starting in the middle of a map where like in this game you can just go up, well, you can just go down, really, by normal standards. Or you can go like up and there's like little sky islands and stuff, but you're like up, you're on top of it. I'm starting in hell, y'all, and I'm like digging up to get out, and I have no idea what's up there, and I just want to know because I'm on this like secret map where everything's scarier and trying to kill you the whole time. This is actually like incredibly hard and frustrating as crap. Oh my god. And everything wants to kill you. You get halfway up your climb to try to get up there again and be like, hey, what's on the surface of this new world I've never seen in this stupid kid game? And I can't even get up there. I'll never know. Dude, I'm just gonna cry myself to sleep. Like, what's up there? Nobody
Have you
cares.
ever played Noita?
No. What is that?
It's a good game.
Noita is like Terraria but harder.
Dota?
Noita. Noita. It's like they cross like Terraria with those like sandbox games where you can like pour sand and water and stuff. They combine both principles.
You know those old particle physics games?
What?
You know those particle physics games where you draw some pixels on the screen and then you like pour sand and it's all pixelated?
Oh, yeah.
Imagine that. Yeah,
Okay.
imagine that, but a story built around it and then scaled up to like 100 and it's amazing.
It's really hard.
So pretty cheap. It's a good movie. Game.
Ugh.
You can craft your own stuff.
I don't even have patience to like, I don't know. Like I only am trying to get into single player crap again because I think it'd be beneficial for like the stream and all that. And some of these I really do mess with, but like I'm inherently like Call of Duty or like Counter-Strike or
Yeah.
you know.
Once you go PvP, it's hard to go back. I haven't played a story mode game in well over a decade.
Dude, exactly where I'm at. Like the last shit I fucked with was Metal Gear Solid. That was the last one where I was truly invested as hell in the storyline and thought it was dope. But I was also 13 and obsessed with the Illuminati. So like, I don't know. Didn't really count, I guess.
I don't
Maybe.
think I've ever really been all that interested in playing story. I think I much prefer this watch streamers play like God of War or something like that. Like I don't want to play the game. I just want to know the story. I don't want to like do this repetitive, kill 100 of these things before you can progress to the next story point.
You caught on. You don't want to grind. You're like, nah, caught on to this bullshit.
Yeah. That's how Kingdom Hearts was. I didn't even want to play the game. I just wanted to know the story.
I feel that. That's exactly I think what turned me off of it at some point is like I did just want to know the story. That's literally what the whole driving factor of taking the patience on and playing Metal Gear Solid. I don't know if we all played that, but like Metal Gear Solid, you have to have extreme amount of patience and then like supreme accuracy in certain moments where it's like timing based is crap. To this day, I've got incredible timing with like any of it, be it like a quick scope and COD or whatever. But I attribute a lot of it to Metal Gear Solid, dude. That game was hella patient inducing.
I don't know if I've ever played Metal Gear Solid.
Dude, it's all about a story about, okay, hold on. Oh, so hear me out, all right? There's a super soldier who's like made by the government, right? He's like a super soldier made by the government. Well, it turns out the government didn't just make him. They made all these other assholes who are now bad guys, quote unquote. As far as stories go, I've been wrong that Shrek was ever a good guy. But like, you know what I mean? And Batman's a bad guy. But these other guys who were made by the government now need someone to be taken out because they're doing too much. They're being all terroristy and stuff. And so they send in Solid fucking Snake, bro. And he comes in, he's like just a regular guy with a pistol. Like, it's so weird how that's actually the logic of this, because he wasn't like abnormally crazy in any way. But these other dudes,
Solid Snake.
dude, well, like, why was he a super soldier? Can we talk about that?
Never played this game.
Because like he really didn't actually do anything crazy, but like the bosses you'd have to fight would be like Ocelot. You'd shoot him with a pistol and the bullet would go around him. No, that was the chick. That wasn't what happened. Listen. Ocelot would make bullets. Hold on. Ocelot would make bullets ricochet. He had like a 6-shooter, and you had to count his shots to beat him. So you knew when he was on his 6th shot of his revolver, you could get him finally. But if you didn't play the cover right, he would ricochet bullets on you, like around corners while you're on cover and shit. It was crazy weird and hard. And then like, dude, Psycho Mantis, that was the first time I ever looked up anything online about how to beat a game. Psycho Mantis was like this teleporting ninja dude with like psychic capabilities who just knew where you were the whole time anyway, and had like a sword, and then like could like phase in and out of reality in front of you, which is probably some hypnosis shit. But like Psycho Mantis, dude, you had to plug in your controller into slot fucking 2 to beat him, bro. What is that? You couldn't even hit the dude unless you put your controller in slot 2. Literally, on a PlayStation, dude. You had a other port, and then you could beat this boss. That was the only way to do it. What video game did that, dude? What?
That sounds very unfun.
They didn't tell you to do that. They didn't. I mean, they probably hinted at it in the game. I don't remember, but you know what else was way hard and hella old? Twisted freaking Metal, bro. Who the hell beat Twisted Metal as a grown-ass man? I want to see any of you take that game on right now and tell me that was it. When I was a kid, I would clear that whole game with like 2 lives left, dude. Trying to play it again as a grown man, I was like, how the hell did my child self do this, dude? That game was so hard. Oh my god. What?
That was a good.
Your mic is not picking you up good.
You're
in the car.
Are you in a car? Are you on the tram right now? I don't hear you, bro.
It's on a phone for sure.
You need to plug in your Bluetooth. Anybody else want to say something? What happened? Y'all ever go back to like Mario even or something? Like those games weren't easy, bro. It took hella patience and you had like 3 lives or like death.
I wonder how good I'd be at a lot of games I played as a kid.
There's a difference between a hard game and a grindy game.
This is true.
The new games are grindy. They're not hard. You just have to play the whole thing. Like,
Well, yeah, that's part of it too as hell. Like I was inspired because that was the new technology at the time, right? Like that's fair as hell to say. At the same time, I want to see you commit to that grind again and be like, not impressed with yourself doing it again, because it wasn't an easy game. These weren't like child games I was playing when I was a child.
Time for this stuff.
Right. Well,
Like,
right.
Come home and just have like 8 hours after school to just play this shit for forever. Like, who has time for this?
That's real. That's hella real. I do. It's pretty cool. You know? Well, it's time to sit here and talk in a politics and religion Discord for fucking 4 hours. Tripping.
It's engaging though. I feel like that, like, I don't know, these like video games, a lot of them were just annoying. I didn't realize how annoying a lot of them were. Like, they were annoying just for the sake of like being substance, like the game having substance. You know what I mean? Kind of like what you're saying with the grindiness of them. Like, they're just adding shit in that's just annoying. It's not really fun to like repetitively kill the same monster again and again, but it's just there for the substance of the game.
Yeah, that's why I went into PvP. Like, they actually they make games right now that are I don't know, are you familiar with Dark and Darker? You ever heard of that?
No.
Okay, so Dark and Darker is like, if you could, do you know Escape from Tarkov?
Yes.
Okay, so imagine Escape from Tarkov, but you're like killing a goblin in a medieval fantasy game, right? But like you got like a longsword, let's say, and you're a knight, yeah, and you're fighting this goblin, and then out of nowhere you hear the sound of what would be comparable to like a nuke flying at your face, and it's a fireball that just blew up from a fucking wizard who's throwing spells at you, and then like purple little magic missiles come out too, and then he kills you and takes all that loot you found off those 7 goblins you just killed. Now you don't come out with anything, you died. Just like Tarkov. Bro, I'm obsessed with these games right now. Those ones, specifically, they just want a better one. Because Dark and Darker's creator is, like, some narcissist. And, like, the thing is that game sucks because he sucks. Right? And, like, that
How is
potential,
this
super
similar
good.
to Escape from Tarkov?
Because you don't get, like, when you come into Escape from Tarkov, you have to go find stuff to make money to get better stuff, right? They have
Right.
all that in this medieval game. There's like a literal market, and then there's weapons that you get, but they're not just weapons. There's like gems, kind of like Diablo or something,
Yeah.
right? You got like green, blue, red, fucking ruby, emerald, all that shit, right? And you can modify the weapon and make it even stronger and specifically built for how you want to play, right? You could do a bunch of health build and be like super tanky, or you could do a bunch of action speed and swing the sword faster. Or you can build stuff around like spellcasting speed and be like the wizard and shit. But yeah, I mean, it's that same grind. Because if you don't get out in Tarkov alive, just like the dungeon or the monsters could kill you, not just the players, right? You don't keep anything you found.
Mhm.
And then there's like bosses and stuff too within the dungeon. I think Tarkov has something similar to that too. But like, there's like really strong NPCs that like you could fight, and the second you kill it, a whole team is rushing you to try to take the loot from that boss and you. They're like waiting like fucking rats outside of a door, hoping that you finish that boss fight so they can come in and take the loot from you. And this is solo, duo, and trio logic, yeah? So you could play as a team and do the same stuff, or you play alone, try to survive. But the other thing too is this game again is ass, and they're making a better one that I've already tested in the alpha for, called Mistfall Hunters. Highly recommend. If you like Tarkov at all, or you like the idea of like extraction games, you check this one out, because they're doing a lot for it already. And the playtest, I hit top 30 in the world out of however many thousands of people played. I hit like top 30 for the bow and arrow class, and dude, I'm telling you that concept, it was like, you guys know Elden Ring, right? Or like Dark Souls games, where you have like that iframe dodge mechanic. It was like that, but imagine in Elden Ring you actually like moved quicker, right? That's what this game did better. Like there's standard good movement speed with all the classes, and then there's still iframe dodging that's like stamina based, so you can't just spam dodge. You'll get cooked if you run out of stamina. They'll just beat you up hella bad, other players. It's so good. It's like so good. It's so good, dude. I'm so inspired by this game right now. I don't even know why I like it so much, but I do. I know it's gonna be good. And if it's not good, I'm okay with that, because this concept hopefully gets traction and somebody else makes a better one if they mess up their game too. That's my hot. You want my hot take? My hot take is that there's so many developers that have this piece of gold that they just let go to shit.
Yeah, of course. Gotta make that money, baby.
Yeah, I feel like that's. You want a conspiracy theory? I feel like they're doing that shit intentionally. It's fuck.
What do you like? What? I don't know about that one.
Well, if you make a hook that's good enough, Call of Duty is the reason why the conspiracy theory makes sense, right? Call of Duty got so good that their game was super successful, yeah? And it got to the point where there's franchises and everybody knows the name to a point, like to a T. Everybody knows Call of Duty, yeah? So why not make a game that gets a huge portion of the community inspired by it, and then make it bad in some way, intentionally ruin it, right? And then the same way we were talking about the money shit directly, 50,000 people, right? Say 10,000 people spend 60. What the fuck is killing me when I get up here? Something dark is just deleting my character every time I get up here. Killed by something in the dark, dude? What does that mean? Okay. So anyway, they make these games and then they make them shitty intentionally, I feel like, bro, because then not only is the community trying to invest in like the help of the development of this game, that's also paying an astronomical debt half the time by investors. Yeah, these investors could be literally the reason the game's failing, is what's so crazy when you think about it, right? They make the game, the investors make money from the people who they invested in the game, because they guarantee income, right? It's an investment. They have to guarantee a plus from that investment, right? So the game companies make the game, and then they get pressured by the investors, let's say, or anything else other than the community says the game is shit, right? At some point, and then they have to make a new game because there was still a huge amount of traction that was gained from that game. And I don't even mean a huge amount of traction. Think about the numbers. If the game is a $60 game and they sell fucking 10,000 copies, that's a lot of money, bro. That's like a decent amount of revenue that's like literally going to somewhere.
Is it?
I mean, it's not huge, but it's like just 10,000 people on repeat. If you made a concept though,
It's like 10 employees.
well,
I don't know
right,
what that is.
okay, but if you made that 10 times over, and that was the lowest number, you're talking like the biggest fail number, and then say enough of that community told their friends about this awesome game that came out, right? This really good game that came out, they really enjoyed it, but then they failed it, and so they're making another one. Another company's making a game similar with the same. Escape from Tarkov logic, something that's more niche, but it's just something that a lot of people like myself appreciate, right? But they're making a better version. Let's go buy it. We didn't like Escape from Tarkov, but we really want something similar. Dude, it's a crazy amount of money in games. I don't think it's far-fetched at all. I think it's a very obvious one, especially if the investors put pressure back on the company and say, hey, we need you to kind of cut out on this. We're done investing. And they don't have capital is an outcome. But the other outcome is that the investors want them to make another shit game. Especially if that shit game sells to fucking 10, 50, 30, 70,000 people the next time.
I feel like it's more likely the game is just shit because they're trying to make money.
Well, there's a
Not
market for shit games and there's a market for medium games. There's a market for shit games, a market for good games. But if you make a medium game, you probably go bankrupt.
Is there a market for shit games?
Absolutely. So,
Like what?
like for instance, indie devs make money.
Well, that's not a shit game. That's just a simple game.
That's a shit game.
Great. Yeah, it's a shit game. You're not putting like any budget into it. You know what I'm saying?
It's a
That
game.
doesn't mean a shit
and
game
so
because it's not a high budget game, right? Tetris is the shit. It's not a shit game.
Exactly. You just made his
There's a
argument.
market for that because it's like there's a market for that because it's kind of like alpha testing gameplay mechanics before it makes it out into games. And like then you get these like blockbuster games, right? And there's a market for that, but there's no market for like a middle of the ground game. If you make boring games, like you'll probably go bankrupt, no question about it. Like mediocre games, like look at how many companies Microsoft has gotten rid of in the past few years.
How would I know?
They bought Blizzard.
Well, it's like
they bought
it's one of the gamers. What do they call it? It's a
Activision.
It's been on the gamer news for like 4 years now. Like Microsoft axing all these companies.
Yeah,
You say they bought them or got rid of them?
both.
They bought them and then they axed them. Because they bought them because the market's so good. You know, you got Xbox Live, you got this. They make giving people rentals. So now they're making all this money, right? And you don't have to buy the game, so people want to take the rental. So Microsoft raking up all that money, and then what they do is they use it to buy software companies to produce more games. Because if they don't keep on doing that shiny new game, like people are going to stop paying for the rental, right? And so they bought all these companies, and these companies are just doing what they usually do. You know, they're making the next game and the next game. And Microsoft's like suddenly realizes that like just because you have an award-winning game, it doesn't mean your next game is going to be the award-winning game. And people tend to flock towards the most popular ones and leave the rest kind of static. And the bigger problem is if you don't have the most popular ones on your rental platform, then nobody's going to use your rental platform at all because they don't want to play the mediocre game. So that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's like the companies that are committing economic suicide aren't making shitty games quickly, and they aren't making expensive games with blockbuster prices. They're taking that middle ground approach, where you get like a pretty good game, but it's not excellent.
I feel like
You get like you get a lot of knockoffs, for instance, and they didn't make money at all.
I feel like in my older age, I don't have the patience to learn something new. And so, despite how much I hate like this repetitive, we need 19 new Call of Duties a year, like it's kind of necessary because I really don't want to learn new shit, completely new shit at least.
No, but that makes sense. Like, if you played FIFA on the PS1, and it's such a cool thing, and everybody ate their nacho cheese and played FIFA on the PS1, then you're gonna want to play FIFA on the PS5, and you probably want to similar controls. It can be improved, but it mustn't break the cookie. You know, it's like just add chocolate chips.
Yes.
Yeah. That's hella harsh and super real. It's kind of the niche I was hoping to embrace at some level, but the validity of what you just said is...
The thing is that the genres do change. Like, the first-person shooter became VR. And
Did it though?
Did
VR
it
still
though?
hasn't caught on like it should.
I agree. You gotta give that
yeah,
like
I'm not
3 to
saying
5 more
VR caught
years.
on. I'm saying you can't have VR without the first person view and the graphics to render it, and the you know what I mean, and everything that started off as the FPS became the VR headset. So we aren't there yet, and VR is not fun yet, and the games are lame, and there's the same. It's the same thing that it's the same thing that phones suffer from. The games on phone aren't that great, and it's not the device's fault. It's not the device's fault. It's not the user's fault. In many ways, it's the developers' fault, right? Because they want to make phone games. Like they don't want to make a AAA game for phones. And when they did release AAA games to phones, like GTA Vice City, excellent experience on phone. Deus Ex, Human Revolution, excellent experience on phones. I've never had more fun on a phone.
I have zero interest in playing those kind of games on a phone.
Well, okay, I played the Human Revolution on a bit of a bigger screen. Like it was like a 8-inch tablet or something like that. But it was nice.
Geometry Wars. Geometry Wars is fun.
I feel like I've only ever played like a trial of that game.
All I'm saying is, like, if we could get our Metal Gear Solid on phone, you know, like something that's like a remake of the first Metal Gear Solid, where the gameplay was more important than the viewpoint, and have it translated to phone. So there's like this heavy storyline alongside some very well thought out gameplay. That would totally be like in fact, we'd need more than one, right? We would need several of them so that the phone can actually become a gaming platform.
Yeah. So like, I agree with you that the phone games actually were impacting. Like, as someone who does game and is trying to be a streamer and shit, right? Like, I really loved the fact that I could go get a ROM or an emulator for, be it Super Mario or like Diablo 1, the original, right? Like games that just had nostalgic ass noises that were really good. And there was a moment where it wasn't I didn't have a console, I was just traveling, right? So it was just easier and way more convenient in the moment to play on the phone. And so to say I didn't look for something that, oh my God, that I would enjoy and want to, you know, like you're saying, remember that moment of that highlight and stuff was good. But the problem with that, at least currently, is that they're not outlawing old games. They're actually almost encouraging it at this point. Like, I can get a PSX emulator and play PS1 games on my phone. See if I can get Super Nintendo or N64 and experience any of those moments where I really enjoyed whatever specific game from that console. All of it's free, right? And
do you think that this whole thing that AI can redesign chips, do you think that that's going to give us something in that field? It's going to deliver a product in that field?
I mean,
in like the portable emulation field, because I feel like we've recently, like, if I looked at the new FPGAs, they were fucking amazing. It's like they can now run like PS2 games on the same types of chips that we used to use for our network routers, you know, these FPGA chips. So it's like
Don't know what that is.
so it's a fully programmable chip. You can download a chip layout onto it, and it will run that chip layout at its base frequency with every caveat that it has. So you can buy a FPGA emulator that when you start it in PlayStation 2, it's a literal PlayStation 2. Like, it actually has the chip, but it's not the physical object. It's like it's the object. It's the chip that can reprogram itself, its own instruction set, basically.
so are you asking if do I think there'd be a market for that, or if it's going to happen?
Well, what I think is, like, what I'm wondering is, will AI change that? Like, will AI go and make these chips like way better, and then we're suddenly going to get this massive revolution of emulation? Because there's like there's almost like 4 or 5 generations of consoles that are now not really emulated, or not emulated well.
Right. Well,
I feel like
what's your
has to do with the
definition of, like,
performance of
not
these things, you know?
that's, I mean, to To say those old ass games aren't implemented well on a smartphone, I don't agree with. If you have a controller of any kind, be it an Xbox or a PS5 controller, you can Bluetooth and then get literally the exact same experience.
I mean the code. You know, like the code is emulated well if you've got an NES game running, but there's like it's not going to do any of the last 5 generations, maybe even 6
Are you
generations.
saying the better consoles being emulated more accurately on a small scale?
Okay, so do you remember that the rule for abandoned moves was 5 years? When a game is 5 years old, it's abandoned moves, and then you
Okay.
emulate it. Do you
Yeah.
remember that in the 90s?
Yeah, I mean, I remember emulating it. I didn't know there was a law on it, to be totally honest, no.
Well, it wasn't a law, it's a rule. It's like not a law, it's just a guide. Like, if you went to an abandoned website, the games would start at 5 years ago. You understand what I mean? If you went to like underdogs.com or one of the emulator sites, you wouldn't see stuff that's newer than 5 years, but you would probably see stuff that's older than 5 years. And what I'm seeing now is like, there ain't no emulation for the past 10 years, maybe even 15.
Yeah, like 360 and PS3 and shit.
Yeah, it's like it stopped. It got stymied at a point, and it obviously there was an architectural complexity. There's orders of magnitude stepping up, and the emulators and the systems that we run it on, these are not like linear problems. These are like n log n problems. So you got to like think about like logarithmically scaling your emulator. It's not going to fit into your desktop computer eventually because the consoles and the desktops are progressing at the same rate. Even though the consoles are simpler, cheaper.
Like, yeah, I think that there will be a market for that because games in general have just done better than a lot of things consistently for a long time. So I don't think it's unrealistic that AI does make that and it's better. Yes, I feel like it's very possible that we're reliving more
I think
futuristic.
we're gonna get these emerging markets for like virtual internets too. Like like when you had your gaming services for these old consoles, and these services eventually shut down, right?
Right.
And then you can't do a lot of the games and stuff. I think there's gonna be like a black market ones.
Black market virtual web services for like maybe the old consoles or just in general.
No. Yeah. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Xbox
well-
360, take it online and play some games.
Okay, so the difference with
Maybe
the
even
old
download all the games.
that's already existing through Hamachi to this day. Hamachi's been doing that. I can
Hamachi's been doing it for. Okay, I didn't know that it's taken over that role.
No, yeah, but like 20 years Hamachi's been doing it. 15 years, probably more accurate. At
But
least.
they do the Xbox on their phones.
No, closer to
for
20
that
years.
long.
That's accurate. Closer to 20 years. So what LAN was right when we would connect computer to computer or like console to console back in the day with the Ethernet cable, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, so Hamachi's been doing that for
No.
fucking 20 years, literally.
So, yeah, I mean, yeah. I've
Hamachi-
written 2 different alternatives to Hamachi.
Oh, okay, so you already know about it. Because for the guys that don't, I'm just going to say real quick, when you wanted to connect on a LAN basis, that was actually a connection that existed. Hamachi just basically made a third-party hub, if anybody doesn't know, that you were able to, like, basically, like, in the most layman term possible, because I don't know exactly what they did, but they basically just created a hub of connection, and then 2 LAN services could do that from anywhere in the world. Like, you can still do this today. You can go play a 360 game with your buddy that you appreciated, with that buddy across the world through LAN. Even though LAN was us connecting to each other, LAN's actually a source of a hub through this now. And been that way for years. We used to play, like, games would come out and then be, like he just said, offline after however many years a developed game would stop working, right? And you could still play it with your buddy. That, like, never stopped. If you could think back, like, when you had a game that you really liked, right, that just didn't work anymore, that always worked. Is real. servers that didn't exist did. It's kind of a cool thought. I don't know. We used to entertain games that were old as shit that just didn't have like the original Diablo is something everybody would know, right? Everybody knows Diablo 5 and shit, right? Or 4, whatever the fuck it is. The original Diablo 1 had BattleNet, but they gave up on BattleNet with 2 coming out and then 3 on its way out, right? They gave up on Diablo 1's BattleNet and you could still play it together. And you could play like the
I
base
remember
game.
that.
You wouldn't have to play with a mod. You wouldn't have to do some extra shit. You could still play. You could play Halo 2 together with your buddy, anywhere at any time, ever since the servers ended, for forever. And now, it's cool as fuck. Honestly, I thought that was like the dopest thing once I figured it out with my buddy. We used to like Warcraft 3, and I mean I could go into whatever, but there was like a bunch of different games that were way fucking good that just didn't get the appreciation years later, you know. And there was no way to do anything about it except for this. Once we learned it, it was dope as fuck. Especially with the combination of like all the sites he was naming earlier. That would be like in America, uTorrent. uTorrent was like Sublime or Napster, but for games. You could literally pirate anything through the Pirate Bay. Was like the main site that everybody knew, and take any of those games and get any of them for free. And I'm not going to speak on stream whether or not any of this is still a thing or not. I don't think it is, I'll just say. But like, there was games that just didn't, like, you didn't even have the ability to buy them, like physically, right? To get the copy. Like, that wasn't possible for some of these games in certain periods. And then the only way to get it was through Steam at some point. But some of these games were like so old that they were, I don't know, Steam had crazy prices back in the day too. They were trying to charge you $20 for games that didn't have servers. Like what? That's...
Yeah, they still do.
Well, they still do. It's fucking so accurate too. These old ass games. I just recently bought for I think 10 or 15 bucks Star Wars Jedi Knight Jedi Academy, which was like the first simulated lightsaber fighting that we'd ever seen.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that has some good multiplayer too.
Yeah, and it still has good multiplayer now. I could stream it right now. I could show you guys like the initial, like, I don't know if anybody's familiar with like For Honor or like any other simulated fighting games, like a 3D, like Tekken is a good comparison to this kind of. Like Tekken was like 2D, and then it became like that 3D fighting style. This shit was like full on movement. You could go anywhere you wanted in this world and duel people with lightsabers, and then like the way you moved determined the directional swing of the saber. It was like way ahead of its time. This is like a 90s game. Again, same thing though. Servers died and players ended up kind of taking over the community basis. And at the end of the day, you could go get the game for free whenever you wanted through specific websites, but you could also, you know, go onto Steam and pay $20 for a game that doesn't actually have supported servers for like a long period. They didn't even keep the servers up. They want to make you pay for a game that you're selling to as a multiplayer game. It was just ludicrous. And it seemed very legal, like, in my perspective as a guy, as a consumer. It's nuts. It shouldn't be legal. Yep. Julius, are you there?
Now what they do is they take the option out of the menu
What's up?
in the Zelda game like that.
Yeah, that's real too. It's like they had code ready for that at some point. I'm super passionate about video games, bro. It's bullshit what they did to this industry. And so I still think that's conspiracy theory is fucking real. Which I didn't hear in either of your comments is on it. Like, what do you guys think? Like, is that something that makes sense? If they're making a game that's like half-ass intentionally to sell it to you so that they can make a better variant of that game in however long of time later, so that the mass amount of people buy the game just for either the servers to shut down or then to sell you.
Most people, because like outside of the big studios, like most people are making games as like somewhat of a passion project, right? Like obviously they want to make money, but like the devs, most of the devs generally seem to care.
Correct. Now, this is where the conspiracy side of it would come in, okay? It's not that they're not doing that. You're absolutely right to think that, and that's the normal thought. My more outlandish, way more skeptical thought is that if they get a game that is thriving with the community, right? And then the game gets pulled somehow, and I can literally pull instances of this, yeah? And the game gets to a level where it's like the community's good, shit's not bad, but they get a lawsuit, or they get a big enough technical issue where, like, say, duplicating comes into a game with economy is one example, or They don't continue doing what has gotten a fan basis. And that reason could be a much more logical one in most situations, right? That situation could be what it is, and they're saying it is. But they don't actually have to
Yeah, I
have
think
that be
there's
the
lots of
case.
reasons for that, right? Like,
Right, okay, wait.
for
This,
example,
I didn't actually explain what the crazy one was. My crazy thought is that if a lot of people invest in this new and upcoming idea, right? And a rough, quick example of this is Tarkov. Tarkov is like a COD game, but with loot and scoop logic and escape logic, right? That concept has been kind of around, I guess, for a little while, but it's still kind of new and up and coming, right? You getting out with the loot means you keep it. If you die in there, you lose everything. That concept in itself, right? That concept in itself is a beautiful concept to someone who loves PvP like I do. And I don't think that's just a niche. I think that there's a big enough logic to say that that's something people are looking for after this whole die and respawn comeback shit, right? So if it's big enough to bring people in, and this is an example that existed with a game called Dungeonborn, right? They just pulled the game. They pulled out on it, right? And they tapped out, and they didn't give other really real reasons why. And if people are investing in these things, right? And then we look at this from the money side of it. If people are investing in these developers so that they're not doing this whole startup on their own, which is the case for most games, regardless of popularity. Most games, other than these named ass ones like Fortnite or franchises like Call of Duty, that made all their money from the immense amount of people that played the game, most people are not paying for this team of developers on their own. Most people are relying on a company. If that company's like, hey, why don't we pull this and you make it number 2? That's the crazy thought. You make it number 2, or you make another variant with a different name, and then we sell that to people again, and then they invest again, and that hundreds of thousands of people, which is the actual number with Dungeonborn, sat there and bought either monetizations within the game for pay to win logic, or just bought the fucking game itself, adds up to a crazy number. And then they go, hey, we're going to pull the rug on this and you can do it again in 3 years. That could be the investor's points, dude. And then these same people are now all profiting. They could even say something crazy that would make it make sense to the developer. You can do this again in 3 years and you can make the same game but better if you take on this crazy Ponzi scheme we're selling you, and we'll split the money with you. Now your investment is actually turned into crazy.
There's like much evidence of that, though.
Okay, but that's the point, and I know that. But what I'm saying is if you were presented this deal and you were a passionate game developer, you don't think you would take the money?
I think if that was the case, we probably know about it by now.
Yeah,
like I think obviously there are like really bad practices in the industry.
Okay, but
and obviously
correct.
games are made for money, but I don't
Correct.
think but I don't think they're like, oh yes, we're gonna like cut this. In some cases, but I don't know if there's like really conspiracy. Like in some cases,
Okay, but there is cases of this that have happened that I could viably link to. Okay, and two, not that I'm saying the conspiracy part of it, the part that I think is the money part of it, I can link. I can't do that, obviously. That's the speculatory part. But my point is that you didn't answer the question. If you were told as this guy was really passionate about this idea, we'll even give you more money to make the new game again in 5
Yeah, I don't
years.
know.
And we'll give you more money to do it, and we won't even make you invest in the amount that we told you was our capital. We'll split the difference of this whole amount of money we invested in you. We'll give you half back, right? That seems possible to me, that could be the case for some of these games, dude. I'm super passionate about this because it would be... Go ahead.
No, never mind. Sorry.
Bro, if we're splitting the difference, on this cash cow, and it still means you get to execute your idea, you still get to keep doing the same thing, and you get more money to do it the next time. You just have to take a break from doing it because your idea was decent enough, which is all it would
AAA
take.
companies, other than a handful, AAA companies are kind of like struggling these days, right?
That's the consensus and why it makes more sense. You're literally backing the conspiracy with that thought.
What do you mean?
Just
How does that back the conspiracy? I don't really understand what you're talking.
I don't think you're listening enough. Bro, your
I
microphone
can't hear over
is
this like other dude
fucking
with
not
random
good.
background noise.
Yeah, your microphone is not doing
No,
good
you're
right now,
right.
Big Balls. Big Balls, we literally have no idea what you're saying every time you've spoken. Just now.
I don't know if he's talking to us or it's just random background noise.
Dude, I'm telling you, I hear it too. It's like muffled logic as shit.
Yeah, I think he's in a car. You can hear like noises of him like getting in and out of a car and like shit like that.
Is that so?
That's my mind. I don't know what's going on.
Big Balls, do you want to say something?
Look, I just don't know if there's like a hugely like widespread thing in the industry. I'd need like really good evidence for that kind of claim. Yeah. I'm always very tentative about like claims like that, if that makes sense.
Which you should be. I'm not saying it's a claim that I'm
Extremely
fully
skeptical
backing.
person.
Yeah, right. Which rightfully so. But if you were to look at the money side of this, I feel like that side of it makes it much more viable as an outcome.
So
Go
I
ahead.
can give you a really good example of like a problem that's occurred over time, and we can actually track it, right? It's been so there was a game series called the Total War game series, right? Made by Creative Assembly. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them. It's not your wheelhouse, but you might know of them. Are you familiar with them at all?
No. I think Total War the one that's the mobile game, or are you talking about a PC?
No. It's like the original was Shogun, Total War, then Medieval, then Rome, then Medieval 2.
Okay. Yeah, Shogun I've heard of,
Rome
yes.
2, these kind of things.
Yeah.
Shogun 2, and then they started making like Warhammer Total War games. They're like these kind of like grand strategy games that mix like real time battles with like turn-based campaign stuff, right?
Yeah.
Big set piece battle armies. And at their time, they had complete control of the market, right? Because they are a complete niche. No one else was doing what they could do, right? Because no one else had attempted. Anyone else that tried to attempt looked at it and went, "Fuck this! It's too hard." But the problem is they got bought out by Sega, right? Or they became they're the developers, but Sega became the publisher.
Yeah.
That means that Sega put more and more pressure over time on their marketing, and there was like more and more pressure to make money over time, and their games just essentially kept getting worse. And in part, it was because Sega
Wasn't as
owns.
qualified.
Do you know what pachinko machines are?
Yep.
Yeah, Sega owns all the pachinko most of the pachinko machines in Japan. Funnily enough, that's like their biggest source of income these days. And not really a conspiracy that like this company was making money, but they're looking at them and like, okay, yes, you're making profits, but you're not making as much profits as these guys. Why aren't you making enough profits? Why aren't you making enough profits? And they kept getting pressured, and they, as a result, like their products were just essentially getting worse and worse. And also because there's like the way, I don't know if you know how like the Japanese are with media stuff. Are you familiar with that at all?
No, not at all.
So it's like Nintendo is really famous, like they're incredibly controlling of like how their stuff is like used or perceived or whatever by different like groups or like the media and stuff like that, right? So like they wouldn't allow YouTubers and stuff to like be a part of their early access stuff if they ever negatively commented about the game and stuff like that. And as a result, the company's like is like on the verge of like bankruptcy and collapse now, because there was some weird cycle where they kept having shorter and shorter cycles pushed, and again the community is like, we want this game, this is what we want, because the original fans loved the original games, right?
Yeah.
But they don't make quite as much money as pumping out like random Warhammer sequels, and they kept do you know what tech debt is?
No.
Okay, so the game, I remember how I told you like everyone else looked at this game and went, "Fuck this, we can't do this."
Yeah.
It's
Right.
because they built their own custom in-house engine to make this game, so it wasn't built on like like one of the, like Unreal or Unity or like how everyone else uses other engines. They built their own engine, and in 2009 they replaced that engine. They're still using the same engine they made from 2009.
Wow.
And it's accrued tech debt, what's called tech debt over time, where it's fucked. It's like buggy, it's outdated, they can't make it do, like everything is just like infinite, like like everything is like duct tape together in it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just like infinite amount of like duct tape is like holding the code together for the modern games, and it's garbage now, like for what they're trying, because they're trying to make it do stuff that you would want a game to do in 2025 that that's from code from 2009. And I guess the point is that like, I don't know, it's just like the whole thing was mismanaged, like from the top down, right, from the ground up,
Right.
and all the original devs have left, right, and they went from being like completely dominant, completely owning this niche in the market to like they're almost a dead company. But don't know if it's conspiracy as much as like they just fundamentally mismanaged like everything because of like this insane greed that these companies have.
Okay, so your answer to this thing that's not a conspiracy is the same answer to my thing that is a conspiracy.
It's not. I just think it's like this is like I don't know. It's like how I don't know. Like
If money,
these people just like insanely pursue profit, right?
right?
In a way that's just detrimental, no?
Yeah. Right. Which again is why I don't think my statements are all that outlandish. I think it makes more sense than it doesn't. That if you made a game that was, I mean, he was saying it earlier, Balls was right, where if the game is at a medium tier, it doesn't do well. If the game is at a low tier, it does really well. And if the game is at a high tier, it does really well, right? At a medium tier, it doesn't do well. So if they were to hit that perfect middle ground of a game being at a medium high tier, and people were invested enough to say, hey, this idea is beautiful and we really like it, but then the company knows that this is what they want. They hear it from the community of thousands of people in a Discord within that community's game, and they hear it all the time. These are the things you should do because we want that. And they intentionally don't do it, right? They intentionally let their game get bad reviews. They intentionally let their game die, right? And then they make
I think a lot of that's accountable by narcissism and just like
accurate.
Devs are just crazy people.
But it also
like a lot of these devs.
Okay, but listen.
have their vision.
I'm almost done with the same point. The same accountability through narcissism is the same accountability through money. That same logic would apply in both. You're still selling my point, and I don't think there's anything you've said that's made it worse, honestly, which is crazy. You may not agree with the income of the outcome of the why I think the income mattered more, but I still think you're selling my point. Right? If they made a game that was just on level enough to make you fall in love with it, but not get it to the point where it could be fixed on the levels that the whole community is complaining about, then it would make sense that if they made a second game, right, that was said to be better, that people would buy it again. And when they buy it again, that's more money sank into this idea that I'm saying. These investors, right, who hypothetically are the only reason these games get traction to begin with. Not because the game is bad or because the game needs money, but because these developers don't have money to begin with to make these games. That is a claim that is like uncontested, in my opinion, by anybody who I've talked to that either knows developers or have talked to them directly themselves. A bunch of them do not have the money to sink into the economic level that they need for a team of people to make a game, right? But they want to make a game and they want to shoot this idea. Okay, but that's that gameplay in itself and that love for the game and that love for the idea that they want to sell this beautiful thing can instantly be turned around by the investor saying that I think this isn't exactly how it goes, but I think it's a rough example to make my point. If the investor's like, hey, you paid us back and this game was successful enough that you made this much money that you could pay us back, we'll make you a deal here. We'll split you that income that we all made and you agreed on investing. We'll actually give you half of it back if you let your game shut down and if you let your game do X, Y, and Z, and or just pull the game itself, right? Because if you do that, we're going to give you that half of that fat chunk of money you never even had to begin with to make the game again in 3 years. But better. It's like a double down investment.
What publishers do to indie devs, or what are you talking about?
I'm talking about any games of any kind that have had. Do you know what Dungeonborn is?
Dungeonborn? I haven't heard of it, but I do game dev and I follow the industry and I'm part of it.
So Dungeonborn, you know Dark and Darker then?
Yeah.
Okay, so Dark and Darker is like a medieval Tarkov, right?
Sure.
Okay, do you know Tarkov?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you know what Dark and Darker is?
I said yes.
Okay, so it's a medieval Tarkov.
Nah, not really, but okay. I see why you see it that way, but yeah, for the sake of the argument, sure.
Okay, so that's like a specific niche in logics around one thing that's huge in most communities right now that a lot of people are looking for is a different alternative to COD, but still PvP. That's why Tarkov did well. Would you agree with that?
No.
Why did Tarkov do well?
Tarkov did well because it introduced a new genre to the game, or to the industry.
That's what I said.
Looter shooters weren't very popular.
Correct.
It wasn't really introduced as an alternative to COD because COD is more of a competitive shooter. It's like a completely different game feel.
Correct.
I know that a lot of people who were COD players did go to Tarkov because they were
Correct.
looking for
Okay, so you're not
an
you're not
alternative,
disagreeing with
but
me, but if you are and you want to say you are, that's
not
fine.
exactly. I just think that the descriptions are a little broad.
Okay, exactly? I'm trying to generalize so I can get back to the conversation that I'm happy to reiterate.
Yeah.
Awesome. So now that we're on the same page again, Tarkov is a niche within a niche of what people wanted differently through COD in some levels because COD players went there. You just said and agreed to that, right? We want shooting, but we don't want to keep shooting and respawning on repeat because that's the same thing we've been doing for 10 years, right? Minimum. So my point being that if that niche worked out good enough to where Tarkov, for example, stayed in beta for fucking this entire time, to say that it's crazy that these game devs are actually getting pressure from people who they're getting their money from in these more niche games that have a lot of potential for the people, hundreds of thousands of people that played Dark and Darker, hundreds of thousands of people that played fucking Tarkov, both of which games are not free, made money, right? So I feel like there's a viable, and I think conspiracy theory made the whole thing loose. I think that there's a viable reason why these games stop getting love at some point on an exponential level, even though there is mass amount of people and fan bases sitting there complaining about said things. It's not just the coding so bad at this point that we can't fix it or make this thing better to the community standard. It's not so much a Hitler situation that the game dev himself is like, I would never listen to my community because of this thing that's made me exponential amounts of money, and I think your idea is bad as an overall general vote, right? Because that's
Wait,
part of the logic
you think
too.
Nikita listens to the community?
Exactly my point, dude.
I
Listen,
follow that opinion.
if
I
they
follow that opinion myself. Like game devs believe that the community don't necessarily know how to make a game.
I'm not saying they know how to make a game. I'm saying that if there's a consistent thing in the game that everyone is consistently complaining about and changing and it doesn't change, that there could be an alternative reason other than the dev has feelings. I would think at this point, because the dev at the end of the day wants his vision sold, but he doesn't. Like, bro, I'm not talking like the main idea of the game being shifted into a whole new reality. I'm not saying turn Tarkov into a respawn game. What I'm telling you is that if there's bugs within the game that are fixable and they're obvious fixes that have existed in other games, and the whole community just doesn't want this feature or this bug to exist, and they don't fucking work around that to fix it for the hundreds of thousands of dollars they're potentially making for many of these games that are mainstream-ish, right? And bring more players in because they fixed the thing that lost 100,000, 50,000, 10,000 players. Like, them not fixing it just seems crazy to me, right? So what's the better solution?
Where you could be an employee at Battlestate Games.
So again, you can throw shade at these devs on repeat, like without having an explanation for it, but that's what the communities have done the entire time, right? The point I'm making.
If the devs see it as a bug, they'll be willing to fix it. If they see it as a feature, they won't. Like,
Right.
for instance, if you, for instance, say remove the microtransactions, the devs will say no, that's a feature. We're not removing them.
Okay, so let me finish reiterating my whole point to the same thing. Okay, Dark and Darker is a genre that is a medieval Tarkov. For all intents and purposes, let's not debate that either, right? It's a
I mean,
different
they're just called
version.
looter shooters.
Okay, so it's a medieval looter extractor shooter, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Great. This is the thing. That game and that genre, I personally am obsessed with right now, and I feel like it has a lot of potential. Why I'm obsessed with it, real quick, is because hackers are real, and they're taking over all of the Respawn games that I was raised on, and I don't enjoy those anymore. So I'm looking for another PvP experience where mental and skill difference could come into play, right? And I feel like that's more potential with these games, and it's even easier to monitor the hackers because the only people that are going to be doing it are using the bow and arrow. And the only people that are going to be doing it are using the hit scan characters. And I think it'd be a lot more realistic to see less hackers in these games in the longevity of this industry. I think these medieval ones have more potential for skill difference if you want to learn the game and enjoy that like I do, right? I think it's a lot more plausible. Dark and
Do you
Darker
think
is a
that
genre.
Dark and
Hold on.
Darker is ever going to do Tarkov numbers?
No, I think that other games in Dark and Darker's specific niche within that niche is going to, though, without a doubt. I think that there's a game that I play tested for called Mistfall Hunter that is phenomenal and has a lot of everything I want, like Elden Ring Souls-like dodging, the speed difference that game didn't have, like move speed was really good. 3, 2, and single teams, all fighting PvE if they want. They can go fight a boss for the risk of that loot, but then they can be third-partied by a whole nother 3-man the second they kill that boss. because that other team knows that if they kill that team, they get the boss's loot and that team's loot. And then a third party comes into play and does it too, because they're the ones that were more patient. Like, that whole concept seems super intriguing to me, because when I played Dark and Darker initially, I was killing a goblin, and then a fucking fireball came out of nowhere and blew my ass up, and I lost all my loot. And I got addicted to that logic, and I thought it was good, right? And I didn't think Dark and Darker was good. I thought that logic was good. Hold on. This isn't even the conspiracy theory. I'm just trying to explain the niche within the niche within the niche shit so you can get the grasp of what I'm saying. Dungeonborn came out, the game you didn't know about, right? There's a reason you didn't know about it, and most of you guys don't. Because Dungeonborn was a very specific clone to Dark and Darker. But whatever happened with them was that a lot of people put money into that game. Not just like the devs and the insurance or the investors or whatever, but like people, players bought things within that game for that game to be shut down and destroyed and not existent anymore. That is unjustified, and there's a reason for it. And I think it's because every time these new games come out, since COD and Fortnite exist, nothing has made crazy impacts on monetary gain for these companies that are investing in them. So they think if they can make a game that's half-ass, but good enough to sell it to people, and then pull the rug on that game and do it again, it makes more sense for the money. And it would make more sense for the dev, too, if he's being essentially blackmailed with the logic, right? The dev's like, hey, I'll tap out on making this game because you're going to pay me to do it, because now in 3 years I can release the game again. That's like the agreed contract between them that's behind all hush-hush. And I think there's got to be some bigger reason like that, if not that, as to why these games are coming out half-ass as fuck with how good technology is now. Do you understand? If you make something that you love and can repeat it for a ×2, movies have been doing it since y'all have existed. We all went and saw Happy Gilmore too. Go suck my dick if that's not true, right?
I haven't actually.
Okay, but that's the point.
Games have been doing it too. Games still do it. Like, you get games made by Sony, for instance. Like, they do like high quality releases, but they're usually not multiplayer games we play.
Okay,
I'd like to point out that you said doo-doo. Have you tried Mortal Online 2?
No.
That was the one game that actually came to mind when it was told.
Yeah.
Because
He's describing he likes medieval looter shooters and hardcore full loot PvP. You'd probably really enjoy Mortal 2. It's kind of like Rust, but with elves and magic and shit, and with way more stats. It's got a very complicated stat and crafting system. But it's like one server, one continent. It's pretty good.
So if you looked up the gameplay on Mistfall Hunter 2, you would see closer to what I really want. I'm actually extremely tired of the stats and the gear having such a determination in the PvP. Mistfall Hunter actually implemented a system where every piece of gear comes with affixes, or affixes, however the fuck you say the word, right? They have 1 to 2 points per tier of color, right? So green will have like 2 different affixes, one of which will be like a little bit of movement speed to your character and a little bit of damage maybe. But then a good green will have like 2 and 1. It'll be 2 points of good speed and 1 point of good damage, right? And then blue will have 3 different rolls of affixes and so on, right? But that system right there is already so beautifully simple enough that I can skill diff people in complete good blues. I can beat you in full greens or even the gray gear that they start you with. And I don't have to worry about modifying individual pieces of the gear, modifying stats of my character. They did what Dark and Darker did. You level up to a certain point, which is not a big grind, and you have your whole character's tree unlocked, and you just mess with the build of that character, and you combine that with these gear pieces, and you're done. Like, it doesn't have to be all this extra shit where this loot matters so much. I can just be happy about finding a 2-rolled green as I am finding a crazy perp, right? Or purple, whatever. Like, it's just simple. I don't want to sit here and play inventory fucking simulator and management and gear diff and check and skilled stat. I want a PvP game where there's still some reward for doing it. Right? Do you see what I'm saying? That's where I think that this niche needs to go. Because nobody wants to sit here and fucking... I don't know if you guys played Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. They made a whole crafting system and all this in-depth shit, and it's not necessary. At the end of the day, if my green dude beats your fucking purple dude, and I know at the end of the day purple is dramatically better, but I didn't have to spend the time to build it, and I took it, then that means my green skill level outbeat your purple gear level, and it became a skill mind game that I won severely, right? That's where the enjoyment to me comes from these games, is that I beat a guy who's trying to gear check me.
I think I actually read about this game about like 10 months ago. So Bellring Games, the developer for this game, it's operated by Hong Kong Duga Holdings,
Tencent.
and they make really garbage mobile games with microtransactions. So I think that this game is going to be like really heavily microtransaction monetized.
And if that's the case, that's fine. What I hope for as a gamer who doesn't develop, and I want to be potentially in the scene with this, or at least a part of the community that's trying to speak on these logics, I think that game's heart, if it is there, not in the developer sense, but what we want as gamers, is super true and super good. And I really hit top 30 in the world on the alpha test, dude. I played the fuck out of that game because I thought it had a lot of potential for these simplistic logics that I want to see in these games, right? Not so much that any of the other side of it I care about. It's that I'm a gamer who's mad as fuck that all these games keep coming out and they keep getting destroyed, fucking taken into levels that aren't accounted for by the community. They're not like given the amount of love and appreciation that they need. And they're beautiful games in like 80% of the regard in every situation at the most, right? They're like 75 and 65% good games. And then we sit there and fall in love with fucking 100% of it. But then these devs take that 65 and 75% that they're already lacking on and make it down to 60 and make it down to 50 and make it down to the point where we don't want to fucking play the game anymore. So I feel like, as the conspiracy theorist, crazy person, that there's some alternative reason why these games get half developed. It doesn't make sense to me that you guys get all these people who sit here and love your game and love your awesome dream, passionate idea, and you don't fucking fix it for what the community is saying needs to be addressed. Like, not even a little. With SDF's specific example, and I don't know the Tarkov game, I didn't play it because I'm bothered by hackers, like I said before. But with SDF and Dark and Darker, that dude is a narcissist. That dude is the one solely like CEO running this game and making the bad decisions. So it's like, I can understand that because I know the community and himself voice it like that, right? That is an example of like this person's passion that he's obsessed and made terrible, right? And that exists too, and that does happen. But the idea behind all that stuff and the logic that we all like about the game and why people still play it in a dying game is because we still want something like that, right? And the fact nobody else is stepping up to make it doesn't have to do with like license claims. It has to do with nobody fucking caring enough, or there's some other third alternative that's happening in the background that we don't see, right? That's my point. That's the whole argument right there. I don't think it fucking makes sense that we get 60% of a game that we all really want to see do well. There's no reason for it at this point. Like, none. It's not funding. It's not fucking the community's ruining it in 90% of them. It's that there isn't a good backing of the game in the dev logic, or there's some alternative reason why they keep ruining these games. It has to be. There's like no reason, dude. They're losing money.
Well, from what I've seen, I think a lot of it has to do with fatigue. You could work on a game for like 4 or 5 years, release it. There's no guarantee that it'll do well. And then you, if it does get popular, have a tidal wave of user complaints and change suggestions and things like that. And from the standpoint of someone who has developed a product to release in the past, just the feeling of letting go of it once you do put it out into the wild is very influential when it comes to your thoughts on how much further you want to develop a game, or which direction you want to take it in. It's different for every developer. There's no like consistent reason why things either get worked on or don't get worked on, but I think a lot of the reason why games don't get worked on in the way that the communities want them to be worked on after their release is because of developer fatigue.
I viably agree with that. Can you explain these situations to me? Like, I gotta look up the reason again. I forgot this whole story because
I mean, you spend 4 or 5 years developing a project, and you whether you're doing it for a specific client or whether you're doing it independently, you put a lot of yourself into the project, and then when you let it out, you're never going to feel like you're done with it, first of all. But if you have a deadline that you have to meet, or if you're being hired to do something and you have to release it by a certain date, you make it work by that date, and when you do release it, it's just like this feeling of, okay, good, I'm done with this. I want to start thinking about my next project. I want to start thinking about something that I actually want to work on, because believe me, when you spend enough time on one project, it's the last thing you want to see when you boot up your computer.
There's also the HR perspective.
I hear
If you've
that.
got 5 years labor out of somebody, like, he's probably ready to move on. 99% of the time they will.
So
you'll know you've made it as a game dev when you've spent 3 years on a a small indie project and you've released it and then nobody ever knows about it ever, and you just toss it into the void. There's 40 games, at least 40 games are released on Steam every day. It's a $400 billion industry, and it's only growing. And with AI being built into platforms like Unity now, the latest beta version of Unity, if you download that engine, it's got an AI feature that you can just basically, it just does work for you through prompting. It's incredible, and it's only going to get easier to make games. So what I think is going to happen is we're going to get some games that meet all of our desired criteria that really like hit that spot, and then what we're going to see is a huge influx of AI slop games. And I think the market's going to get completely saturated by AI slop.
I made an AI slop game this week.
It's effortless. I can open up ChatGPT right now, and even if Unity doesn't want to make me a fully rigged player model, I can just go into Blender and then open up ChatGPT, and with 5, I can ask it to make me a completely, like a functional rigged model of this or that, and it'll just poop it out for me. There's no more design effort anymore. None required. You can prototype a game very, very quickly now. But the real work comes when you're, building your functional systems and tweaking everything, and either making it the way you want it to look or making it the way that your employer wants it to look.
Let me say this: the original point with my whole conspiracy theory shit was initially derived from a game called Dungeonborn. I linked it in the side of the chat. What Google is saying is that significant issues leading to player dissatisfaction and its eventual shutdown. Key problems included a lack of communication from developers, slow updates, balancing issues, overpowered enemies, and factors combined with technical issues like game crashes and fatal errors contributed to a decline in player base and ultimately led to the game's closure. Right?
Is this why the game was abandoned?
Well, this is what Google is saying. However, anybody in the community of these Dark and Darker light games that you would ask would say that this isn't exactly what happened, right? They'll tell you that the game was pulled and that they didn't even give it a chance, and that a lot of them really liked it. And these problems that are being described here to me right now, that I'm reading from Google's perspective, were almost to the community like they were intentionally doing the things they were doing, right? Like the complaints were that, like it said here, the enemies were overpowered. Well, apparently they nerfed them for like a week, or like there was a time period, and then they raised them even higher after all the community gave good reviews. Like it seemed like, and this wasn't just a game that was like free. It was a game that you had to pay for, and then on top of that, if you wanted nice cosmetic or bullshit, you had to pay for that too. Yet the game, I could look that up, didn't even last that long. So it essentially looked like a fucking just cash grab and then pull so that they could take away the money from it. And then the genre itself that is new and up and coming with Dark and Darker, right? Which wasn't really new. Dark and Darker's been out for like 4 years, I think, or 3 now.
Yeah, it's been around.
Right, but it's still one of those things that it's like, if you put into this and you knew Dark and Darker was a game that existed, the only mainstream one, right? And you put into this,
You could just make another one.
then you could pull out of it quick too, and then just take the money like they did. Dark and Darker had been
Look,
like,
if you ask me, when I looked at Dark and Darker the first time, like
Uh-huh.
I saw people on Discord playing it. I never personally played it.
Yeah.
But even when I looked at it now, when you mentioned it, it looks almost rushed. It looks like this beautiful game, but like within the beauty is this almost rushedness, where it's like it's almost like a chessboard.
yeah,
And there is actually signs that it might be one of those games. You're absolutely right. Like it's almost like aesthetically busy.
right. And so the concept and the idea of them taking the shit I'm talking about that I find to be really intriguing and fun, not even Dark and Darker. I don't agree with this game. I think it's the first one that introduced me to this genre, that I got the experience that I would have gotten in Tarkov, except for I know that there's less hackers and cheaters in Dark and Darker, which is why I never played Tarkov, right? That experience and that gameplay I didn't know I would love so much. The pressure of keeping that loot and the pressure of risking it to go enjoy a fight with somebody, right? That is huge to my mind in my risk factor in PvP games. I love that, right? I played
Did you
RuneScape.
play
Look at
Hunt
my
Showdown?
look at my picture if you want more reference, right? I played RuneScape and fought in clans of like 40 on 40 warfare every Sunday for like a year, right? With like the top clan in the game. And I love to go out and take this loot that I've earned and fight people with it and take their loot. I think that's the best concept in PvP right now, right? For me, it's always been that way since I was like 8, and my cousin gave me full black G, and I went out in the wilderness and lost it. Ever since then, I've been addicted to RuneScape, right? And these logics of like keeping or fighting for your shit. But this game, this was like a first-person RuneScape. This game was like, all of a sudden, we're playing as like wizards and fucking like. Anyway, the point being that like if people were to capitalize on this and do it as a rug pull niche, it made hella sense to me. And that's why this whole thing started in my mind to begin with. Because Dungeonborn seemed like a cash grab to the whole community. I could make it explainable in my mind very easily. I don't see why it wouldn't make sense that they're doing this with not just this series, but other games in the past too. And I just had never thought about it until recently with this situation. I think that if other games were half-assed developed and you got a bunch of money from it, then you could do it again. And people would buy it again. The same way every year they buy the new fucking Call of Duty. Tell me that doesn't sound like at least kind of believable.
Yeah. I think with scam games being a thing now, I wouldn't even call it a community, but the industry consumers are a lot more cautious. You see a lot of Kickstarter projects get started with half-assed trailers or just sketch art, and people are more wary of like rug pull titles and things like that than I think they were 5 years ago. But like some of the games that you're describing, you wish were around. Like, have you played Hunt Showdown?
Yeah. No, I haven't played Hunt Showdown, but I know about it. The biggest thing I gotta emphasize on and why I don't fuck with Tarkov is because of the hackers, dude. I got high level in Counter-Strike, I got high level in Call of Duty, I got high level in Fortnite, Zero Build.
Yeah, no,
and
I
every single time
understand
you
that.
get high enough, it's hit scan. And hit scan is the
Yeah.
easiest thing to replicate, and then we all have to deal with it as players.
I mean, if not that, then they'll fly over to you and tell you what's in your inventory and threaten to kill you if you don't drop it on the ground.
Correct.
It's just
And-
yeah, it sucks.
And so it takes.
They don't have any control.
I mean, it's the same problem with these games right now that it's not even a hack, but it's like a cheat. When I go into solos and I'm playing Mistfall Hunter or fucking Dark and Darker, and there's 3 dudes teaming up in a solo game, and I know the easy way to fix that the devs don't even try to implement through automation, right? But it's like that part's even annoying too, but it's still more desirable than fighting a fucking aimbotter. You're a dev. Oh, well, God, you're a dev. You want to humor my idea that I thought was like not even, it's so simplified and revolutionary at the same time? I think it's so dumb. In World of Warcraft, do they not track everything like they do in Rust, right? There's like a combat log for everything that's happened, right? They track all of it at once, right?
I don't know personally, but I mean, there's like analytics built into a lot of games.
Yeah, like World of Warcraft being like the best example as to why I think this makes sense. World of Warcraft tracks everything. That's proven, right? Everything is tracked in World of Warcraft through millions of people. So if you're telling me you couldn't track 2 different solo individual players teaming up on a third guy in multiple games in a row, never hitting each other, but for 3 games straight, strictly hitting a third party, even together, right? Those could all be automated.
I would imagine a game as well funded and as developed as WoW probably has some pretty robust admin tools.
Okay, so I'm saying like in these games where we're playing loot and scoot and people would rather cheat in like a solo variant of the game, they go and play together, right? They queue up at the same time to get into the same lobby, and they consistently team up on a third dude, but never in the damage numbers hit each other. All you'd have to do to even fix that and keep the community is like blacklist those dudes from solo for like a week. And then if they go back to solo and do it again, like warn them, you do this again, we're banning you. Like you could literally keep a game alive for like what the biggest complaint I have is after cheaters is I want a good solo experience in these loot and scoot games, right? That's just blatantly like abusing the mechanics of going to get free loot. Those guys come into solos and they come into solos with juicy ass good gear and they team up together. And I want the raw solo experience. Like that could be something that was fixed through an entire automation process. With like, again, I don't know developing, but I would argue that would be rudimentary development skills in this logic. Like the code could do it for you even. You wouldn't have to assign people to go find if there's teamers or not. being the point
It's
as
kind
to how
of
it
funny
saved
that
them
you
money.
mentioned the solo experience because of what Tarkov spent all their money doing. Like they blew all this development time and money on Tarkov Arena, and I guess that's popular, but it's not as popular as the
Main game.
multiplayer looter shooter was. But then they went ahead and they released that single player version, and that is what most Tarkov players have shifted to. It's funny that they built this entire like networked PvP game, and then most of the Tarkov players now are playing offline single player. So
Yep.
it's like, all right, they kind of shot themselves in the foot. Well, no, what they really did was they messed up bad when they kept re-releasing all of the versions. Like the started with Edge of Darkness, the Bad with Money edition that puts the little crown next to your name and gives you a max size stash at the beginning of each wipe.
Yeah,
But then they
pay
did
to win
the
shit. Dark and Darker just did that this last year.
yeah, what was it? The Shadow version? I can't remember what it was, but it's like the cultist version where they shifted the aesthetic of the game toward supernatural occult stuff.
Jesus Christ.
It's still very heavy mil. It costs $100 and then 6 months from now it'll be available for you to buy with in-game currency. Elite Dangerous just started doing the same thing, which is kind of funny because it's like they were able to do what they did with like a fraction of the budget that Star Citizen had and still produce a game that has way fewer bugs and is actually playable. But
Because Star Citizen is like literally one of the most funded games in human history, and the fact, I don't know, like I feel like there's like some weird sunk cost fallacy going on with like the Star Citizen player base.
it is, yeah.
It's just like
You
sunk
hit the
costs.
nail on the head with that. It is that there are a lot of people who have paid. I have a personal friend who has spent thousands of dollars on Star Citizen, and he has like the T-shirts and the hats and all that nonsense, and he's got every ship in the game. It's pretty ridiculous, and there are still people who play that game who have spent way more money than he has. You know, who have like the big capital ships and stuff. And to me, when you create a model like that, it's pay to win, hands down. There's no argument there. And the
Isn't that
people
what they
who are
say? I just they published this thing where the one battle cost like $200,000 or something. It was ridiculous.
I think
Yeah.
I think you might be thinking of a different game with that.
so EVE Online, it's permanent loss, right? And that's
Yeah, that's
you
EVE,
would
and that's
read like
different.
10 years ago. We would read all these news articles from these gaming gaming journalists that would say like, oh, this battle cost a total of like $20,000 or $40,000. Where right now in Star Citizen, the game is so broken that they can't afford to switch it to permanent loss. So right now, if you lose a ship, you have to pay in-game money to get it back into your hangar, and it's like it's not a lot unless you've got like a super big ship. But for if they were to switch over to the permanent loss model, like what they originally wanted, where you have to have an active insurance policy on your ship in order to get it back at all, which costs money. I think everyone would quit the game just because of the permanence of it and how much time and effort. Like I don't know if you've ever played Star Citizen before, but unless you log out on a small space station, it's like a 10-minute walk to get to the hangar. It's basically an airport simulator.
That's wild.
Until you figure out how the game works, it's a stand around in an airport waiting for the train simulator. It's not good.
It's not good.
But for whatever reason, it's got an $800 million budget, which is just... It makes me sad. Like,
They still haven't released a game.
No, it's not. It's not going to get released. Not in like the
I
next
don't
5
think it'll
years.
ever come out.
It's been in development for 14 years. It's not coming out in the next 5. They only made the game just barely playable within the last 3 months. They released a major content patch that improved a lot of quality of life things, fleshed out some systems that were lacking, like their navigation system. They changed a lot of the geometry bugs that were going on, and there's still a ton of bugs. Like right now, if you try to land in a major spaceport, there's no guarantee that somebody else's ship isn't going to pop in to your hangar as you are landing and make your ship explode. It's very broken.
Yeah, like multiplayer systems are very difficult. for games.
That
And
code is a
that's
tricky
something
thing, dude.
That's something we don't actually take into account. It's like
It's
there's
because they
one
try
of
to
the
do too much.
and especially when it comes to
Ambitious. They try to be everything to everybody, and they can't get any of it right because they're too busy with all of their fingers are in a different pie. You know what I mean? Like they can't just focus on one
My
issue at a
understanding
time.
is that they've actually made essentially they've made several separate games and they're trying to stitch them together.
They have, yeah. They paid.
haven't
I
actually
think it
made
was
one game,
Gary Oldman. They paid Gary Oldman to do a bunch of voice acting for Squadron 42, and that's supposed to be like the single player version of Star Citizen. And they use assets from Squadron 42 in Star Citizen. It's a mess. They don't know what they're doing.
It's
They're
also
just
just
trying
the
to
amount of
appease the pay pigs, the big ol' the whales.
yeah, it's also just the amount of vibe coders nowadays. Like they don't know how to code, and then they fuck up so many things.
Game existed before vibe coding existed. Like it predates vibe coding.
Yeah,
I know, but I'm saying like the modern developers and like the developers that are now working on it likely are also vibe coding and shit.
There's nothing wrong with vibe coding.
There's nothing wrong with vibe coding, and on top of it, you don't acknowledge that like C++ has been vibe coding since the 70s. Like the way that you would program back then is you would page through the book, find the example code. It will tell you where on which folder of the accommodating floppy disk you would find the code. You would go copy and paste it, and that's how you would move pixels because that's the fastest way to do it. Like developers have always been vibe coding. We use example code, we use libraries, we use operating systems.
We use IntelliSense.
Well, yeah,
Right.
but those developers know what they're doing and know what it is doing. But now at times there's lots of programmers who think they can program, but have just been using ChatGPT and then know jack shit what they're doing.
Yeah, well, how do you think
And that
like
then fucks up
first
the
high
code.
level programmers felt? Like, how do you think the machine code programmers felt when it's like you're just seeing the next step. That's all it is. It's like, oh, I can't believe you don't know binary. Oh, I can't believe you don't know machine code. Oh, I can't believe you don't make your own compiler. Oh, I can't believe you don't memorize syntax. It doesn't matter
I don't know.
anymore.
I don't know how I know how a compiler works. I've not made one, but at least I know how it works. And so because I kind of know some of the things that happen under the hood, I understand what it does. And that's the
cool.
problem
And
with
you know what? That
coding.
makes you a better
Most of those-
developer. That's fine.
Most of those,
But you get
those
different
people
kinds
don't
of-
know that, and that's the problem.
But even if
You
they
get
don't
different
know it,
kinds of
all that matters is the bottom line. Can they make a thing? Can you make a thing? Can they make a thing?
Like
the person using the thing doesn't care how it was made. Nobody cares how
Even-
elegant your code is.
Even 20 years ago, like if you were a CSS dev, you didn't know how a compiler works. That's kind of why you become a
Every single dialogue option in like wildly popular games like Undertale. You know about how poorly Undertale was developed? I think that who's that dude who will not shut up about having worked for Blizzard? He's got long hair.
Software.
Yeah,
Right,
that guy.
sure.
So even he had a viral clip where he was talking about how every single dialogue option in Undertale exists within a single nested if statement because the developer of that game had no clue what he was doing. Does it even matter? No, it works. So nobody cares
Well,
how
yeah, but
inelegantly
that-
coded your game is.
That's
It
a
doesn't
small
matter.
budget game, but like if you're doing such thing in AAA game, it's gonna slow your shit. And like there are certain things which can work on a certain game, but that don't work on another game because of the underlying principle and the underlying way it works just doesn't fit with that engine or whatever. And that's what I mean. Most of these developers, they don't know how to fix those things. They only know like a bit of the, you know, like they don't know, they don't know like the whole story. They only know like a fraction of the story, and
Yeah.
they're gonna do their best with what they know. But there's always gonna be things that they just don't know and that they're gonna fuck up about.
Yeah,
Like,
I feel you.
stupid
I know. I
example-
understand what you're saying. Yeah,
An
Tarkov
example
has
I
that
wanna
problem
give is
in a
like,
big way.
look at the ingenious way Nintendo developed the Game Boy back in the day. Like that shit that they just don't do it anymore. back in the day when you had to ship a game, you had to like really pack it and be really smart with the constraints. Nowadays, most developers are like, you know what, whatever, people have enough storage, and then it makes it that those games are bloated like hell. Like,
Yeah, that's true. I
Yeah.
remember reading a story about how Mario Brothers for NES, if you look closely, the model for the bushes is the same as the clouds. It's just a different color, and they did that to save like 10 kilobytes of memory on the disc, which was
I mean, it is
necessary
40
because the
kilobytes.
physical constraint of the game. So like they had to build the game so that it would even fit on the cartridge. Where now it's like you can be as lazy as you want, because processing power is so great that you just don't need to concern yourself with those sorts of things anymore. And I think it's only going to get easier for people to be sloppy, which is fine, because it's like in my mind it's like, oh man, I can't believe, like, respect to the guys who rubbed sticks together to make fire, but I have a lighter now, you know?
That's it. That's what I was trying to say. Like what we're
yes and no.
What we're identifying is like programming without knowing so much about the underlying structure. It's just called high-level programming. Like we've been doing it since since computers, basically. So definitely since the personal computer. Like we've been making higher and higher and higher abstractions of the same idea. And vibe coding is just a high level of programming.
Yeah, that's all it is. And I feel like there are a lot of Luddites right now in the development community who like refuse to make anything using AI, and I think that's cool, but you're going to be poor.
I mean, I'm not saying not using AI. What I'm saying is that there's lots of people, they just use the AI, but they don't really know what the AI is doing, and they essentially just use the AI as an agent, but then in the end do lots of fuck-ups, gets a lot of bugs in there, because that's the problem with AI, is that like you make it, but it doesn't know what it's actually about, so it creates all these bugs, and then you get this massive corpse of bugs essentially that you need to fix, and that's how they ship their games, and that is my biggest critique on like how it's done modern.
Devs are going to have to get better at bug squashing, so they're going to have to make a shift in their efforts. But I mean, imagine how much time is being saved now that can be dedicated to game design and systems design that was previously spent memorizing syntax.
Exactly, yeah, the AI has replaced it.
Yeah, but that's an entirely different thing. Like, syntax is normal. I'm talking about like structure, the actual coding. Like, I know people, if they need to program, and it's actually really sad because I do software engineering, and I know people who just literally post their whole task within ChatGPT, then copy paste that, have like the most shittiest code. It will kind of work, but not really as good. Like,
okay, but you said it right
like,
there. It kind of works, right? Does it perform the function? If the answer is yes, then everything else is irrelevant.
And you know what? Guess what? If even most expert programmers would make something, it still kind of works. Let's be real. And the structure isn't that forward-sighted. Like I'm a senior developer. When I make something, I sometimes have to iterate on it 7 times before the structure is actually very forward-thinking. That's like rewriting something from scratch every single time before I'm happy with it, you know. And that's like that's not unusual. It's not unusual to have human limitations, like, and sometimes to even operate on machinery that you don't understand. That it's absolutely perfectly normal. It's just that the world's changing really fast. Like,
it's like say I like painting, you know what I mean? The way that I see it now, or at least the attitude that I'm getting from these people who they're like completely rejecting vibe coding. It's like, okay, I'm painting a picture, right? I'm painting a portrait of whatever, a bowl of fruit, fuck it, doesn't matter. And then somebody comes up to me and says, yeah, did you make the paint?
Yeah, did you make the paint? Well, then the vibe coder comes around and is like, you know, we've got digital cameras now.
Yeah, it's really, there's a huge shift, and you can either see it for what it is, or like reject it as something like, I mean, people are wrong all the time about this kind of crap. Was it like, I'm thinking about what did Prince say, that the internet was a passing fad or something? Who knows? It's just if you can't see this for the monumental shift that I mean, we're not even hardware is going to change fundamentally. Like the way that hardware it works is going to change too. People are spending thousands of dollars on these big beefy future-proof graphics cards when they don't realize that the entire the hardware itself is going to change dramatically in the next 5 years. We're going to operating systems too. Everything is going to change in the next 5 years. It's not even going to be recognizable.
You know what's going to change in the next 25 years? Is we're going to lose the separation of head and state in hardware. We're going to get like head state because it's way more appropriate for tensors. Like, you know, we've got this video RAM and there's like this umbilical cord to page mode video RAM and the GPU. And the GPU is made for parallel and the video memory is serial. It can only access one little patch at a time. So we got to kind of like get rid of that umbilical cord, which means there's going to be like lots of little processors that have access to a little bit of RAM or something like that. I don't know exactly what it looks like.
It's the next step in the evolution of personal computing is all it is.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be freaky, and not everyone's gonna understand what's going on, and there are gonna be a lot of people who are left using legacy hardware, and that's fine, you know. But they're not gonna be part of the industry, and nobody's gonna look at them seriously. It's gonna be like some sort of, oh, you're like a retro developer, very cool. But I mean, nobody praises dudes who are, and there are still people who are making shit on the Commodore 64. You can find them on YouTube, but you know, they're not the ones making money.
This is why earlier I was asking about this whole emulation thing, because I was just thinking, like, if you combine like FPGA technology with AI and they like really improve the technology, and like you can have chips that can redesign themselves with
Oh. Discord good?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
hello.
Discord good.
It might even
Hello?
justify like getting far lower computers with lower computational power just for their upgradability. Like software upgradable hardware is like something that nobody would even be anticipating at this point in time. You know, you look at your hardware, you're like, well, this GPU is always going to do what the GPU does. But if it can reprogram its layout, for instance, then it becomes very AI friendly.
Oh, amazing.
I have a
I have a
question. Do you guys believe in Bigfoot? Do you guys believe in Bigfoot?
Yeah, so we came in here asking. You know, Bigfoot, like, how come they never talk about the size of his cock? Like, I'm curious. Like, don't you think he would have like a 60-inch cock, Bigfoot?
Exactly. And
They
this is
never
where
say-
it gets into that. You know, this is where it gets into that big small paradigm with that Bigfoot theory.
I think Bigfoot is blurry.
I mean,
So I'm streaming live on the internet, right? I'm here on Twitch and TikTok and
well,
YouTube.
they're throwing us out, in and out, huh?
Maybe he's got internet problems.
Cheese dick.
Yeah, I don't know if he can afford the
Why you
internet.
don't-
Maybe is the issue.
What about you, man?
Those Bigfoot guys should go away. What the hell is this?
Slash.
Stop disconnecting us. We'll fucking kill you, bro. For it.
Somebody just
What
I'm just gonna
was
keep
it?
joining.
What was that?
Whoever's done that.
That's cool. I'm still gonna
The
keep you
topic of
muted.
conversation is shifted. We are moving away from software development. We are now talking about Bigfoot's
How
dick.
do you? Okay, let's not indulge it for me. How do you lock a lock user? There it is.
There you go.
Crash. Slash.
I think that
It's because his
You know,
wiener
you
is
can tell-
obscured by thick matted fur. Duh.
you know you can tell like something about the shape of somebody's throat when you
Are
hear their
you
voice.
some
and that
sort of
person-
Sasquatch wienerologist?
Listen. Okay, for real, like
It just really sounds.
the reason they were removed was because of the indulging of not just a different topic that was dumb, but because I'm live on these apps that is kind of got explicit shit, you know, too much, not
You
good.
can talk about Bigfoot's dick on Twitch. It's fine.
Yeah, well, I don't know how TikTok feels
Well, the thing-
specifically or YouTube, and it's more of like just a useless conversation anyway. So that's why they're both
Those
not.
boys had the evil in their eye.
Yeah.
I'm positive if
Well,
you
the
would have
thing
let
is,
them
they
go
sounded
longer, they
good.
would have said a slur.
Correct.
If you ask me, they sounded a little bit young. They sounded like 14 or 15. So
You definitely
perhaps
can't
if
be
they
dropping
wanted to-
slurs on Twitch, so I understand.
That's where it's at. You guys can talk about whatever you want. We can even use grown ass words for the most part. I don't believe in suppression.
Ass words.
It's just, you know, what it is. I'm playing Jedi Knight Jedi Academy.
Yeah, those dudes meant you harm.
I
Yeah.
remember the worst part of Jedi Academy is if you play the single player game, there are these areas with like massive surfaces that are like one polygon, and you just gotta like run across for really big surfaces outside because they made these outside areas and they wanted to make everything to scale.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Like so to give you the sense of scope on everything. It's it's pretty good.
I like it. This game was way ahead of its time. Put it for years off and on. And now that one dude, I didn't get his name fully. Oh wait, I can't figure out his name. Just gonna pop in again and say some weird shit. I've got him muted either way. If he joins and I'm not hearing it, let me know. That'd be so dope.
Yeah, there was definitely I've something recognizable. I've heard their voice.
It was like TAB, I want to say was his name, but I can't see it now, so I don't know if I care. He's muted either way. Yeah, so this game's good. There's like still a community here. I'm online. And like, I just fought a guy named Instructor in the JOF clan, which is huge in this game still, apparently. And he whooped my ass. Absolutely cooked me.
Are you playing multi?
Yeah,
How many players in the game?
there's like 20 on this server. At 7 in the morning.
That's the best thing about being in the States is there's always fucking players in the game. It doesn't matter if it's an old game, new game. When you're over here, like
Good
there's
game,
this
bad
weird thing
game.
well, there's this weird third world thing that happens in South Africa where you can only find players in like old pirate games and brand new games. And only if that brand new game includes your country. You know, so there are a lot of games that come out like I can download it, but I can't join because my ping's over 250.
That's irritating
So
as all
like,
about.
you got to kind of hunt around for games that have local servers, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, like Mistfall actually was one of the ones that didn't release the EU server. Their second playtest either. And the community complained and they're supposed to be doing it this time. But hopefully
One of the lamest things to me is when you have to join in your area and then you can't join your friends' games because they're in a different area.
right. Hamachi.
Yeah, but you know that on the new games with services, you can't really sidestep. You know, some of them, they like I think there was the new Tom Clancy game, for instance.
Yeah.
I had to join a certain region. I couldn't play against people from the other region.
Gotta get those fiber optics, bro. Gotta get those fiber optics.
It doesn't change my. It really doesn't change it, huh? Like I can be on mobile and I can switch to fiber optics, get the same ping to America. It's maybe like a 15 ms difference max.
Sucks. Yeah, I remember hearing fiber optics was like this huge revolutionary awesome thing. I hadn't played with a couple guys from the EU for a while that said they had no issue at least. But they would still be sitting at like
So the
80
thing
or
about-
90 ping.
You know, the thing about fiber is still governed by the speed of light, which is it's like 120 ms to get from here to the state. So it doesn't matter which service provider I change to, it's going to be something more than 120, and if you then take the turnaround time, You know, for signal to get there and come back, then it's about 250 or a little bit more. It'll be down to like 230 and up to like 300. So sometimes what we do is we join like a central server. So it'll be like get American people to join Frankfurt, and then they're complaining about a ping like of 80. You know, they're like, oh, 80 ping, 80, oh my god. And then I'm like, yes, I finally have 180 ping, you know?
It's brutal. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun at all, dude. I like specifically with PvP. I feel like, cause I'm fairly old too, right? Like I remember playing Counter-Strike servers on like 120 and being like, yes. Like
yeah, 120 on Counter-Strike used to be pretty good if you on certain versions. It used to be like half of what everyone else is experiencing.
right, like that was peak. That was great Counter-Strike gameplay, 120 or lower. I remember thinking that all the time. If I can find that server, it's got a couple slots for me and my buddy, or fucking yeah, 120 was great. Yep. So, are we done talking about developmental issues?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about work.
Nah,
We talk about it. We should.
no, it's good. It's good. Let's just not. I agree. Anybody have another subject by chance, or should I come up with something?
It's your room.
It is my room.
What's the title of the room?
Oligards. No, I'm just kidding. It's something about me being live. Debate. Yeah, I was.
What's the Twitter something or other? Like,
I
was like, okay, check it out. I was thinking it'll either be a complete dumpster fire, which is fun, or it'll be like people behaving themselves, which is also fun.
I don't know, man. I don't want to stay on the subject of games too hard anyway. I've been going on for that sub but a minute. But I don't necessarily want to talk about politics or religion, if I were to be brutally honest. Like either one of those subjects do I care enough about.
I hate talking about politics.
I mean,
that's why I'm
do
here.
you realize the irony of joining the politics and religious server and not wanting to talk about either of them?
Well, I'm not religious.
So if people get an abortion, should they be allowed to keep it in a jar?
Wait, what?
People get an abortion. You know, like they used to have these jars.
No, not this
babies,
subject.
like-
Absolutely not. Listen, there's not very many subjects I'm going to be against, but the last like 3 days I've indulged a couple different people on this stuff, and I really want to stick off of abortion or rights specifically. It's just been. It's not that I'm against
I'm just
it,
trying
and
to
I'm.
fill the point.
I hear you, and
I
I'm.
just picked it because I actually picked it because most people try and avoid it. You know, like I was just trying to stir
Oh,
the pot. We can
okay.
talk about
Mission
it.
accomplished. You've won this war. Give me like a day or two, and I'll even indulge hypothetically with you. Oh, there's no way. I hit him once? Shut up. There ain't no way.
Do you think we'll reach a state of medicine where we can keep a fetuses fetal and then kind of like extend the fetal period if we so choose?
I think we're gonna get to the point where we're taking heads off of bodies and putting them on other bodies that are more healthy. Very
You
soon.
know, like Death Stranding, where you got the baby in a tube, sort of, and then like the baby kind of like stays that way. You know, it doesn't like necessarily grow older.
Yeah, the test tube
Built
babies.
like
That was
a
South Park joke with.
Cryogenically frozen embryos.
Yeah, that was the South Park joke with
Something like
Blanket.
that.
It's test tube baby.
They breed these babies from like, and then they kind of they use them as a tool, you know, as a psychic tool, and then they never birth them. They keep them in this vessel.
A psychic tool.
Yeah, it's like it in Death Stranding, right?
I was
the
just,
whole game
I
is
was
like-
just, I was waiting for. I'm like, are you gonna say Death Stranding? Norman
we're talking
Reedus
about
and the
this.
funky
But the
fetus.
baby- It's got like the baby in a bottle sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
I was playing it the other day. I thought it was pretty cool, but I can't watch all the cinematics. It's just like by the time the cinematic is finished, I'm ready to go to bed. Like,
Yeah, you're watching a movie.
I've played like 2 15-minute stints, and I was like, wow, this game is hardware. I've watched all these.
Bro, the commitment to these Jedis in this fucking 20-year-old video game is beyond impressive. These guys are role-playing that they're really Jedis for like 20 years straight. I'm telling you, they're still here doing it.
So I'm throwing away I'm throwing around like test game designs, and like you were talking about, like the 5-minute vibe code, napkin sketch games.
Whoa,
Playing with those a little because I'm trying to, not because I want to make them, but because I'm trying to work on a bigger idea that has to apply to bigger games. And what I like about it is when something comes to mind and you're like, oh, okay, so I can probably do this or that, then you can quickly see what it actually feels like when you're mid-game. You know what I mean? Like, you can make this little vector art game, and it does its little, like, especially when it comes to which keyboard keys you want to use to make the game, and how you actually interact with the characters. If you want to bend the genre a little bit or something like that, it's pretty good. It can definitely make some ideas come to life. I'm working on ideas of games that you can play with one hand.
RuneScape ones.
I'm just thinking, like, a lot of people are like, they're on the move, you're making coffee, maybe you got a second screen, maybe you're in bed. It doesn't matter, like, but one-handed games are always like way more accessible than two-handed games. You can get up and keep playing.
They're half as accessible
Accessibility isn't everything, though.
Twice as accessible at once.
I've also been thinking about games that you can carry across, like from the desktop to the phone, like, and it would still continue your progress, but on the phone. So that's an interesting idea, right? And other games where, like, it also led me to other game ideas that haven't really been explored that well, where your phone is like a live companion for you in the game. Like, you're a drug dealer and people call you, but it actually makes your phone ring, or something like that. So, like, there's all these interesting ideas. Like, we actually don't know what our devices are capable of, because we're used to these very, like, I would almost say the phone user interfaces are still this extrapolation on mouse user interfaces. And it's all this extrapolation back to Windows 3.1, back before that even, like the way that we framed text on terminal screens and stuff, like by putting a little square around it. It's like we take a lot for granted that's inside our design, and we also don't color outside the lines anymore. There's a lot of ideas that we miss.
That was abstract.
In terms of like, if you log into the same game with two different devices, you should be able to interact with the same game on both devices, so that if you get off the couch, you can keep playing the game.
You are.
And
That's
even if it's not the same game, it's the same.
Okay, so old school RuneScape did this literally like 8 years ago, maybe a little more or less. But you can go take your phone with you to the shitter, right? And then take a poop and chop trees. And then you can log out on your phone and log back in on PC and tribrid people with full PvP experience with a mouse.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But I did try that. There was a little bit like, it had more of the feeling of that both of the devices are trying to play the same role. Where I was thinking about, like, the thing that we've been missing out on is like where both devices play completely different roles.
Within the same game to make progression?
I feel like that
Like
people have come up with these ideas, but they're like incredibly niche. And I also think that in large part, like the industry is still incredibly experimental. If anything, it's more experimental now than ever before. Like,
that's true.
Like, there are more, as we said, there's like 40 indie games coming out a week on Steam. There's like constant, like the PC market is crazy. There's like constant indie games, like all different kinds. Like, it's impossible to keep up anymore.
That's the domain that I found the most interesting. is those people who are keeping the kind of game scene alive that was alive when we still had floppy disks. These indie gamers that just make the whole product by themselves. And within those, you're absolutely right. We see some more original ideas, right? Every time, like they iterate on the mechanisms of gameplay way more often than the big devs do.
Yeah, but I don't even think like big devs like have like a. I think they've like lost a lot of power over what they used to be.
Yeah.
Like,
a lot of
big devs don't seem to have as much power in the industry anymore.
Also real. I would agree with that. I think Call of Duty is a great
the thing-
example. There's only
The thing is, they
Fortnite.
also have to join intellectual property now. Between
I think it depends on the genre of game, right? So like, you say it was Call of Duty, sure. I think one of the problems is that certain games require a big investment to
See its potential.
I guess depending on what's that? Yeah, like it's like okay, like this is like overwhelming. We'd need like a lot of money to do it, right? But smaller, more indie things, or like there's so many like constant like early access games that are just kind of being like constantly going. I don't know. Like I guess like FPS is probably something where the AAA devs have more influence than other genres, I think. But like RTS is almost like entirely indie devs now. Like RPGs, I feel like I'm largely indie devs now. Outside
You
like
played
one or two.
Beyond All Reason?
I'm familiar. I played it a little bit.
I did not.
The game's crazy.
There's also like 0K. Like all of these games, like what do you, I don't know, maybe like sports. I think sports games and like FPS games are like the only areas that, and I guess like some action games where like AAA devs are really like have big control.
Yeah, but I think the likeliness of real change up happening that is potential and not taking place has been a thing for way too long. Like they made Valorant literally out of the idea of Counter-Strike, for example, just last year. It's like 99-98% the exact same game, and they're reselling it with cartoons.
Yeah, it's Valorant is just like what Overwatch plus CS:GO.
Right, exactly. And so I think that like a
Valorant,
good example,
it's like Overwatch, but worse.
like a good example, I think that's like almost hitting the point of what I think they could go into is what Shroud did with his what do you call it, splice or some shit, shifter or something, I don't know, where you have like 2 lives in the same game, and you have a decoy that you're playing essentially, or it's not even a decoy, it's a whole other player, right? But it's just a body that'll take direction, and you have I don't know if you guys remember like Desert Storm, right, where you're commanding like your little troop. I think back in the day, it's like the old PlayStation 1 and 2 games or whatever.
No.
And basically, it's like you had the military simulation. You could tell a guy or your squad what to do, and then you could take control of them. But if they did that in like search and destroy logic with one other dude, you have like a person you could use as either a second life or a decoy to kind of automate like running by so that you can peek when he runs by and you think it's a player. Like I thought that was close to something that was like new potential for shooters. But at the same time, it didn't really take off. I didn't even play it because I also kind of saw the ends of it as much as I did see like the game potential. And it didn't seem like it could go anywhere after that. Like you literally just get 2 lives is going to be the most used meta of that. It wouldn't actually implement new strategy on a huge level at least.
Yeah, and like, what's the point when you have like a hero shooter where like instead of having like one, everyone gets the same power, like everyone gets like 20 different powers. I think is like other than like the hero shooter and stuff, there isn't much.
Well, the only other
I
one
don't know. It's really
that I would
hard
say
for
is,
the FPS genre to innovate, though, right? That's the big problem. It's like,
yeah. The other one that's big though
It's not-
is MOBAs, like, but they're not actually big for the right reasons. Like Dota 3 from Warcraft, when we had Base Hunter singing about it, right? Like that was its actual peak, is what's sadly true. Yeah, like MOBAs are also the original competitors. No, Warcraft 3, the initial creation of Dota through the mod.
Yeah, I remember, like, so, like, there was the original Dota, and then, but, like, obviously when League and Dota and, like, the other MOBAs were at their peak, like, they were the biggest games, but you're right,
They're the only other big contenders, is what I'm saying, and MOBAs for no reason are up there.
any attempt at innovation essentially failed. Like, League was, weirdly enough, League was the closest thing to an innovation in the genre, like, because there were a few other games that, kind of came out at the same time, and they're basically all the other MOBAs that people tried to make failed, except for League and Dota. And, like, Blizzard's one failed completely.
Yep.
Han had a little bit of like 4 years run, but it had internet.
Yeah, but
problems.
again, they were also very similar. They didn't really change it up much.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, it didn't change too much. And then they brought out these like first-person MOBAs and this and that. And they were all kind of lame.
Yep.
Like they.
I forget, what was that third person? Yeah, there was like a third person MOBA. What
Smite.
was it called?
Smite.
Yeah, does that still exist?
Mm-hmm.
There's a replacement.
The other one.
It's not.
Now that's a genre I would not care if it disappeared tomorrow.
Right.
What?
MOBAs.
MOBA.
I don't like them.
A
Don't like
thousand.
them.
Yeah.
1,000%
Okay,
agree.
but then unpopular opinion, I kind of feel the same thing about like
that's just how
COD
I
and, like
feel.
Battlefield,
Just saying.
like, and I get a lot of people enjoy those games, but like to me,
Like, the
there's
thing
like,
about them
nothing to
is-
them.
Derivative.
A good MOBA is like they used to construct in the gameplay these kind of like very intense dogfights and then very intense gangbangs, and that was like this amazing thing, you know, like when you can orchestrate your whole team of 5 and you
Nilsons.
suddenly you get the run on the enemy, you know.
Yeah.
And and you just like completely wipe them out just because you catch them 1-by-1, and it's such a feeling of elation.
Yeah.
Because of how unlikely that is and how much orchestration you need.
Yep.
It's really great. Like, and when you get good at it, you get really good at it.
This is the
So
I want to argue for both really quick. It's super important. I don't want to cut you off, Charlie. You should finish what you're saying if you weren't done.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay, my bad. MOBAs, right? And I'll say why I agree that I wouldn't care if they were wiped off the face of the earth is because Warcraft 3's peak was the simplicity of the game, in my mind. I thought that kiting logic wasn't bad, even though it's, in my mind, it's more simple and becomes spacing, which isn't a problem, right? It is still a competitive thing. But knowing 400 fucking characters is a problem, right? And that's what they did. That's how they tried to fix the problem, is by adding more variety, which ended up being, we're going to put so many characters in the game, we're going to start canceling the use of others. The other problem that could have been a solution, I thought, was keeping the simplicity and then making the items and things that you loot and stack and merge together to make your champ stronger. Could have been emphasized on differently, and you could have put more logic there for the quote-unquote build of the individual, say, 10 or 15 champs. Some realistic number of understanding per team, right? Even like 6 or 7, but like multiple builds within those 6 or 7 characters would make more sense in my mind as something that people would want to, reiterate and try and then know how to counter. But if you don't know how to counter 100 different players because they all do different effects in slow and root and whatever, right?
Yeah, that's why you're like meant to build like a whole team together and stuff like that. Look, I get it, but then like
we're migrating from an era where people would adopt a game over 5 years to where people would adopt a game over like 5 days, and if they're lamed out in 5 days, they'll quit it.
I do think though that like MOBAs obviously as well, but like a lot of what you dislike is exactly what people liked about those games. Though. It's like incredibly in-depth strategy, like the fact that like you can come up with counters and counters and counters and
See, I think that's where we
there's, like-
disagree, and I think that you're saying a generality that you think people like, and I think they did like that for a minute. But if we were to talk now, I know that game is still doing decent, if not better than most on Twitch, right? But I think that has to do with a
League's still huge.
Well, so I personally believe that's like a feeling of like hypnosis or like overcommitment to something that you've already invested a bunch of time into. So you still watch and play this game that you put all this time into. And I know that firsthand from RuneScape, right? Like I played that game up until like 3 years ago my entire life. And it wasn't like a dedicated thing that I needed, but it was more like a thing that was easy to pick up because I understood it. and it was a thing that you just invested
I
so
get
much.
it.
You right? So I don't think that those games, in my mind, have as much competitive validity as you're putting in core. Like, and then you're still the same guy saying that you wouldn't play Battlefield or COD or think that those are fun. But I'm not. My enjoyment from those games isn't the respawning. It's actually what I loved is the technicality of it. I think I told you earlier a little bit, right? Like that guy who shot called and understood the map on its fullest level, so that he could sit there and tell the difference of a push in different ways of doing said push or defense against the team with a bomb site, and you have one life to determine what's going to come out.
Yeah, I understand. I just like out on a mechanical level, I don't enjoy it as much, or like I
Yeah.
find that like there's more like can do like more shot calling, more thinking, or like more stuff in like these other kind of games, right? Like,
Yeah. No, I'm saying we were both
like the
agreeing on
reason
the
one of
same
the reasons I
difference,
like
so.
MOBA is how inventive I could like. I really love being inventive in games and coming up with like unique and interesting ways to do something. Right?
Exactly.
Not just like, okay, I'm gonna become the best mechanically, because I'm like okay mechanically, but I'm never like great mechanically. So it's much more satisfying for me to outthink someone than necessarily mechanically outplay them.
Yeah, you're
And I
saying
just don't
outthink them
think
in
that's
another
offered
way.
to me. Is what's that?
You're saying outthink them in a different way.
It's that kind of experience just doesn't exist for me as much in
The thing is, like,
in
you
an
know,
FPS game.
the thing is that like we originally had these games that like FPS games were kind of difficult to play in the beginning. They had arrow keys. You would press like page up, page down to look a little bit up or down, and like there was no strafe in the beginning. We eventually started remapping those old games to have a bit of strafe and this and that, and to even use the mouse. Eventually, it's like if people play Duke Nukem now, they use the mouse. Originally, they used the arrow keys.
Yep.
And even then, over a serial port, we used to have these seriously good death matches where we would like lob grenades, you know, and hit each other out of the sky while the other person's like jetpacking around. And you get so good at it. Like,
Do you guys know what Tribe Stew
even though
is?
there was this massive obstacle in the interface and in everything, you know, like it still became super enjoyable. But we were so much more patient with games back then. If I pick up a game back now and it doesn't satisfy me in 5 minutes, it's uninstalled in 10
Yeah,
minutes.
sure, but that's because like it's the same thing we have with like media these days. Back then, the games only had to compete with the other games that exist now. So like I think TV is a great example of this. TV movies. Back in the 90s or even early 2000s, TV only had to compete with what else was on, and maybe what you had on DVD or video. Right now, you have to compete against the entire human history of media. Because now we have access to the entire human history of media at any given time, anytime we want. And that's the same thing with games. If I want to like boot up some game from like 1995, I can. If I want to boot up a game from that, I have access now of the last 30 years of game development or more, right? If I want. And it's really hard for new games to compete with that. That's where if that wasn't the case in like 2000 and whatever, right? Like, yeah, technically, but like it wasn't as easily as accessible then, or especially not when we were kids, when we were like limited to like had very limited resources. We can all get whatever game we want, right? Like right now, basically, with either money or piracy. No?
Yeah, it is pretty interesting like that. And also, like, most people can run most of these games nowadays. It's like, there's not a lot of devices that are incapable of running half of the games. So that's also interesting. Like, if we replace our devices every 5 years, and over the course of the past 5 years, we haven't even seen, like, really a generation.
Yeah, like graphics that from 5 years ago still look great today. Even graphics from like, you know, I don't know, even like going back to like 2016 still look pretty decent, right? With mods and like other like graphical updates can still look very good, even going back 10 years.
Yeah, the mods make any of these old games ridiculous.
I know, it's amazing, right?
It is. It's
I just
actually
watched a
insane.
clip of a Red Dead 2 player driving around an Amazon delivery truck in Valentine.
Or like, you know, I like one of my loves is like I love Fallout New Vegas, and modded, it feels really good. feels like it not like as old as it's just, as it realistically is.
Yeah.
Is the person here that's on Twitch still debating?
Yeah. Yeah, we're just kind of bullshitting right now. There's not an actual debate going.
Just chilling.
What's your beliefs?
I don't believe in religion. I believe in spirituality, and I believe there's a God, but I don't.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. Well, I guess
Here
that's in
we
my
go.
beliefs.
BK, everybody, here we go.
What, you know me, Biz?
I've listened to you talk.
What do you think? Don't like me?
I think you're lazy.
Damn.
Lazy?
Yeah.
That's
And
a
I'm just
hell
gonna
of
sit
a
back,
start.
let it happen. I'll
Alright.
point it out when it happens.
Well, I'm just a little curious. Why do you think I'm lazy?
Well, that's not the debate right now. The
Give an
debate,
example. Let's just
the debate right
just
now.
go on ahead,
is
and I'll
what my
step in
beliefs
when
are.
it's necessary.
My beliefs are what's being debated right now. All right. So I believe that I'm spiritual, and I don't believe in religion. I believe in the fact that I'm a vibration in this earth, and if I want to put out a negative one, I could. If I want to put out a positive one, I could. And I obviously choose to put out a more positive vibration. And I think that God doesn't want my worship. I don't believe that other religions need to worship their God. I believe that their God or my God or God would want all of us to be happy and selfish enough so that we can be good to other people around us and be helpful in some productive way of any kind, at least. Like, try to be
How does that
a
make
human.
sense?
Well, because
Be selfish to take care of others? That's
yeah,
like
correct. Because if you don't
like an
know,
oxymoron.
well, no, it's not if you understand what I'm saying. So let me explain it, because I'm almost done talking right now. I'm almost there, right? So, like, when I'm selfish and I know how to at least care for myself, I can now appropriately care for other people. Because if you don't be selfish enough and understand why you're doing things, then you don't do things that are productive.
Wouldn't egocentric be a better suited word than selfish?
I don't know if there's a better word
I
that
just-
matters. It explains the same difference, right?
I just
So,
want to
like,
say, dude, I'm trying to discuss with this guy's beliefs.
Oh yeah.
So I just want to say, like debating you on your own beliefs
Doesn't
is
make
kind
sense.
of an impossible task.
Okay, cool. So what do you want to debate?
Like if you have, like a bias towards your opinion, obviously you're going to presuppose what you believe in is true and not whatever I say is going to be
That's how bias
convincing
works.
for you. Huh?
That's how bias works.
Yeah.
Okay.
How
Well,
beliefs work.
Well, it's good to realize that.
Well, yeah.
We should just
Okay.
start that from the beginning. Just put that on the table, because
You're trying to convince me that I
Yeah.
need to be what? Christian?
I guess open-minded, because that's what epistemology, tries to do. Is like,
Did
it's
you
the
just say
study of how to
epistemology?
learn things. Epistemology.
Okay. That's a
So you put
belief
your
system?
bias aside. I just want to explain. You put your bias aside. You look at the facts. You look at the truths. Try and gain real knowledge. And
Look
not
at
a
the
lot of people are
facts.
willing to put their bias aside.
Okay, deal. So put your bias aside for me a second. If every religion's goal at the end of the game, right, is to do good so that they have an enjoyable life, which is the main point of any root causal religion
I
on
missed
Earth.
the first.
The point
I missed
is
what you said initially.
the
Can you say it
point-
all over again?
The point initially with any religion is to do good of some kind, be it with your God or be it with yourself or be it with other people. That is the point of all religion, right? Unless I mean, even if demonic religion is the religion or nihilism is the religion, and you believe in negative things, your point is to prove that your good is better than the other person's good, and that negative to them is good. Maybe when say demonic or Satanism is logic, right? That's their good. You see what I'm saying? Good and evil are relative. This is where my religion of not having one is derived from, right? It's the fact that, like, if I'm a positive vibration and I inherently think that what I'm doing is positive and I try to put out a positive happiness, that's all I want to do. And I know what makes other people happy because I've learned myself enough to know what makes me happy. So that's where I throw a rock in a puddle, and that puddle fucking puts out a ripple, and that ripple puts out an effect of some kind. Right? And that effect, be it not positive for you, was positive for me when I threw it. So I know if my intent was good and I tried to learn myself enough to know that I could put out a positive ripple, that's all my religion's based off of, is that ripple. Right? I threw the rock with good intent. That's what I try to do. So I don't have a religion. None.
So what our society does, right, is it forces on us this choice. Like they they say like atheism, polytheism, and we get these choices, you know, like popular choices, but like society doesn't even acknowledge like positions of like atheistic spiritualism really. Like society only ever really talks about like polytheistic spiritualism or theistic spiritualism, and there's so many like different kinds of spiritualism out there. It's like ancestral spiritualism. There's this,
Right.
there's that.
This is where derivatives come in the same way there's like branches of Christianity or branches of whatever, right? Whether it's Catholicism or fucking Baptist, dude. I don't even agree with that. I think that derivative and those derivatives make you change who you are as a person uselessly unless there's things you can take from these individual religions or doctrines and use them to benefit yourself so that you can benefit other people. That's the
thing is
point
that
of what
you're
I'm saying.
assuming you're assuming the direction of derivation. It's my belief that theistic beliefs are derived off of atheistic beliefs.
Okay, so you're allowed to believe that, and I'm allowed to believe that I don't believe in any ism because that's what I choose. I believe that there's good things of every ism and there's bad things of every ism in my mind, right? And all those things, I only contend with the things that I agree with. And I don't even contend with them necessarily. I just try to use them if they're benefiting to me. And I don't. Like it's that simple. I don't go into the extra rules around it ever because I don't think it's helpful. I don't think God would want that. If there's a God, and I don't question if there is or isn't, I just question that if there is one, he or she wants me to be happy, because that was the point of me trying to make other people happy. Was to be
Yeah,
happy.
but that is the point. That is the point of assumed theism. That's what I'm addressing. That's society pushes this idea of assumed theism on us, where that's not even our primordial beliefs.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying.
Right. So I'm not primordial. I'm nowish, right? Like now-ish.
Yeah,
That's me.
fine.
Like this is where a lot of the scripture and any logics that are based on things where we weren't around for them to happen, I just stopped agreeing with. You're telling me stories of hypotheticals realistically because you don't know Buddha. You didn't shake his hand or Jesus's, right? At the end of the day. And I don't judge Hitler. I think he could be in heaven if heaven's real because I don't know if either one of those things are true. Hitler literally could be a story and you can't prove me otherwise that that's wrong. It's technically true.
But these are all established off of principles of deification. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I don't know what that last word means because it's too big for my brain, but like, no.
Okay, we're looping. Maybe we put like principle that should be used in conversation. Once you've looped 3 times, agree to move on.
Heard.
Or it's just
I like
insanity.
I like that.
I say that because it drives me nuts and I want to rage out once I hear people loop more than 3 times.
All right. Well, this debate wasn't with big balls initially, so small little big balls.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that's what I was doing.
Okay, but you did interject.
No, it was starting to loop. It was starting to loop. We were just both kind of repeating.
You're just hijacking. That's all.
A little bit.
It was also not
This does happen a little bit with you, Bill. I'm gonna put you in timeout if you keep taking other people's debates.
Oh, I can say it happens a little bit.
I like you, big balls. I'm just saying. I got them too.
I like you too.
All right.
Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I think we should worship the sun and the moon as powerful gods.
I'm okay
and
with
fear
that. Yeah, that's good. Those are things we don't understand on.
Oh,
your
that's Islam.
level. Yo. The part
I mean,
Go ahead.
You should look up how the Babylonian gods came to be, and then who exactly is Allah. It's the moon god.
I thought all that originated from this other story that almost had validity, but I wasn't there for it. Was the Vikings and what's it called?
Thor and Odin.
Yeah, wasn't that all from that? I wasn't. God, what's it called?
Greek mythology.
No.
Yeah,
God, why can't I think? The moon, the August. What's that? What's the moon in August for the solstice? That shit. Yeah. Paganism. Ha. There we go. Connections. Isn't that all?
Paganism?
Yeah, isn't that all?
Paganism's very vague. No, paganism's just like a deviation from accepted religion. So like, let's say you were a Greek mythologist, right? And you believed in Thor and Odin. If I said I believed in Jesus, you'd call me a pagan.
At that time frame, right?
It's just, it's relative. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, no, I just, yeah. I just
Okay.
I don't think we gave enough validity to mixing random herbs together and then putting like some kind of happiness into the thought of them, and then them doing like a cure. Like initial herbology, I think, has some level of truth that just wasn't given enough time, potentially, because like we've proven already, like now with science, that like you talk to plants and they respond, right? And then I think a lot of the metaphysical shit is like got validity too, on like a level that like could make sense. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying any of this is facts and shit. I'm really just speaking bullshit that I don't understand. But what I you know, like people did survive that period, and like we're here now, right? Like I think that was one of the most like archaic caveman-y levels of cure, and it worked for people. Like that's accounted in some Viking book somewhere, right?
Yeah. Yeah, alchemy, herbology.
Yeah.
It's useful.
Right? It ended up being modern day pharmaceuticals, but like it doesn't change the fact that those combinations were tested.
We're getting way off
extensively.
topic though.
Oh, well, okay, well, kinda. I mean, this is actually
Yeah.
stemming back to the same thing, right? Because see, I believe in
I
intent.
don't know, is it?
Almost, if we get there. I believe intent having like good having more effect than people realize, which is where my stance is on not being religious make more sense to me, right? Like if I can put so much good intent.
Everybody's religious about something. You're religious about your spiritualism and how everybody should just be happy.
Okay, so we're
That's
gonna
your
go ahead
belief.
and pull up the DSM definition of spirituality here.
It doesn't matter
Oh, no, we
what
pull
you
fact quiz.
categorize it in. Like you can have a textbook definition for anything. It doesn't matter. Like
Okay, well
even
then,
the belief in nothing, atheism, is still a religion.
okay, so spirituality is a broad concept encompassing a sense of connection to something greater than one's self, other involving a search of meaning and purpose in life. It's not necessarily tied to
Dude, I don't
organized
know why you're
religion.
reading me a textbook.
I'm reading it slowly, even for you to comprehend, right? It's not necessarily tied to organized religion, though it can be for some. Spirituality can involve a various practice like meditation, prayer, mindfulness, or finding meaning in nature and art. It is a personal journey of self-discovery and connection to something transcendent. That's how I would define it. Pretty good. I like Google right now.
Would you define disorganized religion as religion?
I don't have a say on it because I don't believe in religion. Personally.
You don't believe in its existence?
No, I don't believe in it. Its existence in my reality isn't necessary, right? So I don't believe in it being something that I need to deal with until I do. Other people's, I don't question or judge. I think you're allowed to have whatever feelings you have about whatever. That's entirely on you. And I'm not going to sit there and say they're wrong even. But for me, they are.
But you did, okay, so you did discuss a dictionary definition, right? So in it, definitionally wise, do you believe that disorganized religion is religion?
I'd have to look up the definition on something I know nothing about. Would that like appease you or
Because-
make it worse?
Well, it's just that the definition you provided only excluded organized religion. But
Okay.
it didn't say that it's a religion.
So let me, you actually didn't hear it then, right? It's not necessarily tied to organized religion. It's actually saying the loosest version possible of religion. It's not necessarily tied to that, is what it said.
Yeah, it's not necessarily tied to
Right,
organized
which can mean
religion,
both.
But that doesn't make it a religious.
Okay, so Mr. Gotcha, are we debating something here or no? Because I've already said my standing.
No, well, the panel has the right to debate on it. If you want to debate something.
I don't. I don't. I've already said how I feel.
We're just talking about definitions a lot.
Right.
Exactly.
I actually never do
Let's
this
have a
either.
semantic argument about nothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's where we're
We're
at.
just getting caught in the weeds.
Big
Not going anywhere.
balls! I don't want to kick you, bro. I don't want to do it.
But TK, like, what's your point? Like, you come in here, I assume you want to, like, advocate for some... I'm just going to make the inductive leap that you're probably going to advocate for some kind of Christian wob, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, but I haven't really been able to do anything.
I mean, you can.
Kind
You're
of.
welcome
I'm,
to try.
I'm aware. I'm kind of about at that point where I hop out of here, honestly.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah, because it's kind of the same thing on repeat, bro.
You
Like,
showed up,
realistically,
you strawmanned what atheists are, and now you're threatening to leave. So I think you should make good on that.
Yeah, see you later.
Okay.
Bye.
It's not my room. It's like Dylan's room. If you want to talk to Dylan, like, go ahead. But like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it was for the
Let me-
the TTVer. Everyone wants me to leave. That's great.
Listen,
I don't give a shit.
I'm gonna-
but
I mean,
it's for the TTVer.
listen, I'm gonna say this real quick, TTB guy here. Okay, I was raised Christian, and I had family, and still do have family that believe in this logic. For me, dude, this is a wall, not a bias. This will not change in my mind. I promise you, you won't convince me. I have a bunch
That
of
is a
stuff.
bias.
So okay, well, I'm calling the bias not just a bias. I'm calling the bias a wall
It's
on
a
top
wall.
of a bias.
Yeah.
Okay, like I'm trying
It's
to
such
tell.
a bias that it's impenetrable.
There we go. Now this is the point I'm trying to make. If
Yeah,
you
so
wanna,
there's no
let
reason
me,
to
hold on,
justify
hold on,
reason
hold
with
on, hold
you.
on, hold on, hold on. Listen, if you want to go into like a logic as to why I feel this way, and you want to talk to it like this deeper, one-on-one, we can in the future. Okay, well, you're not a very convincing Christian.
No, there's no reason to
You're-
try and talk to you
Okay.
because you're not willing to engage. If
I would
you're-
agree
if
with
you're
dude's
a
statement.
wall,
It's been
I'm
like
talking to a
3
wall.
minutes, and you're lazy. Was how I would agree. I think you need to work on your.
Remember when he came in here and I told you he was lazy?
This is super, super
Yeah, go ahead.
impressive.
Go ahead. Bye bye.
And there we
His
have it,
definition of
folks.
epistemology was really wonky, I think.
Yeah, that guy sucks. Okay.
Yo, that's
I've,
crazy.
I've listened to that guy speak before. He sucks.
God damn.
He shows up. He's like, okay, without apropos to nothing. Atheism is the belief in nothing, which I don't. That's so esoteric. I don't know who believes in that. Atheists definitely don't believe in that.
That was impressive. I really actually liked your psychic call out here. Not even like just learned behavior here, and you were just in it. Like, that was awesome. He said he's lazy, and then I really tried to give dude the benefit of the doubt. He really was lazy. That was perfect.
Yep. Just add a little user note so that it saves you time the next time you
You can
pops
do that?
into a room. Yeah, you just click
Yeah,
on
right,
a
click on
like
people.
anytime somebody outs themselves as like a
Add note.
Nazi or
That's what that does.
whatever, you just can click their name and you just add a little note right there. And for him, when I click his name, it says lazy dishonest.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna put
I
Biz
have a
Bob
note
as an
on that
oracle.
person, too. I have a note on everybody.
As you should. There are a lot of people in this server, and
Exactly.
it saves time just to, if somebody says something so outrageous, that it warrants putting a little post-it note on their chest. I think you should do it.
I mean,
Has a decent head on their shoulders. That's your note.
My note?
Oh boy.
His note.
I'll do my best to
Biz boss, yeah.
change your mind.
Oh no, I'll just add to it, yeah. I have like, I guess you can only give notes for 500 people, but I haven't maxed it out yet.
Like, we don't gotta debate it or nothing or go super in depth, but am I like not an asshole for my opinion a second ago? Am I like well-rounded-ish? Even if you don't agree with it necessarily, do you get like my?
I mean, it's fine. Whatever you want to talk about is fine. It's just when you're engaging with a person like that, just like completely not disregarding your opinion or what you had to say, but just like putting that to the side and taking a look at how that guy chooses to engage. He doesn't want to talk about your ideas, or he doesn't
Right.
want to talk about his ideas ever. He just wants to talk about your ideas and what problems he has with your ideas. He's very he's not a generous what do you call it, interlocutor. Like, he's not honest about stuff. He's very lazy. He just wants low blows, and that's what he does. He bounces from room to room, and he finds people who aren't able to formulate rock solid, watertight arguments for their personal beliefs, and then he'll say things like, well, you have a religious belief in your lack of belief, so he'll redefine terms to fit his narrative. He'll call you out for not comporting to his definition of things.
I get you.
He's dishonest. He's
Dude,
a
I get you,
sophist.
and
He sucks.
I hear you, and I think you should definitely indulge in other things from that guy when you see him next time. I feel like
Oh yeah,
anybody...
no, I love calling people out who suck.
That's good, and you should. But
Bizboz.
Go ahead, I'll let you go.
Sorry. I was gonna say, I think like the only way to fight someone like that is on like the actual linguistics themselves, where not fighting over the definitions of words, but fighting how language is even formed in the first place and why he doesn't get to like define words this way. Like I would just sit there and like argue Wittgenstein for like 2 hours with him. I wouldn't even touch the topic of religion, right? I'd be like, okay, everything in like the philosophy of linguistics is like shitting exactly on how you use language right now.
Well, it's exhausting.
And I would
to
just
talk to
drag
people
him
like
down
him,
into like
too.
esoteric philosophy of linguistics areas.
Well, you have to do things like you have to caveat everything that you say in response to anything that he says with phrases like, okay, under your definition of X, blah, blah, blah. And you have to keep doing that over and over again because
I would just refuse to use
his definitions are his. And then he'll say that you have religious belief in XYZ, and you can correct him and say, I don't have religious, I don't have religious faith that my car is going to start when I turn the key. I have reasonable confidence based in the evidence that has been provided to me.
Yeah, you sometimes when people do this, it's like when they like you're not saying religious, you're saying like schlemigious. Like, so you have a schlemigious belief. Like, you just like add like sh in front of like whatever word he's using, and be like, okay, we have the word religious, which the rest of the world is using, and we have your idea, which is schlemigious.
Did he do that before? I remember somebody in one of these chats where they were referring to people as schmeeple, like they.
I don't.
Some
no,
weird...
there's someone called sheeple, but I mean, there's like a thing when someone like redefines a term, like it was happening in the BC the other day. Like they kept talking about justice, but the way they meant justice was just like fundamentally different.
Yeah.
And it was just like, okay, what we mean by justice is this, and what you mean is schmustus. Like you've just like completely redefined the term for yourself, and you're insisting that everyone adjust to your definition.
Many such
like, no.
cases. It's important whenever you're going to have any kind of debate with anybody, or even like a conversation, if you can't agree on what things mean, like if you can't come to a common understanding of terms, then you're not going to there's going to be no progress. It's not possible.
Let me say this real quick, Mr. Big Balls, bro. I don't think that you were necessarily hijacking that conversation. As I thought about it more after, bro was putting big spaces on when I'm obviously done talking, and then you kind of jumped into it. You do have a habit of kind of cutting into a level, and I'm not trying to like say you're negative for doing so or anything either. I think you should speak when you want to speak too, right? So I'm not trying to call you out or say you're a piece of shit or nothing either by any means either. I just wanted to clarify earlier, right?
Yeah.
Dude, at the same time,
cool.
He's not a bad guy. I like Big Balls. I meant it when I said it earlier. It's just like I'm saying, he is kind of quick to jump on some stuff.
Oh wait,
all.
never mind. I just checked the note. No, I'm just kidding.
Stupid.
No, the other guy though, like you were right. Like he was basically came in here, said he wanted to debate, and then would just like you would say a bunch of stuff,
And then he just
wouldn't
wait.
really respond to it.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. Right.
Appreciate the sir.
Yeah, I think it's because
I have no hard feelings. It happens on Discord all the time, so don't worry.
Okay, now kiss.
Okay, word.
I think we should put TK. Who else? Who's that other guy? The Australian dude who thinks he invented Anonymous.
What?
Taryn.
I want to talk to him.
Nephilim, and
where do you find all these people? Because I've been
this
hanging out
place
in the
is a
server a lot
zoo.
for the last. Yeah, but I've been here a lot for the last month, right?
Yeah.
And I haven't met I guess it's because I don't go to the Christian rooms.
Nephilim, Mr. Batman. He's one.
I know
of them.
Mr. Batman.
Everybody knows Mr. Bat. That guy's a broken record.
Yeah, but I've known
that guy
Mr. Batman
lacks
for,
the cognitive capacity to abstract. He can't do it.
Ooh, now I wanna know more about Mr. Batman. What
That guy,
just-
you
you can
can
look
tell
him
him to
up on
close
YouTube.
his eyes and think about a 3D apple rotating. He can't do it.
Can't do it.
Some people can't do it. Some people actually have.
I could
You
do
ask
it.
that dude how he would
Yo,
feel if he
let's
skipped breakfast
stay
that morning.
away-
He'd be like, "Well, I ate breakfast, so I don't understand what you're talking about, Skippy."
I really am live on Twitch. If we could stay away from the R words in general, that'd be so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't use ableist language in here. All right.
It's especially because he's streaming.
That's why. No other reason. Otherwise, I wouldn't give a shit.
But I was gonna say with Mr. Batman specifically, but like the thing you described, that's a real phenomenon that people have called aphantasia, though.
Oh yeah.
Aphantasia.
And it's not. It doesn't necessarily make them like cognitively impaired.
I know, but it does restrict your ability to formulate abstract thought.
It doesn't make them cognitively impaired, but it is a cognitive impairment.
Kind of.
I mean, like definitionally.
But yeah, I think big.
Doesn't mean you're
Yeah,
like
I don't know,
less
like,
of a person, but it just it's just you can't jump through this hoop. That's all it is. And if we're
I
playing
guess-
the game of jumping through hoops and you can't jump through the first hoop, then what are we doing?
I was gonna say that as well. Like, I guess it's because like I tend to hang out in the rooms where like I don't think TK comes into because he just gets like moderated incredibly quickly in there. So I think it's like, or like I've run into like Nephilim and like these other people that you mentioned, but they tend to get moderated very quickly. I think a lot of other rooms outside of their little. So yeah, like, do you hang out in the Christian rooms then? Is that where you're running into these people?
Sometimes I'll idle in there and just kind of listen
Yeah.
to them argue with each other.
Because I don't see TK like going into like
It's
faith
that, or you
breakers.
listen to Muslims argue with each other, and it's just I feel like the content isn't there.
I guess like out of the permanent rooms, I generally only hang out in like the air quotes atheist rooms, holy smokes, and maybe panhandlers if I'm feeling sketchy.
Panhandlers is the retirement home.
Damn.
Yeah, I go there when I want to listen to True Trunks.
If you want to listen to Caleb talk about how he used to land like 5 women at the same time or something like that.
Wait, have you seen Adventure Time Bizbots at all?
Oh yeah.
Wait, Sassy's Tree Trunks. I swear, it's the same boy.
I agree.
It's
I've made that comparison in the past too. I told her that she sounds just like Tree Trunks.
Yeah, I posted the thing in the other chat and the other day I was talking about it, and she wasn't in the
That's
chat.
a-
She
that's
just
an easy
randomly
one.
responded. She's like, "I don't sound like this."
I do not sound like Tree Trunks.
What a crazy.
But so,
To
I'm sorry,
get-
Dylan. Have you seen Adventure Time? You know what we're talking about?
Me?
Yeah, have you
No.
seen
There's like a little pink elephant old lady, and she sounds just like.
there's like there's a person
No.
that said it sounds
It's like
exactly
Sassy.
like a character.
It seemed like a great
Yes.
correlation though, just to a tree trunk, like in general.
Oh,
I
it's
have
like
not
it's
seen
an
Adventure.
elephant for some reason that's called Tree Trunk, but
Time,
I don't know why.
That's pretty excellent. And then just the voice.
But
that
it
was
sounds
spot
basically
on.
sounds like a little old Southern lady.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, she's very firebrand. She gets muted a lot. It's funny. It's like her own friends in that channel will mute her regularly.
God damn.
It's mostly just Angels. Every time he gets pissed, he's like, "All right, Sassy, you're on timeout," and she'll just sit
isn't
there.
she the room
She'll
owner?
sit there muted.
Just
That's
wait.
Angels meta. And then he and his boyfriend Tail Recursion, they hang out in there a lot.
one of the people that Dylan has banned from this chat apparently.
Oh, I have. Yep, that guy.
Tail? What was Tail? That guy, he's a broken man.
He
He doesn't believe in love. Like he was married for a while and then he got dumped, and he just does not, like, he's very forward about it. He thinks that love is just like this illusory lie that, you try to appeal to his sense of, the differences in love. Like, there's lust, there's companionate love, there's all sorts of love out there, and it all feels different, but it's all kind of similar. And that guy, he just rejects all of it out of hand. He just doesn't entertain the idea of it. And I think it's like a survival thing. I think he came to that conclusion in order to deal with the grief that he was experiencing, which is
reconcile.
fine. That's a coping mechanism. I get that.
Yeah.
But don't show up on the internet and try to like convince other people that the thing that you're doing to protect yourself, to keep yourself functioning day to day after your tragedy, applies to everybody, because it simply doesn't. And he gets mad when you bring that up.
Yeah. Okay. So he just joined in like a minute ago with like a kid and was like, I mean, we all thought it was a kid at least, or someone at least like 18, 19 range. And the kid was like, Bigfoot dick. And then I was like, let's stop saying that 7 times in a row. And then he was the other one in there when that was happening. And then he was saying,
Well, you're
it
a
too.
target because you're streaming. They can clip you.
Oh yeah, no, right, exactly, and I have no problem seeing that. That's like 1,000%. You know, I get that.
Oh, another one to watch out
Bro,
for.
owned by Bigfoot Dick Troll. 100k
This-
views.
Another one to watch out for is Jesus Follower. He is looking to farm TikTok clips, and he does not let you know he's streaming. That he's like recording to try and farm you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of people just don't. Like a lot of people are recording, which is like okay, but most of us are doing it to like catch bad actors or something like that. Like I think my game's technically record because I'm playing a game. It's technically recording right now, but I'm usually not.
Alright, I gotta take a big fat poop, but it was a pleasure talking to all of you, and I wish you all well. I hope that you never experience pain.
Okay.
Oh, that's not very nice.
I don't know what that last thing means, but I like you too.
I just hope that, you know, your days are filled with joy and light, and have a good one.
Yeah, same,
Pain's
bro.
pretty fun though.
Bye.
Fucking have a good poop. Okay, bye. Sad you didn't hear that part.
Look, look. If you spend enough time here, you'll learn like the different, like Discord personalities and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the
sorry
one
about that.
And the one we mentioned before, Mr. Batman, he's actually been like famous, like to the point that you can find just YouTube videos on him and stuff like that.
Give me just a second. My mom
Yeah.
called. I'm gonna call her back real quick. I'm gonna go on mute.
Ah,
I do appreciate the insight though. Immense. 2 minutes.
Maki Gaming.
Mr. Batman. The name is notorious, I guess.
No. You know, there are addiction services that can help you with that, Gaming.
Shalom, guys.
What's up?
Any Jew who can help me secure a 0% interest rate mortgage?
Sorry, I haven't kissed the wall.
Why did you come in and ask that, dude?
Kiss the wall, man.
Yo, kiss the wall.
Yeah, kiss the wall, man.
Joe Chonis, bro,
Kiss the wall,
Joe Chonis,
Yes,
bro.
get me,
Did you
get
know?
me,
Did you
get
know
me.
there's a button that you can press to instantly mute people? And then there's a
I want to
sentence
see you write the little link.
you can type to get them out of your room.
Let me see you cry. I said, cry while you kiss that wall. Sorry, I'm getting carried away.
Sorry, that took a minute.
And the other thing you can do is if you get people that you trust over time and you want to create a joint create room, the server will remember it, right? So when you create this room again, the server will remember it, set the same name and stuff. Have the same people banned as well.
Wow, really?
But the other thing you can do is you can also set mods for your room as well.
You were moderated just like that.
Well, you can do that for like anyone, right? Like so like what you do is like I think you go like set mod or something like that.
Julius
then you
Caesar
can, like-
himself has been dubbed a Knight of the Round Table. Everybody welcome Julius Caesar, the first mod.
But yeah, I'm just saying, yeah, that's so like if a guy comes in like that and you're AFK, like yeah, we can just like mute him to say if you were on stream, like he wouldn't be like saying like weird anti-Semitic shit.
I saw the chat stuff. I didn't know what privileges it was going to give people and stuff, and I'm totally cool with that. That sounds great.
All it does is like it lets me do like I can do the same things you can. Like I can't change the roommate, but I think when you're not here, I can disconnect people.
Oh yeah.
Wait, did
No, I
he
can
say
do-
something anti-Semitic? Who did?
I
Yeah,
think he
did-
was implying something anti-Semitic. He was gonna be.
Like what? He was just making a joke. It wasn't
Maybe.
anti-Semitic.
I'm not saying it necessarily was, but
correct.
there
But
was
he
like
wasn't
a
lying.
heuristic.
But he wasn't lying.
Okay, but like this is the thing, right? Let
Yeah,
me
you
let me
might
go.
be
Let
able
me
to
go.
make it.
It's not that it wasn't. It is just a joke, and it wasn't actual hate yet potentially. But I would just rather not take the chance because if
But he
I
wasn't
don't know.
lying.
Well, it's
But
still
he
not
wasn't
an
lying, He
icebreaker.
wasn't necessarily lying, but it wasn't safe for Twitter. It's not safe for Twitter. Definitely.
The streaming part of it, right? When you come into a room that's just got live on a streaming platform and you instantly open up with something that could be against their TSAs, not your Discords or my, I don't care. I thought I could have said it was funny or not. The point being that they're not cool with that. So in agreeance isn't good. Because now agreeance makes it like not judgy, but it is, right? Like that you saying that it's just not it's real is also considered not good for these platforms. I don't want to censor your speech. They do.
Yeah, it's like this person comes in, he's
Dude.
trying to get your account deleted because he knows it's going to
Oh.
take like a whole hour to get like, and
Oh,
then you
but
got to
who,
use a new
who
account.
who
That's the
are
difference
they
between-
that will get you banned? Who are they?
The people.
Well, anybody like we dealt with 3 people in the last hour who immediately dropped in and said something that's definitely not safe for Twitter. And
But
they
why
did
isn't
on
it safe for
purpose
Twitter?
because-
Like
Not Twitter, Twitch.
Twitch. Oh,
That's-
but who's censoring? Like,
They are.
But Twitch, Dylan is streaming.
but who's
on, like,
behind
said-
Twitch?
Well, it doesn't matter who's behind Twitch. Those are just the rules of Twitch.
A private company is behind it that have rules that they want to
It's
implement.
a stream, you know, it's a live stream. It's on public. You'll probably see it on the front page if you go to Twitch right now. You know, you can't just like say
Do-
whatever you want.
I was
And
gonna say, Dylan.
The other thing is like, the
But
other
it's
thing is
the
it's
First
the same
Amendment,
situation.
sir.
If somebody
The
turned his
First Amendment doesn't
camera on-
exist in private property, and if a private
Yeah, the
organization.
First Amendment.
And so
First Amendment only applies on
Sir,
private.
I'm just expressing my First Amendment right, sir.
The First Amendment only applies.
Am I being
on
detained?
public property.
Am I detained? Am I detained?
Well, the same thing.
I will
in a
Like the same
minute.
thing with
Am I
if
detained?
somebody joins in and just immediately shows his nipple, we would also like be in the same situation.
Sir, I'm a sovereign
Because there's
citizen.
other-
Okay, so yes. Next. What?
It's just vandalism, you know. Like you,
I want to.
they know like it could take you a lot of time to get a new account, and then
I
say
want
the
to.
very
I
thing
want
that-
to re-emphasize. I agree with you, gaming. I agree with everything you said, dude. I don't think
Yeah.
it's right to suppress people. I don't personally even want to condone it. But the thing is I've already
Bro, I'm
devoted
pulling your leg.
hours of time developing a following, right? Like and made
I'm
money
pulling your leg. I'm pulling your leg.
and want to keep making money and keep my job. And so
Jobby.
I love you. All right.
I hope
Hey,
I
man,
get
what's
the
up?
job. I'm keeping
Alright.
my fingers crossed.
I was gonna say, Dylan, what's interesting? If you're free for a moment, you can see. I'm actually kind of engaging in PvP in this game at the moment.
Oh yes, yes, yes. We see this.
I'm just giving you. Well, it's not. It's a bit laggy because I'm playing on the North American server. But this guy's been like hunting me. It's very like it's. I'm not very good, but like he's like some kind of raptor, and I'm a herbivore and stuff. He's been like hunting me since he found me. But he's too afraid to come in and get me. But you have like different attacks and stuff. Like a lot of it is just circling each other and stuff, but yeah.
Literally like a dance with dinosaurs, dude. This is wild.
Yeah.
I feel like I would pay for this.
I need to tail slam him to stun him, but he won't come close enough.
I want to see a tail slam. I want to see a successful tail slam.
Oh, he tried to jump on me again. He's jumped on me twice. Like he can get on me.
Oh, your tail slam is slow, dude.
Yeah, it's really slow, but it stuns them. Like I'm getting some bites on him because he's low in stamina.
He is fully running. Bro has got to be low.
Yeah, because he knows he can jump to a place I can't get to. He can get on that rock and I can't. But yeah, like you just run into players all the time.
So if I see any other living creature in the game, it's a player?
No, but any other dinosaur is.
Oh.
Right, so you'll see like deer and boar and stuff you can hunt.
I would
like
start...
right now my health isn't too, but you can see like, look, I'm not running it on the best graphics and stuff. Like the game can be better.
Yeah.
And my ping is like 130, so I'm trying to fight this guy on 100 something ping.
That's funny. Like we were talking about that earlier, how like these days people are like, oh, my ping is 100.
Yeah, back in my day, you got a great connection, Sonny. Fucking.
120 is really not that bad.
But yeah, so like, you know what's crazy is like you can go swim and stuff, but this water, if I go in that water, I'll die. If I try and drink from that water.
So like,
Because-
what's this game called?
It's called the Isle. Like the chances are there's like a I know there was a crocodile in there earlier, or it's called a Dinosuchus. It's basically like a.
What you playing on?
No, it's the Isle. It's not Ark. There's no humans in it.
Yeah, the Isle,
It's
like
bad.
island, the Isle.
Oh, I'm checking it out.
Oh, so you tried to jump me.
Bro,
I've
this-
seen all the spin-offs. There's been lots of spin-offs of this game in the past 4 months.
This game's about a year old, I want to say. Year and a half?
I'll tell you what's the last one that came out.
Oh, maybe I'm lying. Maybe
This
this
game's
is
been in
older.
development for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, people
Got a
have been
few bites
copying
on
it. Like, I've noticed that because I
Right.
watched the Pirate Kids, you know? I've seen a few indie games that copy that format.
Or by trying to recover stamina, because like if you lose your stamina, it pretty much destroys you in combat.
Yeah.
You're not able to run. You're not able to perform attacks. Like your stamina bar is like this here.
Yeah. No, that
Yeah, it's not. What's that?
that correlates with the games I'm trying to get into more. Like when your stamina's cooked, you're just done. You're at least getting hit from most
Yeah.
of your health, if not all of it.
Like if you're over 60% stamina, you can recover stamina while walking. But because I'm below 60%, I'm like trying not to move.
You both just have to sit there and kind of hibernate for a second mid-combat.
Well, we still have stamina, but I want it to be at a stage where it's still constant. Like I'm getting like a trickle recovery amount.
Okay.
Just otherwise, like yeah, if you get stammed out, it's like, and you can get mutations and stuff. There's a very simple mutation system, but when I actually take damage, I get like more stamina and stuff, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, there's like a lot of different dinosaurs and stuff in the game.
Are you happy you paid $20 for this game?
Yeah, I played it enough. The way, I mean, have you ever paid $20 to see a movie?
Yo, okay, that's not fair
what's
because
that?
normally she's really hot and costs more than $20 for the popcorn too. All right, so that doesn't
Yeah, I mean,
that doesn't
that's
count.
the thing. Like, you spend more at the movies than you would for this game. You probably play the game like 10 times as much.
That's
Fuck, it's
fair.
following me again.
No, I know what you're saying. You're right.
Yeah, he got on me.
Oh my.
It'll kick him up in a second. I'm just gonna have to leave the area.
Bro, this
I'm
literally,
fucked now.
yeah, this literally becomes
There's a
like
third party in the area now.
war of attrition as hell.
Don't know if you can hear that. Over there is like a big one.
It's a big one. I want to see it. You should go say hi.
I'll probably die going near it because I don't have enough stamina, but I'll try and show you. Oh, one call. Oh, there he is. Fuck. It's yeah.
Oh yeah. That tail stun is strong. Holy shit.
I got him.
Oh my god. Did you get a
I'm
mutation?
very low health though.
Did you
I'm
get
starting to bleed out.
What-
And he vomited me as well.
So how are you supposed to recover now? Do you go find something to eat?
I gotta go find somewhere to hide. And as you can see, it's also got night as well. So and I'm a herbivore, so my night vision is really bad.
How long does night last? Same length as day or shorter?
It's lasts a while. It's like where's the timing game? It's like 9 a.m. It'll get a bit lighter as like the moon comes up and stuff.
Okay.
The other thing I gotta watch out for is my bleed is really bad. Like if I run, fuckers still harassing me. Now the other fuckers come back.
Gotta get that. Bandage mod.
Bandage mod.
Dinosaur's Dominion. That's the novel. That's the novel. Okay. That's the last one I saw. It's so similar. It's also got spit. Or vomit or whatever.
Taking a big risk by eating in the water to get away from him. If I run while my wounds open, I'll bleed out. So yeah, like it's not like an amazing PvP game, but there are areas where there's like a lot more activity.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm in a pretty quiet area, and you can still see I'm running across players.
What's like the meta for like the best survivability? If I were to try to do PvP, what's like the tankiest and most realistically
The tankiest one in the most broken dinosaur in the game right now is the Triceratops, because the game's still under active development. Like right now, the Triceratops is so hard to kill.
Mm.
It requires like a dedicated group to take down a Triceratops.
Damn.
Because they weigh like fucking, I don't know how many tons.
And like you said, the health is correlated to the weight.
Yeah, so you can see my weight is 1.4 tons right now.
That's nuts.
I'm
What,
like a mid-sized one though.
So is there anything that could solo a Triceratops at all?
Currently, no. They're planning on adding a T-Rex, which will probably be able to do it. T-Rex should be coming in like one of the next patches. But they have to put in the big herbivores before they put in the big carnivores, right?
Uh-huh. What about like the duo? What duo could take out a Triceratops? Anything, or does it need to be a group like you said?
There, he found me, but how does he always get on me?
How is he finding you? That was like 4 bushes past.
Because he can track my blood trail to a directory.
my.
I have to walk now.
I think you're cooked.
He's gonna kill me definitely because I'm so low health from the other guy.
I think you're cooked. Better get aggressive. Fight back.
But at least I killed the other guy.
You could get this one too. You could do it. There's like the Jurassic Park electric fences.
Yeah, it's basically Jurassic Park.
It's pretty cool.
You'll find like human structures and stuff around. This is like a standoff. There's like one place I know I can definitely be safe from him though.
Is it on the other side of the electric fence?
Yeah. There's like, it'll take me a while to walk there though. But see how he's afraid to come in towards my tail because he's very afraid of getting tail slammed like the other guy got.
Bro, he has the patience of a Rust player.
Yeah, people do have patience in this game. This because he's a smaller dinosaur, so his thing has to be he has to like. Yeah, because you do want to be really patient when you're a smaller dinosaur because they know they've got agility and speed on their side over me. I shouldn't have gone for the slam.
Instantly on you.
Oh, my bleed stopped. Nice. It takes so much stamina to kick him off. I just can't get away from him. And right now, because the other guy used his bacteria on me, I like my food and water is like almost out. I'm just gonna like lay down and try and like hide.
I would fall asleep for real. I'd be in that bush and then I'd pass out in real life.
But yeah, this is what I mean. It's like there's like a very, very horror, very kind of like survival element, right? Like I need time to recover. You have like there's like a few different things where you eat like different kinds of foods, which do get you like little bonuses that cap out at like 10 or 15%, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's just like health regen and stuff like that.
What about like attack speed?
No, it's just fracture, bleed. You can I don't know if you can read it in the status report. That's it. That's all you get. You get the different mutations though, which the two mutations I've got are a bleed resistance and it converts damage to extra stamina. So I can fight longer, but there's all kinds of ones. So you can get like a lot of just survival ones as well, as opposed to just like fight-orientated ones.
Isn't Triceratops a herbivore?
Fuck you, family. What's that?
Triceratops is a herbivore, right?
Yeah, Triceratops is a herbivore.
Why don't you play that?
What's that?
Why don't you like play Triceratops?
Because they're fat and slow and they take a really long time because you have to grow your dinosaur from a baby to an adult as well. You don't just spawn in as the adult. And the size it is correlates with how long it takes to grow. Right, so... God damn it, he's patient. He's gonna get me.
think you gotta try and fight him.
Like, my best bet would be to try and head to a more populated area. I'm dead here. Probably doesn't even understand how I've still got stamina. But yeah, anyway. I'm gonna be dead in a second, and then I'll show you the other. Should just let myself die, give him a nice food. You still there, Dylan?
Mm-hmm. You should just beat him up. Just try to fight
what's
him.
that?
Just try to send it and fight him.
I'm trying to, but he's the problem is he's essentially a little bit. He's more agile and faster than me.
Oh, I know. You're gonna give up anyway, though. You should just send it.
Yeah, I will. I just need a bit of water.
A little drinky drink.
Yeah, because I was like super low and.
Instantly as you lay down again.
You got me.
Jesus.
I was trying to bait him, but it didn't work. I was hoping I could. Oh. But anyway, yeah, you can see like here are the different. Where's the? Oh, for some reason on this server I can't. They must have temporarily disabled the But yeah, you can see like there's like a Stegosaurus, for example. They used to be like the unkillable things, but they're too slow to really fight people. You know, like herbivores are more defensive fighters. You'd probably be more interested in things like these ones, right? Yeah, like super color schemes and stuff.
It's pretty dope, though.
But what's that?
It's pretty dope, the colors.
Yeah, you can kind of like pick different colors and shit.
Yeah.
Right, but these guys are like they're like venom people, and when when you attack people, you put venom into them, and when you've venomed them, you can activate your venom like from a distance, and it creates like basically hallucinations in the people. Obviously, there's a crocodile. That was the one I killed before, which is like kind of like a medium. So I don't know. There's like a speedy boy, Carnotaurus that's like just like runs really fast. That's what killed me in Raptor.
Isn't like Pteranodon or Troodon?
Yeah, there's a Troodon. That's like the mini one. That's like the smallest one.
That one is likely for stealth or something, and then Pteranodon is to fly.
Oh, you've got Pteranodon. Do you mean Pteranodon?
Yeah.
They can't really PvP other players though. Cause...
Can they fly, or can they only?
They can fly. No, they can fly.
They fly.
They can fly. They're just hard to use. This one is like crazy. This one's called a Herrerasaurus. These ones are like assassins. They can like climb trees and stuff, and you sit in trees and you just drop down and like attack people. And you basically like cause bleed effects on them, and you bleed people out. You jump down, smack them, run to the nearest tree, climb up it, and just wait people out. And then when they go away, you follow them. As these ones are like ambush hunters. So you have like a very different way of playing it, yeah. Depending on like what kind of thing you like to play. Yeah, that was frustrating. Because the problem is like, yeah, it can take you hours to grow dinosaurs.
Maybe I should also start playing that one.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I have my Discord recommend. But yeah, it's like, look, it's not a perfect game, but it's like an interesting game. But I think something that I like about it, and that I like other games, is the idea of permanent loss, right? Which is, I think, a similar idea to some of the things you were saying you liked, Dylan. No?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So like that dinosaur, that probably took me nearly 2 hours to get to that
Jesus
size.
Christ.
Probably actually under 2 hours, because I had a really efficient growth pattern, so I probably got it down to like an hour. But that one takes an hour and a half to 4 hours to grow to fully grown, depending on how efficient you are. Like, I was really efficient, so yeah. You say Jesus Christ, right? But that's where the Triceratops can take probably like 6 to 12 hours, depending on how efficient you are. So could you imagine? What's that?
Are there ankylosaurs in that game?
They plan on adding them.
Because those are massive tanks. I think those will be very strong.
Yeah, they plan on adding a lot of things to them, right? They had a dev blogger this month already. Let me check it.
You know, when I used to be younger, I knew like most of the dinosaur names. Like, right now I'm looking in my book that I had back then, like this big encyclopedia with like lots of animals through time, dinosaurs as well, and I used to know a lot of the names and stuff. That's been a while ago, when I wasn't a gamer yet, when all I did was reading. Although, no, I actually did game, but like not as much.
Yeah, the T-Rex is... It's going to be crazy when the T-Rex comes out.
Albertosaurus. That's even crazier than a T-Rex. It's like way more massive and it's like way more intelligent. That thing is crazy.
I agree. I like it. I like the idea of permanent loss in games, that you had to work to get something and then you have to work to preserve it, but that you can lose it permanently, because otherwise it just doesn't feel like as meaningful.
Yeah, like permanent loss, like it can be nice, but there's also certain days where it's just annoying.
Yeah, that's... Look, I've done it before where I've like lost, but it also creates the most I think intense PvP experiences you have, right? Because when you know you can actually lose something, like when you're playing like COD or CSGO or League or whatever else, you're not really getting, unless you have a particularly intense game, you're not really getting that like full on like adrenaline experience. When you're playing a game where you know you can die and you're gonna lose it, like kind of like the heightened adrenaline experience you have is like pretty next level, I think.
Yeah, like a world that's kind of alive is always really fun to play in. Like the thing that they were gonna make of how's it called again? Marathon. But I guess I don't know if they stopped the project or, but stuff is not going great at the moment. But I'd like to see such kind of game, like a game in which you like explore and find secrets and stuff and fight like normal enemies and then also encounter enemy players that you need to kill and that you can get out of the game. Like I'd find that a real cool game. Like imagine something like, did you ever play like these old Minecraft servers?
I never really played Minecraft.
In those old Minecraft servers, you usually had these types of civilization-based servers where multiple groups of players would form a kingdom and then fight each other and stuff. Like imagine that in a game where you will have permanent loss of like resources and stuff, but instead of only having that group, you also evolve through time, unlocking multiple types of technology and then fighting each other over that and over the resources.
I don't even know how you could make a game like that.
I think it'd be possible. I just think they'll need to think about it really well. Like I think that would be a cool thing, where like you need to go through time. Like maybe you know some recipes, and like from the second time or the third time you iterate that stuff. People are gonna know what they need to do to get to the next time, but you just make it that way that they need to level up or get some XP first before they can do so. So there's always this like at least like a few days where nobody can get past the Stone Age, and then at a certain amount of time you get this this power delta between people and technology, where maybe one of the players is still in the Stone Age and has like stone tools, but because they're not constantly using clothes and stuff, they're better like they maybe have some more resistance or something, and there's like certain benefits for staying in a certain time frame or not staying in it, and then those players can always like kill each other and take each other's loot and stuff. And that then would lead to like people forming massive structures where someone could be like in the Middle Ages, and then somewhere else they could be in like the Classical era, and then somewhere else they could be in the Stone Age, and then there could be like mixed cultures where they're using items made by another culture, and they're just like fighting each other or like giving items to each other. Like, so I think that's the type of game that like needs to come out now, like the next logical step for like said no.
Again real soon.